Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Prologue, welcome back, Ainz Ooal. It had been 2 weeks since he had last returned to his room, but the words which followed next sent a shiver through his bones. Would you like dinner, a bath, or would you like me heart suit? For a moment, Ainz imagined that he saw several pink hearts wafting out from behind Albedo. What's the meaning of this? I'm playing newlyweds, Ainz Ooal. I've heard people say that this is the best way for a newly wedded wife to greet her husband after he returns from a business trip with his pet. Do you like it? So this was why she had not met him directly at the surface when he returned. He was a man without a girlfriend, much less a wife, but just as he was about to coldly retort, "Who cares?" he swallowed those words. He had his pride as a male to consider, and he wanted to protect his image. Besides, what sort of answer was she expecting when she asked, "Do you like it?" Despite his lack of confidence, he put on an attitude which seemed to say, "All is within the palm of my hand," and replied in a way which should probably not cause too many problems. "That was quite a charming welcome, Albedo." Albedo smiled and replied, "That is good to hear, Fufu." As Ain't saw her smile seductively, he lowered his stance and prepared himself for battle. He sensed something like a venomous snake slithering up his spine. There was a bestial lust hidden in Albedo's eyes, most likely the source of that slithering sensation. Those eyes were deadly serious. If he had replied, "I'll have you, of course," even in jest, there was no doubt that the super predator before him would latch onto that and savagely pounce him. The words reverse rape even came to mind. While he had little in the way of a sex drive, the remnants of his human personality seemed to be responding to Albedo's mood, telling him to see what would happen next. His still undiminished curiosity only added to that feeling. "Stop that, you moron." It was not exactly self-control, but Ainz used something similar, something which would have been impossible had he not been undead, to force himself to ignore the subtext of Albedo's words. Still, something like disgust welled up from somewhere within Aintz's heart. Before he had been transported to this new world, he had altered Albedo's backstory, writing that she loved him in jest. He had been using her and that twisted personality of hers, without going the next step with her. But it's gone. What can I do about that? It's not as though a relationship between a man and a woman can progress through a meeting of minds. Is that why I'm afraid of taking the next step? Ainz, a virgin who had never dated a girl before, pondered that problem. At the same time, another thought came to mind. The NPCs made by his former friends could be considered to be their children. How could he stain those precious offspring and let them carry on with warped minds? Idiot. Now's not the time to be thinking about that sort of thing. Ah! Albedo's sudden yelp caused the fiery points in Aintz's eyes to flare. What is it, Albedo? Did something happen? How embarrassing. I heard that a newlywed wife ought to welcome her husband home while dressed in her final decisive battle attire, a naked apron. With that, Albedo looked down at her dress and her face turned pink. Then she replied, "If you wish, I shall immediately." Her voice was quiet, but he could hear it very clearly. She sneaked peeks at Ainz as she continued, "Change in front of you, Ainz Sama." "Ah, yes, really, ha. Listen, Albedo, that's enough clowning around for now. It's time for the intelligence briefing." "Yes, I understand." With some reluctance, though he was not sure where exactly said reluctance stemmed from, Ainz forced himself to ignore Albedo's temptation and sat himself down on his chair. Then, he tossed 3 pouches onto the table. He then dictated instructions to Albedo, who had changed modes from an eager newlywed to an efficient secretary. "This is the money I earned in Yggdrasil. Use it for experiments." The 3 pouches looked different from each other. The largest of them appeared to be on the verge of bursting, and it was filled with the silver and copper pieces Ainz had earned during his time as an adventurer. "Understood. I shall see if these funds can be used to summon monsters or activate Nazarik's defense systems. Please take care of that. Also, see if we can use them to make items, such as scrolls and so on." Aintz's eyes turned away from Albedo, whose head was deeply lowered. Then he looked back towards the pouches with a prayerful expression in his eyes. The gold pieces which one obtained in Yggdrasil could be used to buy magic items, but they could also be used for guild base maintenance fees. For instance, they could be used to summon monsters of above level 30. which did not naturally respawn or pop as catalysts for the use of certain spells, in the creation of magic items, resurrecting dead NPCs, and so on. He had already verified that Yggdrasil coins could be used in this world. However, he had not made sure that the currency of this world could also be used within Nazarick. He was particularly curious about whether silver and copper coins could be utilized, since Yggdrasil only had gold coins. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the results of that experiment might determine the future of Nazarick. If the money in this world could be used in the same way as Yggdrasil gold coins, it might greatly affect their plans for the future. After all, it would dramatically change the importance of earning money. In fact, under certain circumstances, a situation might arise where the earning of large quantities of currency became essential. In contrast, if currency from this world could not be used, then the wealth within the treasury would become an irreplaceable resource, and unnecessary expenses would have to be minimized. Also, about Clementine. As Ainz spoke the name of the missing corpse, his non-existent brows wrinkled. His error in judgment had resulted in the disappearance of that girl, who knew quite a few things about him. There was no telling if she had been resurrected or if she had told what she knew to others. Unease welled up in Aintz's heart. There were many potential enemies to be wary of, but he had learned nothing about them, and he had even revealed information about himself by accident. If this news reached the ears of any of my friends who ended up in this world, but I shouldn't count on that sort of luck. I need to be more careful from now on. In any case, the most important thing now is to decide what I should do about the Marmon identity. If anyone came after him, they would be coming after Marmon. However, Marmon was a stepping stone for him at the moment, and it would be a shame to discard him. The time had not yet come to reveal that Ainz was Marmon. I'll have to see how things go, no matter how hard he thought. His contemplations only led him to a dead end with no answers. Therefore, he decided to put his problems aside for now and think no more on it. I might as well order Pandora's actor to put one of that woman's blades into the treasury's shredder and see what happens. The shredder. It was only when he heard Albedo's surprised voice that Ainz recalled the proper name of that item. That would be the exchange box. Someone with merchant-type skills can get better prices when using it. Order Pandora's actor to take Narata-san's form and use his skill. After seeing that Albedo had nodded in acknowledgement, Ainz unfurled the scroll he was holding onto his desk. Also, it took some effort to obtain it, but this is a map of the world which I acquired in Yggdrasil. This is, I see. Ainz understood why Albedo's brows had furrowed ever so slightly, because the details of the map before them were terribly vague. I understand why you're unhappy. After all, this map only covers a small portion of the surrounding world. The scale was haphazardly written, and many landmarks are not recorded either. In addition, this map focuses on the human countries, and there is only one demi-human nation recorded. It is a crude map, no doubt, but it is unlikely that we'll find anything better. For instance, he had heard about the centaur tribes on the plains, the scorpion men, Pabalsag, settlements in the desert, the country of the dwarves in the mountains, and so on. But he had learned of all these by speaking to the guildmaster of Yggdrasil's Magicians Guild, and they were not recorded on the map. In other words, this was a map for human convenience. A vague map like this was hardly reliable, but he would have to expend a lot of money and time to obtain a better one. That was what the Magician's Guildmaster, Theo Rakeshire, had told him. The man was very favorably disposed towards Ainz, so that information was most likely accurate. Besides, he sensed from the other man's reply that even a map like this was quite a harsh demand. I see. Then, I shall have the map duplicated and distributed to each guardian. Please do so. Then, before that, I shall briefly explain the contents of the map. Ainz pointed to the center of the map. It was the region which had been most accurately detailed. This is Yggdrasil, and this region contains the great underground tomb of Nazarick. His finger moved northeast, to the vicinity of a huge forest. He was quite confident in his knowledge of the area surrounding Nazarick. This is the Azurlisian mountain range, which marks the border between the Riestais kingdom and the Baharuth Empire. The large forest around the southern tip of the mountain range is the Great Forest of Tarb, and there is a large lake here. The lake in question was shaped like an inverted gourd, and it was located between the southern foothills of the mountains and the Great Forest. Ainz's finger stopped at the southern tip of the lake. There is a lizardman village here, in these large wetlands. After seeing Albedo nod in understanding, Ainz continued. Now I will tell you what the Magician's Guildmaster told me about the surrounding countries. To the northwest of the kingdom is a region bounded by mountains. This region is the Argland Council Alliance, which is inhabited by many demi-humans. What we need to be most wary of are their counselors, which are said to be dragons. Apparently there are 5 of them, but some say that there are 7. To the southwest of the kingdom lies the nation known as the Holy Kingdom. Apparently, it is surrounded on all sides by a high wall, indicated roughly on the map, and it is known as the Great Wall. This country is on guard against the many demi-human tribes which battle frequently in the wilderness surrounding them, though it is not indicated on the map. Is that not where Demiurge has gone? That's right. On the other end of the wilderness is the slain theocracy, entities which we must be mindful of. Is this a national border? Albedo traced a line around the surrounding region with a lily-white finger. Probably. Frankly speaking, there's no use trying to study borders from this map on account of how vague it is. Then, let's take a look on the Empire's side. There are many city-states located to the northeast of the Empire, who have formed up into a city-state alliance. There seems to be a city of demi-humans there as well. To the southeast of the Empire is a region with many gigantic standing quartz pillars, as well as many caves. Apparently, there are humanoid tribes there who raise wyverns. When Ainz had heard the description of the place, it reminded him of Wulingyuan in Zhangjiaji City, but the details were not clear. Are they wyvern riders, then, in Yggdrasil? Players with over 35 levels in equestrian-type classes could summon the magical beasts known as wyverns to serve as mounts. However, there was no proof that the same held true in this world as well. Possibly. Going by that logic, the opposition should be quite strong. But even so, they aren't exactly fearsome opponents for the great underground tomb of Nazarick. However, the portion of the map below them, the eastern shore of this great lake, hasn't been filled in yet. Ainz indicated one of the outer edges of the map below them, and they say there's a draconic kingdom here. Dragons. Yes, a powerful dragon founded that nation in the past, and apparently its royalty has inherited that dragon's bloodline, but whether those rumors are reliable remains to be seen. In any event, that's enough about the map for now. In the world where Ainz had lived as Suzuki Satoru, it would have been a far-fetched rumor, but in this world, that rumor might well be true. Then, Ainz-sama, we should be wary of the slain theocracy and the Council Alliance, am I correct? Ainz folded his arms across his chest and went, while she did have a point when it came to nations, she might have come to that conclusion because they did not know enough in that field. As she saw Ainz's reaction, Albedo slowly bowed in apology. Forgive me. Given our present circumstances, we should be on guard against all other countries, am I correct? Indeed, that is so. Even if they aren't much as nations, they might harbor surprising individuals among them. For instance, the person who used that world-class item on Sholtir. Albedo could sense that underlying meaning in Ainz's words without him having to explicitly state it. Ainz's finger continued tracing the eastern and southern edges of the map. However, there's a city that floats on the waves in the east, while there's the city founded by the 8 greed kings to the south. Those two are probably the ones we need to be the most mindful of. The city of the 8 greed kings in particular, they say it's a flying city in the middle of the desert. A flying city. According to the news I've heard, it would be more accurate to describe it as a city built underneath a flying fortress. They say water flows endlessly from the fortress to the city, and that the city itself is completely surrounded by a magical barrier and doesn't look like it belongs in the desert at all. Albedo's eyes turned cold, and she quietly replied, "Shall we have the vassals conduct a reconnaissance in force? There's no need to go around stepping on the tiger's tail. Even if the world-class items user came from there, we should try to get along cordially with them until we're sure of their fighting power. Speaking of which, how is Sholtir doing? Her body seems fine after her resurrection, but come on, spit it out. Even I feel uneasy about her too." Ah, my deepest apologies. In truth, Sholtir's mental state is somewhat unsettling. After effects from her mind control, could it be that even death cannot fully erase the effects of a world-class item? No, it's not like that. It's more like she still feels intense guilt for raising her hand against you, and she cannot forgive herself for doing so, Ainz Sama. For a moment, Ainz did not quite understand, but it became clear almost instantly. It had been Ainz's fault, not Sholtier's. He had told her that many times already. Please forgive my rudeness for interfering with your deliberations by interrupting. Ainz Sama. Ainz nodded to Albedo, who had a severe expression on her face. I feel that it would be best if she were punished. The crimson glow in Ainz's eyes socket dimmed slightly. He made to speak, but closed his mouth without making a sound. That was because the woman before him seemed to have something else to say. Rewards and punishment must be handed out as they are due. If you assign punishment to Sholtir, it will eliminate the guilt in her heart. In contrast, she is currently stewing in guilt because she has not been punished for her actions. Ainz felt that she made a lot of sense. Indeed, it was because of punishments that rewards could exist. However, the matter of how severe a reprimand he should give her and how much he could forgive was beyond a mere salaryman like Ainz. Under normal circumstances, he would wave the matter aside and forgive Sholtir easily. On the other hand, while he might feel bad about punishing Sholtir, it might end up being good practice for next time. I understand. I shall give Sholtir some punishment. Then, I feel it would be better that way. Please forgive any offense I have given. What are you saying? I look forward to such suggestions. I have always hoped that someone would be able to step in with an opinion when I was unsure about what to do. Albedo, what you have done is very fitting of your position as the overseer of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Thank you very much. The stunning beauty bowed before him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes moist. Feeling a little uneasy about Albedo's very open reaction, Ainz coolly waved it aside and replied, Now then, there are some things I need to handle. I will leave this place to you. Understood. Please leave it to me. I will take care of matters while you are not around, Ainz Sama. He seemed to have heard something along the lines of, in the capacity of your wife, somewhere in the middle of those words, but he decided to pretend he had heard nothing because she still had more to say. Still, please be careful. Ainz Sama, the person who controlled Sholtir with that world-class item might not just be targeting us. HMPH. That was the first time Ainz had snorted in displeasure ever since he had returned to this room. If the enemy attacks, they might not be easy to deal with. But relax, Albedo. Since I have no idea what sort of enemy we're up against, I intend to prioritize retreat when we encounter him, and I also have several meat shields prepared for such a circumstance. Ainz slowly raised his head to look at the ceiling and began visualizing the foes against which he would need to prepare. There was the mysterious holder of that world-class item who was probably their enemy, and other players whose very existence was still unclear. In addition, there were the traces of players who should have existed in the past. Of course, it might be too rash to take them all as enemies, but doing so would ensure that he did not overlook them by accident. He had to assume the worst-case scenario when doing his planning. Before we learn more details about the enemy, it would be wise to act as low-key as possible. However, we might need to scatter some bait to tempt the foe. How is the progress of plans on that front? Albedo lowered her eyes, and from that reaction, alone Ainz could guess what the results were. Carcitus has not made any reports yet, but Entoma indicates that the plan has not yet exceeded our scope of predictions. They should have set up camp near the objective, and they are preparing to make contact. Is that so? Well, it wasn't what I hoped for, but the important thing is what we can gain from this. Your saying so fills me with relief. All right. Originally, I had planned to observe the developments from here, but unfortunately, I have several tasks to complete in my role as an adventurer, and thus I must move out in person. Still, I would like to see how the battle goes. Help me record the battle between the lizard men and the forces of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. 1. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Wuling Yuan, a scenic site in south-central China known for its 3,000-plus quartzite pillars, many of which are over 200 meters tall, and its numerous gorges, pools, and waterfalls. Chapter 1, Departure 1, the Azerlisian mountain range lay between the Baharuth Empire and the Riestais Kingdom. Its southern foothills were surrounded by a sprawling forest, the Great Forest of Tarb, and there was a huge lake at its northern edge. This lake was over 20 square kilometers in size and resembled an inverted gourd. It was divided into the upper lake and the lower lake. The upper lake was very deep and was home to larger creatures. while the lower lake was where the smaller creatures lived. The southern end of the lower lake was surrounded by wetlands, and countless structures had been erected in this large, marshy region. Each of these houses was built in the marsh and supported by about 10 stilts each. Among the many stilt houses, one of them had its doors open, its owner revealed to all under the golden rays of the sun. He was a member of the demi-human race known as lizard men. Lizard men resembled a cross between humans and reptiles. To be precise, lizard men had human-like hands and feet, and were essentially bipedal lizards, although their heads bore no resemblance to those of humans at all. As demi-humans, along with such races as goblins and ogres, they were easily dismissed as savages, due to a lack of technology and the way of life which subsequently resulted. However, they still had a civilization of their own, though it was not very advanced. Mature male lizard men averaged around 190 centimeters tall and weighed over 100 kilograms. Their body mass was not composed of fat, but of bulging muscles, which contributed to an impressive and imposing physique. Reptilian tails sprouted from their waists, which they used to maintain their balance. Their feet were large with webbed toes, optimized for movement in water and marshlands. Therefore, they were not as adept at overland movement, but it did not pose a problem for them given their living environment. Their bodies were covered in scales, whose colors ranged from a dirty-looking green to gray to black. Instead of lizard-like skin, they had tough hides which resembled those of crocodiles, which protected better than lower-end human armor. They had 5-fingered hands, like those of humans, and each finger was tipped with a short claw. The weapons they used were quite primitive because they had never had the chance to mine and refine ores for armaments. Thus, their most commonly used weapons were spears made from the fangs and claws of monsters, as well as stone-headed clubs. The blinding sun hung high in the azure sky, with only a few ephemeral clouds to interrupt the endless expanse of blue. The weather was very good, and one could clearly see the towering peaks in the distance. This lizardman had a broad field of vision, and he could see the blazing sun above even without turning his head. He, Zarusu Shasha, glanced downward briefly, and then descended the stairs at a steady pace. Zarusu clutched at the brand on his black-scaled chest. That brand represented his position in the tribe. Lizardman tribes were a strictly ordered society, and the highest authority among them was the tribe's chief. The position was not hereditary. It was awarded to the strongest person within the tribe. Every year, they would conduct a ceremony to select a new tribal chief. In addition, there was a council of elders who would advise the chief, composed of the eldest members of the community. Below them were the warrior lizard men, the regular lizard men, the lizard women, and the juvenile lizard men. Together they comprised lizardman society. Of course, there were some lizard men who stood outside this hierarchy. First, there were the priests, more of druids, actually who predicted upcoming danger by forecasting the weather or aiding the tribe with curative magic. Then there were the rangers, who formed hunting parties. Their main task was to catch fish, but the regular lizard men would help in that task as well. Thus, their most important job was their activities in the forest. Lizard men were omnivorous, but their main diet was a kind of fish which was around 80 centimeters long, and they disliked vegetables and fruits. Even so, the hunters still had to enter the forest for logging purposes. The land was not safe for lizard men, thus specialists were needed when they went to fell trees. While they could move as they pleased and make their own decisions, they were ultimately subject to the tribal chief's authority. Lizardman society was patrilineal, with clearly defined rules and responsibilities for its members. And yet, there were some who were outside the tribal chief's authority. Those would be the travelers. One might think of foreigners when one heard the word travelers. However, that was impossible. Lizardman society was fundamentally a closed one, and it did not admit anyone outside the tribe. That being the case, what were these travelers? They were lizard men who wanted to explore the world. Fundamentally speaking, lizard men would not leave their birthplaces unless it was a matter of life and death. For instance, when prey had run out, or a similarly dire emergency. Still, there were a rare few lizard men who thirsted for the chance to see the outside world. When a traveler decided to leave his tribe, he would receive a special brand upon his chest. It represented his departure from the tribe and its authority. Often, those who left to travel the outside world did not return. Sometimes they died far from their homes. Sometimes they found a place to stay in the wide new world they had discovered, and so on. However, a rare few did come home after taking their fill of the world. Those travelers who returned to their hometowns were highly acclaimed for the knowledge of the outside world which they brought back with them. They might have been outsiders who had evaded the chief's authority, but in an instant they could become local celebrities. In fact, there were some villagers who kept a respectful distance from Zaryusu, but for the most part the others viewed him with awestruck eyes. However, that was not just because he was a traveler. There was another reason for their admiring gazes. As he stepped onto the marsh from the stairs, his favored weapon clattered at his waist as it touched his scales. That weapon had a pale, razor-sharp edge and emitted a dull glow. It was bizarrely shaped, resembling a sai-tu whose blade and grip blended into one, but the blade grew thinner the further it went from the hilt, until it was paper-thin at its tip. There was no lizardman who did not know of this weapon. It was one of the magic items regarded as the four great treasures of the surrounding lizardman tribes, Frost Pain. The fact that he possessed that weapon was a major source of Zaryusu's fame. Zaryusu strode forth. He had two destinations in mind. On his back was a present which he would take to one of those places. That present was 4 fish, each of which was 1 meter long. He carried them on his back as he strode on, and their odor did not repulse him, but instead tantalized him. How I'd like to eat these fish. Zaryusu had to cast that desire aside while sighing several times as he splashed through the shallow water towards the green claw village. The children, whose green scales were still bright and shiny, giggled and laughed as they ran around Zaryusu, but they ground to a halt once they saw the big fish on his back. He could see growing kids with their ravenous appetites peering at him from the gaps between the houses. Their eyes focused on Zaryusu now, on the fish he carried. Almost all of them had their mouths slightly agape, most likely drooling in anticipation. Even as he drew away from them, their eyes were still glued to him. Those were the eyes of children begging for snacks. Zaryusu smiled bitterly at this and pretended that he had not noticed. Instead, he continued on. He had already decided who would receive this present, but unfortunately it would not be these children. The fact that the glow in the children's eyes was not entirely due to hunger pleased Zaryusu, because it was a sight which would have been unimaginable several years ago. After leaving those longing looks behind him, Zaryusu passed several houses along the way before he found the dwelling that was his destination. He was now at the outskirts of the village, and if he carried on any further, he would no longer be in the marsh, but in a fairly deep part of the lake. The houses built on this subtle dividing line seemed quite sturdy in appearance and were larger than Zaryusu's own. The odd thing was that the house was slightly tilted, with half of it submerged underwater. However, this was by design and not by some external force. Zaryusu approached the house, splashing loudly as he went. As he came close, a playful cry came from within. Perhaps its occupant had scented something. A serpentine head poked out of what should have been a window. It was a snake with deep brown scales and amber eyes. When it spotted Zaryusu, it stretched its neck out and coiled playfully around him. "That's a good boy." Zaryusu caressed the snake's body in a familiar way. The snake seemed to find it very comfortable and closed its eyes, both its eyelids and its nictitating membranes. Zaryusu, too, enjoyed the feeling of the scales under his fingers. This creature was Zaryusu's pet, Rororo. He had raised Rororo from a young age, so it seemed as though it was actually carrying on a conversation with its owner. "Rororo, I've brought food for you. Eat it slowly and don't fight over it." Zaryusu tossed the fish into the house through the window, and soft thuds came from within. "I wanted to play with you, but I have to go check on the fish now, so maybe later." Perhaps the snake understood what its owner was saying, but it reluctantly nuzzled against Zaryusu's body several times before returning to the house. Soon, the sound of tearing flesh and vigorous chewing reached him. The way Rororo ripped into his food suggested that he was in good shape, and so Zaryusu was relieved as he left the little house behind him. After that, Zaryusu's destination was the lakeside some distance from the village. His feet slapped against the ground as he walked into the forest. While swimming would have been faster, Zaryusu had a habit of checking his surroundings to see if anything was going on while he was moving on land. However, given that visibility was very poor in the forest, staying alert took a mental toll even on someone like Zaryusu. Before long, he saw his destination through the trees. The fact that nothing had happened filled Zaryusu with a sense of relief. Zaryusu quickened his pace through the forest now that he was close. After dodging one branch after another, Zaryusu emerged from the woods. It was then that his eyes went wide. That was because he saw someone surprising before him. That someone was a black lizardman who looked very similar to Zaryusu. Ania, 3. It's you. The black lizardman turned to regard Zaryusu with a keen gaze. This lizardman was the chief of the Green Claw tribe, as well as Zaryusu's older brother, Shasaryu Shasha. He had defended his title as chief on 2 previous occasions, and with nobody to challenge him this time round, he had retained his chief's position. His muscular body was one of staggering proportions. If one stood them side by side, Zaryusu and his more balanced body type would appear smaller in comparison. An old white scar marked his black scales, like a thunderbolt arcing through storm clouds. The greatsword on his back was an unadorned, heavy sword almost 2 meters long and forged of steel. It was the symbol of the chief, and it had been enchanted with spells to prevent rust and improve sharpness. Zaryusu approached the lakeside and stood beside his brother. "Why did you come here?" "I should be asking you that. Right, Ania? You don't need to come down in person as the tribe's chief, right?" "Moo." Unable to respond to that, Shasryu grunted and turned back to the lake before him. Sturdy pillars emerged from the lake's surface, enclosing an area between them. Densely woven nets had been strung up between the pillars. Their purpose was immediately obvious. This was a fish farm. "Could it be you came here to pinch food?" Shasryu's tail sprang up in response to Zaryusu's words, and it pounded the ground several times. "Moo, as if. I merely came to see how the breeding went." "Seriously, little bro, do you think your Aniar is someone like that?" After that forceful statement, Shasryu took a step forward. Though Zaryusu was a hardened veteran of many battles from his time as a traveler, that looming sense of pressure, like an encroaching wall, made even someone like him want to back off. However, Zaryusu now had the perfect way to respond to him. "If you were only here to see how they were growing, then that implies you don't want any. What a shame. I was thinking of giving you a few if they had turned out well." "Moo." The sound of pounding faded away, and Shasryu's tail drooped limply. "They're really delicious. You know, I gave them lots of tasty feed and raised them up nice and fat. They're better than the ones caught in the wild." "Yeah. Fresh and lovely juices flow out once you bite into them. Once you actually chew off a piece, the meat practically melts on your tongue." "Moo." The sound of a thumping tail rang out again, more intense than just now. Zaryusu stared at his elder brother's tail, and in a playful tone he added, "Big Sis always did say that your tail was too honest, Ania." "What? Damn woman, how dare she make fun of her husband like that? Besides, how is it honest?" Zaryusu had no idea how to respond to his elder brother, who was staring at his own motionless tail. Eventually, he mumbled something along the lines of, "That's true, HMPH. That damn woman, if you've ever been with one, you'd understand how I feel now. You know, I can't get married." "HMPH, what nonsense is that? You mean that brand? Who gives a damn about those elders? Anyway, not a single female in this village would reject you if you went after them, even if she had a tail that was out of this world." The tails of lizard men were used to store nutrients. Thus, a thick tail was very appealing to members of the opposite sex. Zaryusu would have preferred large-tailed females in his youth, but after growing up and seeing the world, he chose to avoid them as much as possible. "Given the current state of the village, I'm not into females with thick tails. If I had to go by tails, I'd rather have one with a slimmer tail. Personally, I think someone like Big Sis would be all right." "Well, you would think that way, given your personality, but honestly, you shouldn't bed females like that. You might get hurt." "Ha! You should go learn how bad marriage is as well. It's unfair that I'm the only one who has to go through such suffering." "Oi, oi, oi, Ania. If you're not careful, Big Sis will find out about this." "Moo, see. That's part of why marriage is bad. People like you can threaten me. Someone who's your big brother and your chief." Cheerful laughter pealed out over the quiet lake. After Shasryu calmed down from his mirth, he studied the fish farm before him once more. As a complex mix of emotions played through his heart, he murmured in awe, "Still, you've really done some outstanding work here with this." Sensing his older brother's loss for words, the younger brother gave him a helping hand. "The fish farm. Yes, that's it. Nobody's done this before in our tribe, and now everyone knows that raising fish is a workable plan. If this keeps up, a lot of people will begin imitating us in envy." That's all thanks to you, Ania. I know you've been selling the idea to everyone. Zaryusu, what good would it do to just spread the word? It'd be nothing more than idle chatter. What really counted was your hard work in breeding all those delicious fish from this farm. Of course, he had failed many times when he had first begun setting up the fish farm. After all, it was merely an idea he had after being inspired by what he had seen and heard of in his travels. Even the surrounding net had broken down countless times, and it had taken a full year of trial and error before he could build a functioning fish farm. And yet, things had not ended there. The fish had to be tended, and they had to be fed. He had tossed in all sorts of feed to see which would be most effective, and as a result, he had killed all the fish in the farm more than once. There had even been cases where monsters had broken down the net penning in the fish, sending him back to square one. People had pointed and whispered behind his back about how he was using caught fish as toys, and some had even gone and called him an idiot to his face. However, his hard work had now borne fruit. Large fish swam placidly beneath the surface of the lake. They were bigger than fish caught in the wild. No lizardman would believe that they had been raised from fry. Well, nobody except for Zaryusu's elder brother and his sister-in-law. You did good, Zaryusu. Shasryu murmured his praise as he looked on the same scenery as his younger brother. His voice contained undertones of various emotions blending together. It's all thanks to you. Nia, his younger brother's reply was colored with similar complexity. Moo, what did I do? Indeed, his brother, Shasryu, had not done anything to help. However, that was only in reference to taking direct action. Whenever anything had happened to the fish, a priest would immediately show up. Many people had come to help him collect materials to weave the nets. And when the tribesmen brought fish back to share, they would give him the healthiest fish. Meanwhile, the hunters had delivered fruits for use as feed. All of these helpers adamantly refused to reveal the identity of the person who had sent them, but no matter how stupid Zaryusu was, he could tell who had asked them to give him a hand, as well as the fact that said person did not wish to make his identity known. That was because a tribal chief helping someone who had separated himself from the tribe was very inappropriate. Ania, when the fish get bigger, I'll make sure you're first in line to get one. Oh, I'll look forward to that. Shasryu turned to walk away, and then he quietly said, I'm sorry. What are you saying, Ania? After all, you did nothing wrong. He did not know if Shasryu had heard those words. All Zaryusu could do was watch silently as his elder brother left, walking along the lake's shore. After inspecting the conditions at the fish farm, Zaryusu returned to the village. Then, a strange hunch made him suddenly look to the sky. There was nothing unusual there. The only thing he could see in the clear blue sky were the cloud-wreathed peaks to the north. In other words, the scenery was perfectly normal. There was nothing unusual there. Just as he wondered if he might be imagining things, he noticed a strange cloud in the sky. At the same time, thick clouds which blotted out the sun suddenly appeared over the center of the village. They were so dense and widespread that they plunged the entire village into darkness. Shocked, everyone looked to the sky. The priests had said that today would be sunny. Their weather predictions were quite accurate, being that they were based on magic and knowledge gained over long years of experience. Thus, it was quite a surprise that their weather forecast had turned out wrong. However, the strange thing was that there were no clouds in the sky except in the air directly above the village. It was as though someone had summoned those clouds into being there. This strange scene continued to play out. The clouds began revolving around the village, and as they did, they spread out to cover a wider area. It was as though these mysterious clouds were rapidly eating away the sky. This was highly unusual. The lizardman warriors hurriedly prepared for battle. Their children fled into the houses. Zaryusu lowered his stance and glanced around himself, one hand closing around Frost Pain's hilt. The dark clouds now filled the air overhead, but in the distance one could still see the blue sky. The clouds only covered the village. It was at this moment that he heard a sound made by lizardmen, which came from the center of the village. It was a shrill piping carried on the wind. It was a warning. It warned of a powerful enemy and the need to flee right away. As he heard the warning, Zaryusu immediately began running through the marshes, at what passed for a sprint among lizard men. He ran and he ran and he ran some more. While it was hard to sprint in the wetlands, Zaryusu kept his balance by shifting his tail's position. With a speed no human being could attain, granted, Lizard men were better suited for this terrain. He reached the place from which the warning had come. Zaryusu and the warriors formed a circle that looked at the center of the village. His eyes followed theirs, and soon he was staring as well. Their many lines of sight converged on one place, a monster which resembled a cloud of roiling black mist. Countless dreadful, ever-changing faces emerged from within the mist. The faces belonged to many races and species, but the one thing they all had in common was the fact that they all bore agonized expressions. The wind carried the sounds of weeping, cries of agony, the gnashing of teeth, and the last gasps of the dying to them. The endless tide of spine-chilling noise made Zaryusu shiver in fear. This is bad. We should let the others flee so Ainz and I can take care of this. But if we do that, Zaryusu was easily one of the top combatants among the scattered tribes, and yet even he was afraid of the powerful undead being before him. Right now, the only people who could hold their own against this sort of opponent were probably himself and his elder brother. The most important thing was that Zaryusu still did not know what special abilities that undead creature possessed. Glancing around, he noticed that all the warrior lizard men around him were panting and nervous, like frightened children. The monster that had seized the center of the village had not yet made a move. He did not know how much time had passed. In this tense atmosphere, the slightest movement, even that of the wind blowing against the grass, might signal the beginning of a cataclysmic battle. The best proof of that was the warriors, who were slowly edging towards their foe. They shrugged off the immense stress bearing down on them and moved. Zaryusu saw Shasaryu draw his sword from the corner of his eye. With a speed to match his, Zaryusu raised his weapon as well. If there was to be fighting, their plan was to take the lead and charge the enemy before anyone else. This shouldn't count as reckless if we manage to reveal the enemy's special abilities to everyone. The tension in the air grew thicker. And then the wails suddenly stopped. The monster spoke with the voices of many, blended together into one. Unlike the vague, unfocused curses from earlier, this voice had a clear purpose. Listen well. I am a minion of the Supreme One, come to relay a message to you. A wave of commotion spread through the crowd. Everyone looked at each other. Only Zaryusu and Shasaryu remained focused on the monster. I formally proclaim that your days are numbered, for the Supreme One has dispatched his troops to eliminate you. However, in his mercy, the Supreme One shall grant you the freedom to fight, however futile it might be, for your lives. 8 days from now, your tribe shall become the second sacrifice among the lizard men tribes of this lake. Zaryusu's face turned feral. He bared his teeth and gave voice to a threatening growl. Struggle with all your might. Then the Supreme One shall delight in marking your efforts. The mist-like, polymorphic monster floated into the sky. Do not forget, in 8 days' time, the monster floated into the clear blue sky, toward the forest. As the other lizard men watched it leave, Zaryusu and Shasaryu merely stared into the distant heavens. The largest hut in the village, the one which typically served as a meeting place, saw little use under normal circumstances. After all, the chief held absolute authority within the village, so there was hardly any need to hold meetings. Thus, it was a meeting place in name only. However, a bizarre energy filled the hut today. It was currently jam-packed with many lizard men, and the originally spacious interior was now very cramped. Apart from the warrior lizard men, the priests, hunters, elders, and the traveler Zaryusu were present. They sat cross-legged on the ground, looking towards Shasaryu. As the tribe's chief, Shasaryu announced the beginning of the meeting, and then the head of the priests was the first to speak. She was an aged lizard woman, her body painted with sinister-looking white markings. Apparently they had some sort of significance, but Zaryusu did not know what that significance was. Does everyone remember the clouds that covered the sky? That was magic. I know of 2 spells which can control the weather. The first is Control Weather, a spell of the 6th tier. However, that cannot be the case here, because a magic caster who could wield such magic would be a legendary figure. The other is a spell of the 4th tier, Control Clouds. Only a powerful magic caster could work such a spell, and only a fool would oppose such a person. The similarly painted priests nodded in approval from where they were lined up behind the high priestess. Zaryusu understood how powerful that was, but many others could not understand how powerful the spell was even after being told that it was magic of the 4th tier. The room soon filled with puzzled muttering. The high priestess looked baffled, unsure of how to explain the situation to them. Then she pointed to one of the lizard men. Said lizardman had a baffled expression on his face as well, and pointed to himself. Yes, do you think you could beat me in a fight? The indicated lizardman hurriedly shook his head. He might be able to win if the fight was limited to weapons, but if the use of magic was also allowed, then his odds of victory were slim. No, slim did not cover it. A mere warrior like him would have no chance at all. Even so, someone like me can only use magic of the second tier at best. In other words, that person's twice as strong as you, High Priestess. The High Priestess did not know who had asked that question, but she sighed and shook her head as she heard it. It isn't just being twice as strong. Anyone who can use fourth-tier spells could kill our chief easily. She fell silent after qualifying her statement with, well, it's not a given, but it's very likely. Now that they knew how powerful fourth-tier spells were, the interior of the meeting hall fell silent. Then Shasryu spoke again. So what you're trying to say, High Priestess, is that I think we'd be better off fleeing. We stand no chance no matter how hard we fight. What the hell are you saying? An imposing-looking lizardman leapt to his feet with a bass growl. He was easily the size of Shasryu, and he was the head warrior of the tribe. You're telling us to run without a fight. How could we flee from mere threats? Are you retarded? I'm saying that by the time we fight, it'll be too late for us. The High Priestess jumped up as well, her angry eyes locked with those of the head warrior. Both of them began growling in low, dangerous tones. Just as the words powder keg flashed through everyone's minds, a cold voice spoke. Get a grip, both of you. The head warrior and the High Priestess blinked like they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Then they turned to look at Shasryu. They apologized and then sat down. Head hunter, tell me what you think. I understand the opinions of the head warrior and the High Priestess and agree with what they have to say. Shasryu's question was answered by a skinny lizardman. That said, calling him skinny was doing him a disservice. His build was more on the wiry than the muscly-bound side. Therefore, since there is still some time, should we not carefully observe the changes around us? The opposition says they will send an army, so it makes sense that they will encamp. That requires a lot of preparation work, so why don't we decide after seeing what the enemy does? There's no point going back and forth while we don't know anything. Murmurs to that effect could be heard in the background. Elders, I can't make a decision here. All the opinions stated have their merits. The rest is up to you. Our chief, Mu. Shasryu's eyes shifted and met Zaryusu's. His gaze seemed to convey an approving nod. Thus, with a feeling like he had been gently pushed forward from behind, and perhaps into danger, Zaryusu raised his hand to share his opinion. Chief, I would like to say something. The attention of all the lizard men converged on Zaryusu. Everyone looked expectantly toward him. Of course, some of those eyes were filled with anger. How dare you address us? Traveler, you should be glad we allowed you in here at all, came the rebuke from one of the elders. Now sit down, and there was a loud thump of a tail forcefully striking the ground. It cleaved the elder's words in half like a sharp blade. Shut up. There was a frightening undertone to Shasryu's voice. It was laced with the low growling any lizardman made when they were angry. Nobody dared interrupt him when he was like this, and the tension in the hut rose like the tide. The mounting heat in the air froze solid. Just then, one of the elders spoke up. However, he had not realized that there were many reproachful looks directed at him, urging him not to cause any more problems. But Chief, you can't give him special treatment even though he might be your brother. Travelers are. Did I or did I not tell you to shut up? Ooh. Everyone at this meeting was invited because they have some relevant insights on the issue. Is it strange to ask a traveler his opinion? But travelers are. Your chief has declared that it is fine. Or are you saying that you intend to defy my orders? Shasryu turned his eye from the now silent elder to the other tribal leaders. High Priestess, Head Warrior, Head Hunter, do you also think there's no point in hearing him out? There is value in Zaryusu's words. The head warrior replied before anyone else. No warrior would reject the opinion of the one who bears frost pain. I think so too. It's worth listening to him, the head hunter said in a casual tone. The last was the High Priestess, who simply shrugged and replied, Of course we should hear him out. Only an idiot would choose to ignore the advice of an experienced individual. The Council of Elders frowned under this barrage of mockery. Shasryu nodded at the replies of the three leaders, and then raised his chin to indicate that Zaryusu should speak. While still seated, Zaryusu said, If I had to choose between fleeing or fighting, I would choose the latter. Oh, and why is that? Because it is the only real option we have. Normally speaking, he would have to explain his reasons for saying so if the chief asked for them, but Zaryusu did not elaborate. His attitude seemed to say, that's all there is. Shasryu cupped his chin with his hand, and he looked like he was deep in thought. Don't tell me you've realized it as well, Anya. As Zaryusu struggled to keep his thoughts from showing up on his face, the high priestess spoke up, a discomforted expression on her face. Still, can we win? Of course, the head warrior shouted with an intensity that could evaporate the unease in the air, but the high priestess merely narrowed her eyes. No, I think given our present situation, our chances of victory are very low. Zaryusu answered on her behalf, denying the head warrior's words. And what do you mean by that, head warrior? The enemy should be fully aware about us, about our fighting strength. Otherwise, they would not sneer so openly at us. That being the case, if we fight them with our current strength, we will not be able to win. Then what should we do? As that thought flickered through everyone's minds, Zaryusu concealed his true intentions and seized the initiative. That means we'll need to defy their expectations. Does everyone still remember that war from the past? Of course, someone replied. Nobody here was stupid enough to have forgotten the incident that had happened several years ago. Or rather, they would have remembered the fighting no matter how stupid they were. 7 tribes had occupied this marsh in the past. They were the Green Claw, Small Fang, Razor Tail, Dragon Tusk, Yellow Speckle, Sharp Edge, and Red Eye tribes. However, only 5 of those tribes remained now. That was because there had been a war which had taken many lives and wiped out 2 tribes. The cause of that war had been the inability to catch enough fish to feed their people. Eventually, the hunters were forced to leave their territory and fish outside it. Every tribe had done this. Before long, the hunters from each tribe encountered each other at their fishing spots. Since this matter concerned the food supplies of their respective tribes, they could not back down. Soon enough, arguments turned to violence, and that violence claimed lives. After that, the warriors of each tribe began traveling with their hunters to back them up, and thus battles broke out over food. The war dragged in 5 of the 7 tribes, with the Green Claw, Little Fang, and Razor Tail tribes on one side against the Yellow Speckle and Sharp Edge tribes. It became a state of total war that did not just involve their warriors, but even the average male and female lizardmen. After repeated all-out battles, the alliance containing the Green Claw was victorious, while the other 2 tribes were so worn down they could not function as tribes any further and disbanded. However, the tribeless lizardmen were absorbed by the Dragon Tusk, who had not taken part in the fighting. The irony was that the lack of food which had led to the war was solved by the decrease in the lizardman population in the marsh, because everyone who survived now had enough fish to live on. What does that war have to do with what's happening now? Think about what our enemy said. He mentioned that this village was the second. That implies that they sent messengers to other villages, right? Oh, murmurs of understanding rose from the crowd as they realized what Zaryusu meant. In other words, you want to reform the alliance. Then, no way. He's right. We should renew our alliance. Like the war from the past. Does that mean we could win? The whisperings from the gathered lizardmen grew louder and louder. Everyone within the hut talked about the plausibility of Zaryusu's suggestion, but Shasryu remained silent. He did not seem like he was going to speak. Zaryusu did not dare look his brother, and that gaze of his which seemed to see through his thoughts, in the eye. After enough time had passed for everyone to discuss the matter, Zaryusu spoke again. I hope you don't get the wrong idea. What I mean is for us to ally with all the tribes. Say what? The head hunter, who was the second person present to realize what he was getting at, exclaimed in surprise. Zaryusu stared intently at Shasryu, and every lizardman in their way cleared a path for them. I would suggest forming an alliance with the Dragon Tusk and the Red Eye tribes as well. Chief, that bombshell sent ructions through everyone present. They had not had any prior dealings with the Dragon Tusk and Red Eye tribes, and they had abstained from fighting during the tribal war. In addition, the Dragon Tusk had taken in the survivors of the Yellow Speckle and Sharp Edge tribes, so it made sense to consider them a potentially problematic tribe in future. Still, if they could ally with those 2 tribes, it would form a 5-tribe alliance. If it worked out, they might have a chance to survive. Just as everyone dared hope for that, Shasryu asked tersely, "Who will be our envoy? Let me go." Zaryusu's prompt answer did not startle Shasryu. He knew Zaryusu well, and in all likelihood, he had already anticipated an answer like this. The lizard men around them murmured about how there was no better candidate for this, but one person expressed his dissatisfaction. Sending a traveler, it was Shasryu. His icy cold gaze pierced Zaryusu. That's right, Chief. This is an emergency, and if the other side won't hear me out because I'm a traveler, then they're not worth allying with. Zaryusu returned the cold stare. After looking at each other for a while, Shasryu smiled sadly. Perhaps he had given up on his brother, or on persuading him from his course, or he had already acknowledged that he was the best man for the job, but it was a genuine, unclouded smile. Take the chief's seal with you. The seal symbolized that the bearer acted with the chief's authority, and it was not something a traveler could be allowed to possess. Several members of the Elder Council made to speak, but they withered under Shasryu's keen glare and swallowed their words. Thank you very much. Zaryusu bowed deeply in thanks. After that, Shasryu continued. I will appoint our envoys to the other tribes. First, night fell, and with it came a cool breeze. The humidity and heat made the marshlands feel oppressively hot, but once night came, that feeling slowly subsided. In fact, once the night winds blew, it even felt a little chilly. Of course, these changes in the weather meant nothing to the lizard men and their thick hides. Zaryusu padded along the marsh, headed for his pet Rororo's home. While there was still some time, an emergency might crop up. In addition, there was no guarantee that the enemy might stick to their agreement, and they might do something to impede Zaryusu. After considering these factors, Zaryusu came to the conclusion that riding Rororo out was the best course of action. The sound of Zaryusu's footsteps slowed down, and eventually they stopped. He carried a pack filled with all manner of items, which shuddered mightily as he ground to a halt. The reason why he had stopped was because he saw a familiar-looking lizardman emerge from behind Rororo's hut. Under the moonlight, they exchanged glances, and then the black-scaled lizardman tilted his head in puzzlement at the stationary Zaryusu. Then he closed the distance between them. I've always felt that you ought to have been chief. This was the first thing that Zaryusu's elder brother Shasryu had said since he had approached him. What are you saying? Anya, do you remember the war? Of course. Zaryusu had been the one who had brought it up before the tribe. How could he not remember? Then, he realized that Shasryu had probably been thinking the same thing as well. Do you know how much I regretted branding you when you became a traveler after the war? I thought that I should have tried to stop you, even if I had to do so by force. Zaryusu shook his head. His brother's face from back then was still stuck deep in his heart. But because you granted me permission to be a traveler, I could return after learning how to farm fish. You could probably have figured out a way to do that by staying in this village. A smart man like you ought to be leading us. Anya, one could not take back the events of the past. Therefore, talking about maybes was meaningless at this point. Still, were they discussing these matters because they were actually weak inside? No, that could not be. I'm telling you this not as the tribe's chief, but as your brother. I'm not going to ask. Will you be all right by yourself? But you must come back safely. Don't push yourself too hard. Zaryusu smiled at those words. Of course, I'll come back after completing my mission. It ought to be easy. Shasryu went moo, and then smiled bitterly. So if you fail, I'll be helping myself to the fattest fish in your farm then. Anya, that sort of thing doesn't bother me. And really, saying things like that at this juncture doesn't make you look strong at all. Moo. And then the two of them smiled. Eventually, they looked at each other again with serious expressions on their faces. Then, are your intentions merely to secure an alliance? What are you saying? What are you trying to say? Zaryusu's eyes narrowed, and then he thought, crap. Given his brother's keen insight, his reaction just now was very bad for him. You seemed to be holding something back during the meeting. It was almost as though you were trying to guide everyone's thoughts. Shasryu continued speaking to the dumbfounded Zaryusu. I believe that one of the reasons for that war was because the petty disputes between each tribe went away and the number of lizard men increased. Anya, please don't say any more. Zaryusu's iron tones only seemed to lend credence to Shasryu's words. So, that was it. It's the only way to keep a war like that from happening again. Zaryusu spoke those words with a hint of resignation in his voice. He felt his scheme was a wicked and despicable one. If possible, he would like to have kept it from his brother. Then, what do you plan to do if the other tribes refuse an alliance? There's no way we can compete with them if our people have been depleted by flight and warfare. If that happens, we'll have to eliminate them first. So we're going to start by killing our own people. Ania, as he heard the pleading note in Zaryusu's voice, Shasryu laughed as though he thought nothing of it. I understand. There's nothing wrong with your way of thinking. In fact, I agree with it too. The leader of a tribe must concern themselves with the survival of their tribe, so don't worry. Brother, thank you. Then shall I bring the other tribes to our village? No. If that monster was telling the truth, our village will be the second target. So in all likelihood, the fiercest fighting will occur at the first village to be attacked. Under normal circumstances, it would be best to gather at one of the later targets or at a more defensible village. However, if our villages are burned down, life after the war will be very hard for us. Therefore, it would be best to make our stand at the first village to be attacked. As for communications, I'll ask the High Priestess to keep in touch with you using magic. So could you guide the other leaders directly to the rendezvous point? I understand. It would be difficult to send a lot of information using the spell his brother had in mind, and it would not work at all if the distance between them was too great. It was a barely passable communication method. However, Zaryusu felt that it would suffice, given the circumstances. Also, I'll be taking the fish in your farm as rations. Naturally. However, I hope you'll leave the fry and the young fish. The farm's just gotten on track recently, and even if we have to abandon the village, sparing the fry will help the farm in future. I promise you that. Then how many people can those fish feed? If you include the dried ones, there should be enough for about 1,000 people. Is that so? Then our food problem will be solved for the time being. I'll leave that to you. Then I'll be heading out. Ania Rororo. A serpent head poked itself from the window in response to Zaryusu's call. Its scales gleamed wetly in the pale moonlight. They sparkled faintly as their angle changed, producing a scene of phantasmal beauty. We're heading out. Can you come to me? Rororo looked at Zaryusu and Shasaryu and then pulled its head back in. That was followed by a burbling and the sound of something heavy on the move. Then, Ania, I'd like to ask you something. How many people do you plan to evacuate? Depending on the circumstances, I may need to use that number as a negotiation tool. Shasaryu only hesitated for a moment before answering. 12 warriors, 20 hunters, 3 priests, 70 males, 100 females, and some of the children. I see, I get it. Zaryusu fell silent after seeing Shasaryu's tired smile. Then, the sound of water splashing echoed through the oppressive atmosphere. The two of them looked to the sound source, and they smiled nostalgically. Moo, it's grown up pretty well. I was quite shocked when I entered its hut. Same here. Ania, I didn't think it'd get so big. After all, it was pretty small when I found it. I find that hard to believe. After all, it was already quite big by the time you brought it back to the village. Just as the two of them reminisced over the way Rororo looked when it was young, 4 serpentine heads popped out of the water near the hut. They approached Zaryusu and Shasaryu. Just then, the serpent heads suddenly reared up, revealing a massive form hidden within the water. Its 4 reptilian heads were joined to its body by long necks, and said body had 4 legs. It was a magical beast, a hydra. That was the name of Rororo's species. It was no simple snake, given the fact that it made chewing noises when Zaryusu had tossed it fish. Rororo was 5 meters long, but it was a nimble navigator and soon made its way to Zaryusu's side. Like a monkey climbing a tree, Zaryusu gracefully clambered onto Rororo's body. You must come back safely. Also, don't worry too much about things. Getting worked up and shouting, I won't let anyone die today, is your style. It seems I've grown up a little now. Shasryu snorted as he heard this. And so the brat has become a man who can stand on his own. Forget it. In any event, take care of yourself. If you don't return, then we'll know who to attack first. I'll come back safely. Wait for me, Ania. After that, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes brimming with emotion, and then they parted ways. 3. There were many rooms on the 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. The private quarters of the guild members and the NPCs notwithstanding, there was also a large bath, a dining room, a beauty salon, a clothing shop, a convenience store, a skin care center, a manicure parlor, and many other such things. A stunning variety of facilities were available here, encompassing just about every form of service or good imaginable. These facilities were largely meaningless in the game. They had most likely been created because their creators were sticklers for detail and wanted the great underground tomb of Nazareth to fit the image of an archaeology. Alternatively, it might have been a psychological response to the miserable living conditions they faced in the real world. And then there was the interior of one of these rooms. It was run by the sous chef of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. While he normally showed his skills in the dining room on certain times and dates, he would come to this place to prepare food for all to enjoy. This room was themed to resemble a small cocktail bar with few regular patrons, and the interior was gently lit with dim lamps. It contained a liquor cabinet, a counter, and 8 chairs before it. Though the room was simply furnished, the sous chef thought of it as a place where people could quietly drink in peace. This place which he had been granted was like his personal fortress, and it filled him with satisfaction. However, a few minutes after receiving this first-time customer, he realized that the atmosphere was directly related to the nature of its clientele. Glug, glug, glug. Few were, judging by the sound, the customer in question had just finished a drink in one gulp. As he cleaned a wineglass, the sous chef idly thought, if you want to drink like that, there are better places for you to be. And indeed, there was a social bar and a club on the 9th floor, so there was no need for her to come here and drink like this. With a thump, the glass, probably a shot glass, judging by the size, slammed down on the counter. The sous chef struggled against the anger which threatened to twist his face. "Give me another," sous chef obliged, filling the glass once more. After pouring distilled vodka into it, he added some #1 blue food coloring. Then he gently mixed it before handing it over. This drink is called Maiden's Tears. He had made the name up on the spot as the girl before him gave him a doubtful look. Apparently, she had never seen a drink being mixed before because her expression immediately turned to one of gratitude. Oh, so the spreading blue color represents tears then. Yes, that's right. He spoke that lie without any hesitation whatsoever. She raised the glass and downed it in one gulp like she was polishing off a coffee milk after a hot bath. Then, like before, she slammed the glass down on the counter with all her might. I think it's getting to me. Well, you've been drinking it too quickly. How about going back to rest for tonight? No, I don't want to. I see. Sous chef picked up his glass and began polishing it again. His irritation built as the girl stared at him. If you want to say it, then just come out and say it. That's why women are so troublesome. My clients should be elegant gentlemen, not annoying women. Can I ban women from this place? I guess not. That would disrespect the supreme beings. Still, that was a mistake on my part. This woman had been invited here by nobody other than himself. When he had met her on the 9th floor, he had seen her from behind and worried that she was depressed. Thus he had made conversation with her, something which he now regretted. Still, since he had invited her here as a guest, then he ought to treat her as a bar's owner would. I need to be hospitable. Even if I am serving her drinks I've slapped together out of whatever's handy. After preparing himself, he asked a question. Is something wrong, Sholtir-sama? In that moment, the girl, Sholtir, opened her mouth. It would seem she had been waiting for that question for a long time. It would also seem that his guess had been off the mark. Sorry, I don't want to talk about it. Are you kidding me? And then his face wrinkled in a frown. However, Sholtir could not interpret the facial expressions of Myconids, and so she did not comment on it. Instead, she used her finger to toy with the glass before her. I think I'm a bit drunk. Really now? As if Sholtir might have felt that she was drunk, but sous chef was utterly convinced that it was not the case. Drunkenness was similar to being poisoned. Thus, it was impossible for someone who was immune to poison to get intoxicated. As one of the undead, Sholtir was immune to poison, so she could not possibly be drunk. The fact was that the people who came here removed the items which made them immune to poison, or they came to enjoy the atmosphere while knowing that they would not get drunk. Still, Sholtir believed that she was drunk. That was probably true. She was intoxicated by the ambience. Just as sous chef was wondering what he should do next, he heard a most wonderful sound. He turned and bowed to its source. Welcome. Hi, Peaky. He had gained that nickname because he looked quite similar to a certain mushroom. The person who had addressed him by that nickname was one of his regular customers, assistant head butler Eclair. He was accompanied by the manservant who was carrying Eclair by his waist. Eclair was deposited onto one of the stools, as was customary. This was because Eclair was only 100 centimeters tall and had trouble climbing onto the stools by himself. He was baffled by why two of his customers, who were seated side by side, had not greeted each other. Then he glanced over to Scholtier and found that her head was lowered, and she seemed to be muttering to herself. He could faintly make out something which sounded like an apology to the Supreme One, Ainz Ooal Gown. With a somewhat exaggerated motion, Eclair signaled for a drink. "I'll have that one." Understood. There was only one drink which came to mind when he said, "that one." That would be a 10-colored cocktail made with 10 different liquors, Nazarick. Not only was the cocktail visually attractive, but its taste was pleasing to the palate. His frequent customers approved mightily of it and felt that it was worthy of the name, Nazarick, but this was not something he would recommend to others. Sous Chef had experimented repeatedly to fine-tune the flavor, but he did not know when it would be complete. With practiced movements, he poured the 10-colored cocktail and placed it before Eclair. "This is for you, miss." And then what followed was a whoosh and a crash. Perhaps Eclair was trying to slide the glass across to her over the counter, but only a manga character or a very skillful person could do so. A penguin was neither. He picked up the fallen glass and breathed a sigh of relief after he saw that it was undamaged. He wiped up the spilled liquor and then fixed Eclair with an unhappy look. "Could I trouble you not to flail around with your flippers? If you insist on doing so, I will have you carted out in a bucket." "My sincerest apologies." Scholtier raised her head. It would seem she had realized Eclair's presence thanks to their two-man act. "Ara, if it isn't Eclair, it's been a while. It's been well, it seems I keep running into you whenever you come to the 9th floor." "Really?" "Yes. Still, I didn't expect to find you here. I always thought only Demiurge came here. Among the Guardians, I believe once he came here to drink with Carcetus." "Oh, really?" Scholtier's eyes went wide as she heard about her colleagues. "Still, what happened to make you like this?" "I just made a big no. I made a terrible mistake. So I came here like a dejected guardian to drown my sorrows in drink." A puzzled look came over Eclair's face, and he asked the sous chef with his eyes, "What's with this girl?" However, he did not know either, so all he could do was shake his head in response. However, he still hoped that everyone could be happy here while they drank. With that in mind, Peaky suggested something which surprised the two of them. "How about trying something to change your moods? A glass of apple juice." Perhaps, the two of them froze as they heard this. "Made with apples harvested from the 6th floor." Those words seemed to interest them, and they nodded in unison. He was pleased to see their earnest response. Soon, he had 2 cups of ordinary-looking apple juice on the counter. Sous Chef glanced to the manservant, wondering if he wanted any as well, but the offer was silently declined as usual. Naturally, he had a straw for Eclair, who was an avian. "It tastes delicious. It's pretty good, but it lacks impact. Perhaps it's not sweet enough." That was the feedback the two of them gave after downing their drinks in one shot. "Well, it can't be helped. I've had those apples before, and they're not as sweet as the ones stored in Nazarick. Is there an apple tree on the 6th floor? I don't recall one." Apparently, Scholtier had heard of that before, because she answered before he could. "Could those be the apples Ainz brought back? I heard from Albedo about a plan to replenish our consumables, where we'd grow seeds from the outside in Nazarick to see if they would bear fruit." Peaky had heard of that as well. He had also been ordered to use all sorts of food from the outside to make dishes, in order to see if they could boost their eaters' stats. "Yes, I heard that too. If it works out, there's going to be an orchard too. However, it just isn't sweet enough." "No, it's not undrinkable yet. Perhaps this fruit juice would be perfect if you wanted to cleanse your palate." "Still, who's planting them? Aura and Mare are both outside. Are the magical beasts in charge of it?" "No, no. That would be the dryad Ainz brought back from the outside." Eclair's face seemed to be saying, "Who?" In contrast, Scholtier's seemed to be saying, "Ah, I see. So this is a case of the right person for the job." Could it be that Ainz was thinking about something like this from back then? "What's the matter? Has someone new come to Nazarick?" Scholtier answered Eclair's question. He had seen the Dryad before, but he did not know the details. Thus, he pricked up his ears and listened. The Dryad had been brought back after that battle to gauge the Guardians' ability to fight as a group. Apparently, there had been some sort of deal made with the Dryad, which resulted in the Dryad being brought to Nazarick to be an apple farmer. Which means Nazarick is constantly improving and growing, right? The two of them nodded at Eclair's words. He was the sous chef, so he was not quite sure about the details of this matter and the future plans for the great underground tomb of Nazarick. However, he now understood that the last supreme being who remained here, Ainz Ooal Gown, was attempting to conserve their strength in this world and planning to grow his power further. I see. That means that in future, Nazarick might have many more newcomers like the Dryad. Am I correct? Sholtia puffed up her cheeks in displeasure after hearing Eclair's words. I certainly hope not. How can we let these trash walk freely about the places which the supreme beings built? He felt the same way too. He could not help but frown as he thought about the dwellings of the supreme beings being stained by outsiders. However, there was one thing which overshadowed these feelings. Still, we have to bear with it because that is Ain't Sama's will. The word of the Supreme Being, Ainz Ooal Gown, was absolute. If he said that something white was black, then it would certainly turn black. I don't intend to defy Ain't Sama's decision. The other two nodded to the shrieking Sholtir. Then we will need to be ever more loyal to Ain't Sama as examples for the masses. Of course, I feel that nobody other than you will betray Ain't Sama. Exactly. Ah, yes, Sholtir. What do you think? Right now, I can guarantee you a lofty position. Eclair began his usual and never successful recruitment spiel, but it was drowned out by a bizarre cry. Nuwu, Sholtir grabbed her head as she shrieked before them. Her moaning was filled with pledges of loyalty. What happened? Her tone seems different from usual. In response to Eclair's question, sous chef merely shook his head and shrugged. Who knows? 2. Chinese letter, Sai, a traditional Okinawan three-pronged melee weapon. 3. Chinese letter, Ania, an archaic form of address for elder brother. 4. Myconids are a race of ambulatory fungus creatures. Sous chef is a member of this race. Chapter 2, Gathering Lizardmen, when the sun was high in the sky after half a day's ride on Rororo. Zaryusu reached his destination without encountering any of the enemies he had been worried about. There were several houses here which resembled those of the Green Claw tribe, surrounded by barricades of sharpened stakes pointing out on all sides. The gaps between the stakes were fairly large, but they were enough to keep away monsters like Rororo. There were fewer structures here than in the Green Claw tribe, but each of them was larger. Therefore, he could not determine which tribe had more people. Each building flew a flag which waved in the wind. Said flag was emblazoned with the lizardman symbol for Red Eye. Indeed, this was the first destination Zaryusu had picked, the tribal dwelling place of the Red Eye tribe. After looking around, Zaryusu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they still lived where his past information had told him they would be. He had feared that they had migrated after the previous war, and he would have to start by finding their tribe. Looking back at the direction from which he came, Zaryusu saw his own village at the limits of his vision. They must surely be preparing an ample welcome for their incoming guests. While he had felt uneasy when he had left his village, he was quite certain now that they would not be attacked. The best proof of that was Zaryusu's safe arrival here. While he was not sure if that was an oversight by that so-called Supreme One, or if this development fell within the predicted scope of events, it would seem the enemy did not intend to go back on their word, and neither did they intend to stop the lizardmen from preparing themselves. Of course, even if the forces of that Supreme whatever did show up, Zaryusu had no choice but to follow through with all his might. Zaryusu dismounted from Rororo and stretched lazily. Although riding Rororo for long periods of time made his muscles stiff, stretching like that filled him with comfort. After that, Zaryusu indicated that Rororo should stay where he was and wait. Then he took out some dried fish from his saddlebags and fed them to Rororo for brunch. Originally, he had intended to have his people bring their rations here, but he could not give that order because it might have damaged the Red Eye's hunting grounds. After patting all of Rororo's heads, Zaryusu set forth by himself. If he had kept Rororo by his side, the presence of the Hydra might leave the other side too wary to come out and speak. Since Zaryusu had come to propose an alliance, he did not want to pressure them unduly. Water splashed around his feet as he advanced. From the corner of his eye, Zaryusu noticed several warriors of the Red Eye tribe following his movements from within the barricade. Much like the warriors of the Green Claw tribe, they wore no armor and carried long spears, each of which was essentially a long stick tipped with a sharpened head of bone. Others carried slings, but the fact that none of them had discharged projectiles at him suggested that they had no intention of attacking right away. Zaryusu did not wish to agitate them either, so he slowly drew closer until he reached their main gate. Then he turned to the lizard men watching him warily and shouted at the top of his voice, "I am Zaryusu Shasher of the Green Claw tribe. I seek an audience with your chief." After some time, an old lizardman holding a gnarled staff arrived. He was trailed by 5 strapping members of his tribe. The old lizardman's body was painted with white designs. Is he their high priest? Zaryusu cut an impressive figure even as he stood there waiting. Currently, they were equals, thus, he could not show any sign of weakness. Zaryusu remained still even as the priest inspected the brand upon his chest. "I am Zaryusu Shasher of the Green Claw. There is something I must discuss with you. Though I do not wish to welcome you, our leader has decided to grant you an audience. Come with me." This roundabout reply left Zaryusu somewhat confused. What baffled him was why he did not call their leader chief. In addition, they had not asked him for any proof of his identity. That said, it would be troublesome if he spoke too much and upset them. With a vague sense that something was wrong, Zaryusu followed behind the group of lizard men. He was taken to a well-appointed little house. It was easily larger than Zaryusu's brother's house, back in his village. The walls were decorated with designs drawn with rare paints, implying the high status of its occupant. Curiously enough, this house lacked windows, though it had ventilation holes scattered throughout its walls. Like any other lizardman, Zaryusu could see just fine in the dark. However, that did not imply they enjoyed living in darkness. That being the case, why did this leader live in a dark little hut like this? Questions like that popped up in Zaryusu's mind, but nobody would answer them for him. Looking back, he saw that the priest and the warriors who had led him here were nowhere to be found. When he had first heard the people leading him tell everyone else to leave, he had thought they were being too careless, and he had almost asked why they had done this. However, once Zaryusu learned that the request came from the village's leader, its acting chief, his respect towards the person within the hut only grew. Zaryusu had promised his elder brother that he would return safely, but that did not imply he had to come back unharmed. Surrounding him with armed warriors to apply pressure would do no good. Rather, if they had done that, he would have been disappointed at their lack of insight. However, if the opposition had already anticipated that and put on this great show for him, does that mean I'll be dealing with a skilled negotiator? Zaryusu purposely ignored the people watching him from afar. He marched up to the door and loudly shouted, "I am Zaryusu Shasher of the Green Claw tribe. I was told that this tribe's leader was here. May I request an audience?" A faint voice came back, granting him entry. It was a female voice. Zaryusu entered without a moment's hesitation. As expected, the interior was pitch dark. While he possessed dark vision, the dramatic change in light levels made Zaryusu blink. An acrid odor hung in the air, possibly from some kind of herbal concoction. Zaryusu had expected an aged female, but the voice easily shattered that preconception of his. "I bid you welcome." The voice had come through a door from the interior of the dark room, so he had assumed that it must have belonged to someone old. But now, he realized that her voice was young and full of vigor. As Zaryusu's eyes finally adjusted to the ambient light, the form of a lizardman resolved itself within his field of vision. Snow White. That was the first thing Zaryusu thought when he saw her. Her scales were as white as snow and bright as day, clean and free of imperfections. Her round, shiny eyes were crimson, glowing like rubies. Her slender body was not masculine, but feminine. Her body was covered in red and black tribal designs, indicating that she was an adult, that she knew many spells, and that she was unmarried. Dear reader, have you been stabbed by a lance before? Zaryusu had. It was a searing pain that made him feel that something hot had been forcefully pressed against his body, an agony that pulsed through his body in time with the beating of his heart. Zaryusu experienced something like that, only it did not hurt, but Zaryusu stood silently in his original position. His counterpart's reaction to his silence was unreadable. With a mocking smile, she asked, "It would seem even the bearer of frost pain, one of the 4 treasures, regards me as an aberration as well." In the wild, albinism was a very rare condition. That was because albinos were very obvious and they had a hard time surviving the rigors of life. The same applied to the lizard men, who possessed some degree of civilization. That was because they lacked the technology to enable people who feared the sun and had poor eyesight to survive. As a result, there were very few adult albino lizard men, and some were even killed at birth. Among the lizard men, being considered a mere nuisance was already quite good. In the worst-case scenario, some were even regarded as monsters. That was the meaning of the mockery in her smile. However, none of that applied to Zaryusu. "What's wrong with you?" the surprised female inquired of Zaryusu, who was frozen solid at her doorstep. Zaryusu's answer was a cry that grew high-pitched near the end, with some warbling in the middle. The lizard woman's eyes went wide, and her jaw dropped slightly. It encompassed her surprise, confusion, and embarrassment. That sound was known as a mating call. After realizing the foolish act he had unconsciously performed, his tail swished back and forth, the lizardman equivalent of a human blush. It thrashed so violently that it seemed as though the house would be torn down. No, that's not it. I didn't mean that. Zaryusu's panicked reaction seemed to calm the female down. Her teeth ground against each other in a creaking laugh, and then she tried to comfort him in an exasperated tone. "Please calm down. It'll be quite troublesome for me if you lose control here." Sorry." After apologizing, Zaryusu entered the hut. By now, the lizard woman's tail lay flat on the ground. It would seem she had finally managed to regain her composure. Still, its tip twitched and shuddered, which hinted that she had not completely calmed herself down yet. "This way, please. Thank you." The female ushered Zaryusu to what looked like a seat on the ground that looked like it had been woven from plant fibers. She took a place opposite him once he sat down. "Pleased to meet you. This one is a traveler from the Green Claw tribe, Zaryusu Shasha. Thank you for your formal introduction. I'm the acting chief of the Red Eye tribe, Crush Lulu." After introducing themselves, the two of them studied each other, as though conducting an appraisal of their counterpart. The brief silence filled the hut, but it could not last. Zaryusu was a guest, so it fell to Crush as the host to speak first. "Then, Your Excellency, let's not stand on ceremony. I would like us to be able to speak freely, so it'll be all right to relax." Zaryusu nodded in response to the request for openness. "I'm grateful for that. The fact is, I'm not used to speaking formally myself." "Now then, why have you come here?" Crush had an idea already, despite her question. The mysterious undead being had appeared in the center of their village, and it would seem someone else had used cloud-controlling magic of the fourth tier, control clouds. In addition, the visitor was a lizardman hero from another tribe. Thus, there could only be one answer. Just as Crush was wondering how to react to Zaryusu, she heard an answer which completely exceeded her expectations. "Please marry me." For a moment, Crush wondered if her ears had been mistaken. "Granted, that's not why I came. In addition, I know very well that this sort of thing ought to come after we've finished discussing business. However, I can't deny what I feel in my heart. I suppose you can mock me as a foolish male." Ooh, oh. After hearing these words that she had never heard before since birth, and which she believed would never be directed at her, a storm of chaos tore Crush's heart apart, and she was completely unable to focus. Zaryusu smiled bitterly as he saw Crush in that state, and continued, "I'm sorry. I really am. I shouldn't be doing something like that at a time like this. I don't mind if you tell me your answer later." Hem. At great length, Crush had finally managed to gather her thoughts once more, or at the very least, she had managed to begin thinking again. In any event, she finally calmed down, but as Zaryusu's words appeared in her mind, she felt as if her head would burn up at any moment. She studied the face of the male opposite her, taking care not to let herself be noticed as she sized up his stoic expression. "I can't believe he can be so calm after saying that sort of thing to me. Does he make proposals like that often? Or is he used to having people court him? Granted, he is very handsome. What am I thinking? This must be his scheme. Yes, that's right. Clearly, he's just trying to wind me up. Besides, it's not as though anyone would propose to someone like me." Having never been treated as a woman before, she was thrown into turmoil by this experience. She did not notice the way the tip of Zaryusu's tail twitched slightly. The male before her was also struggling to control his emotions and keep them from erupting forth. Thus, silence passed between them for a time. It would take a while before the two of them could cool their heads, heated by feverish thoughts. After enough time had passed for them to regain their composure, Crush realized that they should return to the original topic for now. Just as Crush thought to ask Zaryusu about his reasons for coming to this village, she recalled what he had just said. How could I ask something like that? Crush's tail slapped the ground with a thwap. The male before her shuddered as though he had been physically struck. Crush panicked, realizing that this was very rude behavior. Even if he was a traveler, he was still a representative of his tribe. Neither was he an ordinary lizardman, but a hero who bore frost pain. This was not the attitude she ought to be taking with someone like that. But it's all your fault. Just hurry up and say something already. Zarusu had chosen silence because he was embarrassed about what he had done. But Crush had not discerned that as she tried to put a lid on the volcano within her heart. The silence continued. Realizing that this could not go on, Crush made up her mind and decided to change the subject. Given that you're not afraid of the way I look, I imagine you must be very brave, am I wrong? As he heard Crush's self-deprecatory reply, Zarusu replied with an expression that seemed to say, "What nonsense are you spouting? What on earth is he thinking anyway?" Crush thought. I said, "Do you not fear this white body of mine? It's like the snow that covers the mountains. Eh, it is a beautiful color." And of course, he would have to say the one thing which nobody had ever spoken to her before. What? What is this man saying? Unable to bear the strain from within, the lid on Crush's emotions burst off, never to be seen again. Seeing Crush at a total loss for what to do next, Zarusu casually reached out and touched Crush's scales. His hand grazed over those lustrous, beautiful, seemingly polished scales, which were somewhat cool to the touch. "Shah!" Crush gasped in what sounded like fright. That sound seemed to cool their heads off somewhat. Both of them knew something was happening to them, but they could not hold themselves back. Panic filled them. Why had he been unable to control himself and touched her, and why had she let him do it? These questions became anxiety, which in turn became confusion. In the end, their tails thumped repeatedly on the ground, so forcefully that the entire house seemed to shake. Before long, their eyes met, and they realized the state of each other's tails. Then their tails froze mid-motion, as though time had stopped for them. One could describe the mood in the air as heavy. The word tense would also be quite applicable. Silence descended upon them once more, and they studied each other as stealthily as they could manage. After that, Crush finally managed to compose herself. With a look in her eyes which said that she would not let any lies get by her, she asked, "Why did you do that all of a sudden?" While Crush had not adequately expressed what she wanted to say, Zarusu seemed to have picked up on her meaning and gave a direct and honest answer. "I believe that's what they call love at first sight. Also, we might die in this battle, so I didn't want to leave any regrets behind." Crush was left dumbfounded at how to reply to Zarusu's earnest confession. However, there was something within those words which she could not accept. So even the bearer of frost pain feels he might die. We don't know about the enemy, so we can't take them lightly. Did you see the monster they used to relay their message? The one which came to our village looked like this. Zarusu handed Crush a sketch of the monster in question. She looked it over and nodded. "It's the same one. Do you know what kind of monster it is?" "No, nobody else in my tribe knows for that matter." "Is that so? Well, I've seen a monster like that before." Zarusu's voice trailed off here, and then he studied Crush's reaction after saying, "I ran from it. I didn't beat it, or rather, it nearly killed me." After realizing how potent that monster was, Crush breathed a sigh of relief. It would seem holding the warriors back had been the right thing to do. That thing can confuse one's mind with its wails, and it's an incorporeal creature. Unenchanted weapons are useless against it, so I couldn't overwhelm it with numbers. We druids have spells which can temporarily enchant weapons. Can you defend against mental attacks then? We can improve resistance to such attacks, but protecting everyone's minds is beyond me. I see. Can all priests cast spells like that? Almost any priest can bolster resistances, but I'm the only one in my tribe who can ward against confusion. Crush realized that Zarusu's breathing was somewhat ragged. It would seem he had realized that Crush's position was not for show. Indeed, Crush Lulu was a veteran druid, and her powers were probably in excess of any other high priest among the lizard men. "When will the Red Eye tribe be attacked? They said we would be the fourth." "Is that so, then? What do you plan to do?" Time passed. Crush debated the merits and demerits of telling him. The Green Claw tribe would surely choose to fight, and Zaryusu was most likely here to secure an alliance to fight with them. How could she turn that to the advantage of the Red Eye tribe? The Red Eyes had never intended to form an alliance. They had intended to flee. After all, Fighting anyone who could use fourth-tier spells was foolish in the extreme. There was no other conclusion they could draw given that their opposition could deploy the undead as well. However, would it really be wise to tell them that? As her thoughts swirled within her head, Zaryusu narrowed his eyes, as though he was going to bare his soul to her. Let me state my honest opinion. Crush did not know what Zaryusu would say next, and kept her eyes trained on him. What worries me is what will happen after we evacuate. Crush had no idea what Zaryusu was talking about. Zaryusu calmly explained himself. Do you think you can continue living as you always have after leaving a familiar place? I don't think so, no. It would be close to impossible, right? If they left this place and built a new life elsewhere, that would entail entering a new environment. They would have to bet their lives in a struggle for life and death, for survival and win. And in truth, the lizard men were not the rulers of this lake. They had fought for years to carve out their niche in these wetlands. A race like theirs could not easily uproot themselves and thrive in unknown territory. That is to say, it might be difficult just to find food and shelter, am I correct? Indeed, Crush replied in a somewhat shrill tone that conveyed her doubts. Then, what would happen if the 5 tribes all tried to evacuate at once? This, Crush was speechless, because she had already divined Zaryusu's true intentions. The area around the lake was spacious, but anywhere that a particular tribe fled to would also be hotly contested territory for the other tribes. In other words, just moving to a new place would spark a battle for survival. On top of that, they would all be fighting over the fish that was their staple food. What would happen if events unfolded in that way? For all they knew, something terrible might occur, like that war from the past. So you're telling me the reason why you want to fight despite our lack of confidence is, yes, it is not just a matter of my own tribe, but I have also considered how to thin the ranks of the other tribes. What kind of a reason is that? That was why he wanted them to close ranks and fight. Even if they lost, the number of lizard men would be decreased. The idea was a radical one. The idea that everyone was expendable besides the warriors, hunters, and priests. Yet she could understand the rationale behind it. Or rather, when one took a long view of things, sacrificing everyone else was the wisest choice. If there were fewer lizard men, they would not need so much food. In that way, the various tribes might be able to coexist in harmony. Crush searched for some way to deny that idea of his. You're telling me that you want to reduce our numbers and make a new life elsewhere without even knowing how dangerous our new home will be. Then let me ask you this. What happens if we easily win the battle for our survival? When the supply of fish runs low, will the 5 tribes slaughter each other again? For all we know, it might be easier to catch fish in future. And what if it isn't? Crush had no idea how to answer Zaryusu's cold retort. Zaryusu seemed to be assuming the worst-case scenario while planning, which seemed like an extreme position to Crush. If they did as she was thinking, then a tragedy would play out when times got tough. However, if they did as Zaryusu implied, then said tragedy might be averted. In addition, even if the adult lizard men died in battle, it would be a glorious death for them. If anyone refuses our proposition, then we will have to march against them first. His low tones made Crush shiver. What he meant was that he would not allow the Red Eye tribe to migrate elsewhere with their numbers undiminished. It was a sensible conclusion, and a very appropriate one. When the depleted tribes ran into the Red Eye tribe, whose strength was undiminished, they would be at risk of annihilation. In order to avoid that, the only choice they had was to assault any tribes which did not choose to join the alliance. It was a perfectly rational decision to make from the perspective of a leader whose people were in danger, and if she were in his position, she might well have made that decision as well. I feel that so long as we form an alliance, even if we lose, there will be a minimal chance of us killing each other when our tribes relocate to new lands. Crush did not understand the meaning of those words, and her ignorance showed on her face. It was then that Zaryusu decided to explain himself in simpler terms. I feel that the alliance will foster a spirit of mutual cooperation and change our perspectives. Everyone will be comrades who have shed blood together, and not people from different tribes. So that's it, Crush murmured as enlightenment dawned on her. In other words, the tribes which had fought alongside each other might not necessarily descend into violence once food ran scarce. However, given Crush's opinion and her past experiences, she wondered if they could reach such a state. Just as Crush lowered her head and began her contemplation, Zaryusu asked, "Come to think of it, how did your tribe survive that period?" Anyway, Crush jerked her head up, like she had been jabbed by a needle. She turned stiffly toward Zaryusu, who had a look of surprise on his face. So he really didn't know about it before he asked. While they had not known each other for a long time, Crush had a rough grasp of Zaryusu's personality, and her instincts told her that his question posed no threat to her tribe. Crush narrowed her eyes and stared at Zaryusu, as though trying to penetrate him with her piercing gaze. She knew that Zaryusu would be confused about why someone was looking at him like that, but even so, she still had to do it. "Must I tell you?" Her tone was filled with disdain and resentment. So great was the change that it made Zaryusu wonder if he was speaking to someone else. However, Zaryusu would not back down here, because this was potentially a lifeline that could save everyone. "I would like to hear it. Was it by the power of the priests, or was there another way? Perhaps there might be a way to save." Zaryusu cut his words off halfway. If there was really a way to save everyone, then the look on Crush's face would not have been so bitter. Perhaps Crush had sensed what Zaryusu was thinking, but she laughed, as though to mock herself. "You're right. There's no way to save everyone." She stopped here and smiled tiredly. "We resorted to cannibalism, eating our dead comrades." The incredible shock left Zaryusu speechless. Killing the weak, reducing their numbers, was not forbidden, but eating one's fellow man was an unclean practice, a taboo among taboos. Why is she telling me this? Why is she telling me something she should have kept a secret all her life? To someone outside the tribe? To a visitor? Could it be that she doesn't intend to let me leave alive? No, it doesn't seem like that. Even Crush was surprised at why she was telling Zaryusu all this. She knew very well that her tribe would be vilified for it. But why? And then she continued speaking, as though her mouth were no longer under her control. "At that time, during the tribal war, our tribe was in dire straits due to a lack of food. However, we did not participate in the fighting because our tribe had more priests and comparatively fewer warriors. The priests could create food with magic." As though under the control of another will, Crush carried on. "However, the food that the priests created with magic was little more than a stopgap measure, and our tribe was slowly and surely heading towards destruction. However, the chief suddenly brought back some food one day, fresh red meat. Perhaps I wanted to confess my sins to him." The sound of Crush gnashing her teeth filled the air. The male before her listened silently. If he was repulsed by it, he showed absolutely no sign. Crush was thankful for that. Everyone had an idea of what that meat was. There had been strict laws laid down, and those families who violated them had been exiled. The chief only brought that meat back after those exiles had left. But everyone ignored their suspicions and ate the meat in order to survive. Of course, things could not go on like that forever. Everyone's pent-up feelings reached a head, and then they exploded. Crush closed her eyes and recalled the face of the previous chief. "We, who ate that meat, even when we knew what it was, we were guilty of the same crime as the chief. When I think about it now, it almost seems laughable." After she finished her monologue, Crush looked Zaryusu in the eye. As she saw no sign of revulsion in his eyes, a secret thrill of delight ran through her, followed by surprise at her joy. Why was she so happy about this? Crush began to realize the answer to that question. "Please look at me. Sometimes people like myself appear in the Red Eye tribe. When they grow up, they develop some form of special ability. In my case, I was talented at priestly magic. Therefore, I was in the running to be the next tribal chief, and so I raised my banner in revolt against the chief. That battle split the tribe in two, but we won because we were stronger. And so your stores of food were now adequate because your numbers had decreased. Yes, and in the end, our tribe survived. When we rebelled, the chief held out until the bitter end, and he died after being covered in countless wounds. Before he received the fatal blow, he looked at me and smiled." The words slipped painfully from Crush. That was the guilt which had been festering in her heart ever since she killed the previous chief. She could not confess these sins of hers to the people who had stood by her, complicit in her treason. But now, she could unburden herself to Zaryusu. That was why she was going on and on about the past. It was a smile which I did not expect from someone looking upon the person about to murder them. There was no hatred, resentment, hostility, or malice there. It was such a beautiful smile. I was wondering, Could it be that the chief had done all this after taking everything else into consideration? In contrast, we were merely acting out of hostility and idealism. The chief was the one in the right. And after the chief died, that is to say, after the scapegoat for all our sins had been killed, our tribe united once more. In addition, he left us the parting gift of solving our food shortage. By now, Crush had already reached her breaking point. She had struggled for so long with her guilt and the burden of becoming the acting chief. Thus, when she let herself break down, she would do so with tremendous force. However, Crush swallowed the impending deluge inside her, because she knew that if she allowed her thoughts to fall into chaos, she might not even be able to speak. A quiet sobbing filled the air. Biologically speaking, it was an insignificant amount of tears, but the fact was that, on a psychological level, she had been broken to the point of weeping. What a frail little body she had. In the natural world, weakness was intolerable. While children were still a protected group, there was little difference between male and female lizard men. All of them valued strength. From that point of view, he should be scorning the female before him. After all, how could the leader of a tribe show weakness before a member of another tribe, before a stranger? However, Zaryusu thought differently. Perhaps he felt that she was a beautiful female, but more than that, she seemed to him like a warrior. She was a warrior who had been wounded, who was panting and in despair, but yet she continued forging ahead. Zaryusu felt that this was merely revealing her vulnerable side. If she was still willing to stand up and advance, then she was not weak. Zaryusu leaned close and gently wrapped his arms around Crush. We are not all-knowing, and each of us might make a different decision in a different situation. If it were me, I might have done the same thing. But I don't want to try and comfort you or anything, because there's no such thing as a right answer in this world. All we can do is to choose to move on. And I feel that even after all the regret and misery and the wounds that cover the soles of your feet, all you can do is choose to press forward. The warmth of their bodies flowed into each other, and the tiny tremor of their heartbeats went with it. For a moment, it felt as though their hearts were slowly syncing up with each other. What a strange feeling. This was a warmth Zaryusu had never felt before in his life. It was not because he was embracing a lizardman. Could it be that it's because I'm holding this female, Crush Lulu, in my arms? Before long, Crush wriggled free of Zaryusu's chest. Zaryusu briefly regretted the departure of her warmth, but he kept silent because he did not know how to express that feeling. It seems I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Do you think less of me now? What do you mean? Embarrassed? Do I look like the sort of male who would laugh at someone who carried on moving forward despite their wounds and worries about the future? But I think you look very beautiful. The white tail curled and slapped repeatedly at the ground. Oh dear. Zaryusu did not inquire about what Crush had meant by those words. Instead, he asked another question. Right, does the Red Eye tribe raise fish? Raise? Yes, as in breeding and nurturing fish to be eaten. We don't do that because fish are a blessing from nature. From what Zaryusu could tell, no lizardman tribe had ever practiced fish breeding. That was because they felt that growing their own food was a form of blasphemy. That seems to be what the priests, what the druids think. Could you try to change their minds and persuade them to raise fish to fill their bellies? The priests in our tribe seem to have accepted that. Crush nodded. Then, I shall teach you how to raise fish. The important thing is their feed. You need to feed them with the fruits conjured by druidic spells. The fish grow large and fat when fed on those. Is it really all right for you to tell me the secrets of fish rearing? Of course. There's no point hiding it. It's more important that I help as many tribes with that as possible. Crush bowed deeply to Zaryusu and lifted her tail in thanks. You have my utmost gratitude. You don't have to thank me, but in return, I'd like to ask you something again. The emotion disappeared from Crush's face, and that shift in attitude calmed Zaryusu's heart down. This was a question he could not evade. Zaryusu took a deep breath, and so did Crush. And then, Zaryusu asked, what does the Red Eye tribe intend to do about the coming battle? After what we discussed yesterday, we are currently in favor of fleeing. Then, Acting Chief Crush Lulu, let me ask you one more time, do you still feel the same way? Crush could not answer him. It was only natural to hesitate, given that this concerned the fate of the Red Eye tribe. However, Zaryusu could do nothing about that response but force a smile to his face. You have to make that decision. I believe the reason why the previous chief smiled at you was because he was entrusting you with the tribe's future. That being the case, Now is the time to live up to his trust in you. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. Crush's round eyes panned around the room. It did not imply she wanted to flee or seek help, but that she was searching for the right answer within her heart. No matter how it ended up, all Zaryusu had to do was accept her answer. As acting chief, may I ask how many people you intend to evacuate? For the time being, we are planning to evacuate 10 warriors, 20 hunters, 3 priests, 70 males, 100 females, and some children. As for the others, depending on the circumstances, we might have to let them all die. Crush stared off into empty space and murmured, "Really now? Then, please give me your answer." Acting Chief Crush Lulu of the Red Eye Tribe. Crush considered her options. She could kill Zaryusu. Personally speaking, she did not want to do that, but it was a different matter in her capacity as acting chief. How about killing him and fleeing with the rest of the village? Crush abandoned that line of thought because it was an extremely dangerous gamble and it concerned their future. Besides, there was no guarantee that he really had come alone. Then, how about agreeing with him and then running away with everyone? That would probably be problematic too. If they tried to be clever and messed up instead, it might lead to a war with the Red Eye tribe, one that would lead to an extermination of their people. After all, their intention was to reduce the population, and it did not matter who had to die for that to happen. Ultimately, if he did not receive an answer agreeing to an alliance, he would probably lead an army to the Red Eye tribe to destroy them. However, she did not know if Zaryusu had realized there was a flaw in that plan. The problem of food scarcity still remained. Then, enlightenment dawned on Crush, and she smiled. There had never been a way out to begin with. From the moment Zaryusu had proposed the alliance, from the moment he had suggested they work with the Green Claw tribe, the only way for the Red Eye tribe to survive was to ally with them and join the battle together. Zaryusu should have realized that as well. Even so, he wanted Crush to give her answer. He probably wanted to see if Crush, the leader of her tribe, was worthy of standing beside him as his comrade. After that, all that was left was to speak her decision. However, if she told him, many people would surely die. Still, let me get one thing straight. We are not fighting to die, we are fighting to win. I may have said a lot of things that made you uncomfortable, but as long as we beat the enemy, we can laugh it all off. I hope you understand that. Crush nodded to show that she understood. He was a compassionate male. With that, Crush replied with her decision, "We, the Red Eye tribe, will join you, because I do not wish to make the previous chief's smile meaningless, and also because I want to give the Red Eye tribe its best shot at survival." Crush bowed deeply and lifted her tail. "Thank you very much." Zaryusu nodded, and his firmly erect tail spoke more of his emotions than his words ever could. It was morning. Zaryusu looked toward the main gate of the Red Eye tribe's village, from where he stood in front of Rororo. His mouth opened, and a yawn slipped out. He was still feeling a little tired because he had been sitting in on the tribal meeting of the Red Eye tribe until late last night. However, time was of the essence, and he had to visit another tribe by today. Zaryusu furiously battled the specter of sleep, but he lost his fight and yawned again, louder than before. While Rororo was hardly a stable ride, for some reason he felt that he could still fall asleep on top of it. Zaryusu glanced at the sun, which seemed bright yellow despite having just risen, and then he looked back at the main gate. A feeling of confusion came over him, because something strange had walked out from it. It was a bundle of grass. It was a set of garments that had been made with long strips of cloth and stuffed full of long grasses. If it lay down on the marsh, it would look like a pile of weeds from a distance. Ah, where have I seen a monster like that before? As Zaryusu recalled the sights he had seen as an adventurer, Rororo growled in a threatening fashion from behind him. Of course, Zaryusu knew who that pile of weeds was. There was no doubt about it. After all, her white tail peeked out from it. As he stared dumbly at the swaying tail and absent-mindedly rubbed Rororo to calm it down, the pile of weeds had already drawn up to Zaryusu. "Good morning. Good morning. It seems you've gathered the tribe." He looked toward the dwellings of the Red Eye tribe. It was filled with a frantic energy, with many lizard men running back and forth. Crush stood aside to watch, and then replied, "There were no problems with that. We should be able to reach the Razor Tail village by today, and we've already picked out the people that were going to evacuate." According to the spells cast by the priests from the village, the Razor Tail tribe was the first to be attacked. The fact that the first tribe to be attacked was not the Dragon Tusk tribe was a godsend when they considered the time they had left. Then, why are you coming with me, Crush? The answer is simple, Zaryusu. But before I answer you, tell me this, what do you intend to do next? After the long meeting that had lasted from evening to the middle of the night, neither of them felt uncomfortable about addressing each other by their first names. Even the way in which they spoke had changed, probably because they had come to be familiar with each other. After this, I intend to visit another tribe, the Dragon Tusk tribe. They're the tribe that values strength over all things, right? I've heard that they have the greatest fighting power of all the tribes. That's right. Since we haven't had much contact with them, we'd best prepare ourselves for anything. Everything about them was shrouded in mystery, so even proceeding to their domain was a very risky matter. In addition, they had absorbed the survivors of the two tribes which had been disbanded during the previous war, so that made things even more dangerous. Zaryusu had distinguished himself during that war, so he would be a hated nemesis for the survivors of those two tribes. Even so, they were the tribe whose strength they most needed during the upcoming conflict. So that's it, then it would be better for me to accompany you. Why? Is it strange? The weed pile rustled softly. Zaryusu had no idea what those words meant because he could not see her face. It's not strange, more that it's very dangerous. Is anywhere safe during these times? Zaryusu could not reply to that. When he thought calmly about it, there were many advantages to bringing Crush along. However, as a male, he did not want to bring the female he loved to a place where he knew great danger was waiting. I really can't calm down. He could not see Crush's face inside the weed pile, but she seemed to be smiling. Then I'll ask you another question. Why are you dressed like that? Is it ugly? It was not ugly so much as bizarre. However, would it be better to praise her for it? Zaryusu did not know how to answer, but after some thought, he sized up the expression he could not see and replied, well, I should say it looks good, does it? As if. Crush shut him down with a flat denial. That was probably why Zaryusu felt weak all of a sudden. It's simply because I don't deal well with sunlight. Thus, I need to dress up like this whenever I go outside. I see. Ah, you haven't given me your answer yet. Will you let me come with you? No matter what he said to her, it would all be pointless. Having her around would be advantageous to his aim of forging an alliance. She must have suggested as much because she felt the same way. Thus, there was no reason for him to refuse her. I understand. Then, please lend me a hand, Crush. With a sense of joy that seemed to come from the bottom of her heart, Crush replied, I understand. Leave it to me. Zaryusu, are you ready to set out? Of course, my pack is filled with everything I need. After hearing that, Zaryusu looked at her back and found a bulge there. The thick scent of fresh grass and other herbs came from it. Since she was a druid, she ought to have skills pertaining to herbs and the like, so it must be filled with such materials. Zaryusu, you look tired. Ah, yes, I do feel a bit weary. The past 2 days have been pretty busy, so I haven't had time to sleep. Just then, a white-scaled hand emerged from under the mass of weeds. Here, this is a ricorico fruit. Eat it, skin and all. The hand proffered him a brown-colored fruit. Zaryusu placed it into his mouth and bit down on it without hesitation. A bitter taste filled his mouth, chasing away his fatigue. While it was barely passable in terms of flavor, after chewing it several times, an explosion of flavor bloomed on his tongue. In addition, even the breaths he exhaled had the same taste on them. Moo, what's this cool sensation that's filling my head? Zaryusu had unconsciously adopted his elder brother's verbal tic. Crush could not help but giggle as she saw him. Your desire to sleep has gone away. Right, but the fact is that it isn't really gone, so don't get too used to it. It will be best to find somewhere to rest. Every breath Zaryusu took in and released filled him with bliss, as did the full-body sensation of coolness. He replied, Then I'll take a nap while I'm on Rororo. Saying that, Zaryusu immediately mounted Rororo. He was followed by Crush. While Rororo glared at Zaryusu due to the sinister feeling of a pile of grass climbing astride it, Zaryusu finally managed to calm it down. Then, let's go. The seating isn't very stable, so you'd best hang on to me. All right. Crush's arms encircled Zaryusu's waist. The prickles from her weed outfit made Zaryusu feel itchy. Zaryusu frowned. This was not what he had imagined. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's go. Rororo, I'll leave it to you. What exactly was making her so happy? Crush's cheerful laughter came from behind him, and as Rororo lurched on, Zaryusu was all smiles. 2. The great forest of Tab was silent under the oppression of its new rulers. That was because all the living beings here had gone into hiding, afraid of the gaze of those who held power over them. However, that was not the case for a specific area of the forest. The sound of tree cutting and logs being moved filled the air in that place. There was a golem which resembled a piece of heavy machinery, a heavy iron machine, which carried logs to a massive wooden structure that was still under construction. It looked like it would take a long time before that building was complete. While it occupied a large area, the portions which had actually been constructed were surprisingly small. A group of undead and golems worked there. Among these undead were elder liches who wore eye-catchingly bright red robes. Every now and then, they would be approached by demons that were roughly 30 centimeters tall, small monsters with bat wings and coppery-red skin, called imps. The imps kept their slender tails, which were tipped with venom-dripping stingers, out of the way lest they get in the way of the elder lich's work. One hard-working elder lich unfurled the blueprints he was holding and gave orders to one of the golems under him. The golem obediently stopped what it was doing and compared the worksite before him to the blueprints, before pausing to cogitate. Shortly after, it spoke to the imp on its shoulder. After hearing it out, the imp indicated that it understood and took wing. Flying with ungraceful movements, the imp opened its eyes and took in the surrounding area. Before long, it found its target and swooped down. Said target was the guardian of the 6th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Ora Bella Fiora. In other words, she was one of the people who now ruled this forest. The dark elf girl rolled up her scroll into a megaphone so her voice would carry out to a long distance. The imp landed before her and bowed deeply, whereupon she asked in a familiar tone, "All right, and which group are you from?" "Orasama, I come from number 3 in U group." "U group, huh? All right. Got it. Anything else?" The work crews here were divided into named after the vowels from A to O, and they were assigned to work on different areas. From what Aura could remember, U group was assigned to the storehouse. Progress on that was the second fastest among all the other areas. "There's a discrepancy in the thickness of the timbers used in construction, so could we please have more time?" The imp suddenly shut up, because the steel band around Aura's wrist suddenly made a sound. "Break time!" Aura's face changed as she heard that lazy yet cheerful voice. Her ears drooped and she looked oddly vulnerable and embarrassed. "Got it. Buku Chagama-sama," she answered the wristband. "So, it's time to eat, so we're done working for the morning." Hardly any of the monsters here needed to eat. In fact, Aura was also wearing a ring of sustenance, which eliminated the need for food or sleep. However, her master had insisted that everyone must take breaks from time to time, so she had to obey him despite her wishes. Sorry about you, but I need to rest, so come back in an hour's time." "Understood. Then I shall take my leave first." The imp bowed and flew off amidst a storm of noisy flapping. As she watched the imp fly off towards the storehouse, Aura worked her shoulders, and then glanced down at the band around her wrist. Then her face was all smiles. This was a reward her master had given her for her hard work. Of course, the Guardians had been created to serve their master and the supreme beings, so working hard for them was a fundamental fact of life. Thus, they should not have accepted a reward, as their labor was only a matter of course. However, she could not refuse the band her master had given her. "Kyukuku, I want to hear more of Bukubuku Chagama's voice." Aura tenderly caressed the band on her wrist. That gesture was more loving and gentle than how she stroked her own beasts. All the voices recorded into this item came from the supreme being who had made Aura. They filled Aura with delight, even if all they did was tell the time. She had felt jealous when she learned that her brother, Mare, had received a ring of Ainz Ooal Gown, but in all honesty, she felt that this item was better. Aura's ears drooped, and she caressed the band with an embarrassed look on her face. Then she nodded in satisfaction as it gleamed in the sunlight. But shortly after that, she tilted her head in bafflement. Why did Ain't Sama say that I could not set it for certain times? Ain't Sama had commanded that the watch not be set to state the times of 7:21 or 1919, among others. 5. I might as well ask him. Crap. After noticing the time which floated above the watch, she hurriedly rushed off. There was a maid at her destination. The 41 maids who served the great underground tomb of Nazarick were heteromorphic creatures called homunculi. All of them resembled beautiful women. However, she did not. She had the head of a dog that was divided down the middle by a line. It resembled a scar, complete with traces of stitching. It looked as though her face had been split in half and joined back together again. Her name was Pestania S. Wanko. She was the head maid of the great underground tomb of Nazareth and a high-level cleric. I have brought the hamburger over as you wish, Orasama. The side dishes are 2 pickles and unpeeled French fries, while the drink is cola, wine. The delay before the wine made Aura think that she had forgotten to add her verbal tick at the end of her words, but Aura did not comment on it. Her attention was focused on the smell that tantalized her tummy and made her drool in anticipation. While the ring she wore meant that she did not need to eat, it did not make her unable to do so. In addition, eating was a pleasurable activity, especially when it came to such delectable cuisine. The combined effects of this food and drink are, no need for that. I didn't ask you to make this for me just to boost my stats. Understood, Juan. Aura approached Pestania and the dinner server she was pushing, which emanated a delicious scent. Time to eat. Time to eat. Pestania whipped the silver lid off the tray as Aura intoned her eating rhyme. Oh, Aura's eyes were glued to the food as it revealed itself, and at the same time she blurted out something which came to mind. Asivan beef mince is good, but I prefer mixed mince. I hope you can make a triple patty with that meat. Then I shall inform the head chef of your wishes, Juan. Thank you. Aura picked up the entire tray and giggled as she strode off. 3. As Zarusu examined the village of the Dragon Tusk tribe, which lay before his eyes, a pile of vegetation thrust itself forward from beside his head. Needless to say, that mass of leaves was actually Crush. She reached out to pull away the vegetation covering her face, which Zarusu felt was very beautiful. Are you really going to charge right in? Do you want to pick a fight with them? No, it's the exact opposite. Actually, the Dragon Tusk tribe places great value on strength. If I left Rororo behind and went in on foot, I might end up being challenged by all sorts of people before I even got to their chief. Entering while on Rororo's back will avoid that sort of trouble. After advancing with Rororo for some distance, it would seem they had been spotted, because several warriors emerged from the village, each brandishing a weapon and eyeing Zaryusu and his group. Rororo sensed their hostility and let out a low growl. As he heard Rororo's growl of warning, he urged it forward. Continuing on like this would spark a confrontation. Zaryusu went on until conflict was almost inevitable before stopping Rororo and hopping down from it. Crush jumped down as well. Quite a number of warriors stared daggers at the two of them. Their gazes seemed to inflict a palpable pressure. This was no longer mere hostility, but on the level of murderous intent. Crush seemed shaken by their gazes and froze. That was because she was not experienced with the battlefield, despite her potent abilities as a druid. In contrast to her, Zaryusu strode forth. He shielded Crush with his body and shouted, I am Zaryusu Shasha, a representative who has come to visit. I seek an audience with your chief. His powerful voice blew away the bloodlust in the air. The tables were turned on the warriors of the Dragon Tusk, who flinched as they were shaken by him. Then, Crush raised her voice and stated her name. I am Crush Lulu, acting chief of the Red Eye tribe. I too seek an audience with your chief. Though her voice was not loud, it was filled with the assurance and confidence of one who bore the fate of her tribe on her shoulders. Spurred on by the manly and proud voice of the male beside her, the cowering girl from just now was nowhere to be seen. I say again, I'm here to see the chief. Where is he? In that moment, a ripple ran through the air. It was as though raw emotion had been transformed into a shockwave, which washed over them. Rororo's head thrashed wildly. Its jaws gaped, and it gave voice to a menacing roar, glaring angrily around itself. As the Hydra's roaring echoed from all around, the air seemed to shrink away from it, as though in fear. There's no need to protect me from small things like this. I didn't do it to protect you, because you chose to come here of your own free will. However, I was the one who destroyed their tribe, so I should be the one to bear their vengeful gazes. The warriors started gathering at the entrance of the village. All of them were heavily muscled and imposing lizard men. Their bodies were covered in faded scars, which implied that they were grizzled veterans. However, Zaryusu did not see their chief among them. All of these lizard men were mere warriors. None of them had the fearsome stature of his brother, nor did any of them have anything like Crush's unusual looks or her air of authority. As Rororo roared, the lizard men remained on edge. And then, NGK, Crush gulped and squeaked. However, Zaryusu had already sensed the arrival of another lizardman and remained unmoved. That was because he had already sensed the slow approach of a mighty being even before it had made its appearance. Still, he could not help but stare at the lizardman before him. Simply put, that lizardman was a monster. Facing them was a gigantic male lizardman who was in excess of 230 centimeters in height. That alone would not have qualified him as monstrous, but that was not the only reason it was described as such. For starters, his right arm was extremely large and bizarre in appearance, like the oversized claw of a fiddler crab. No, his left arm was hardly slender, being about the same as Zaryusu's. It was merely his right arm which was abnormally thick, and it had not become that way because of a mutation or disease, but simply because of sheer muscle mass. The ring finger and little finger were missing from his left hand. A scar continued back from the edge of his mouth, possibly caused by some sort of injury. His tail was flat, like it had been squashed. It resembled an alligator's more than a lizardman's. However, out of all these visual features, the thing which drew the most attention was the brand on his chest. The design was different from the one Zaryusu had on his chest, but the meaning was the same. This lizardman was also a traveler. And as he sized up Zaryusu and company, the rustle of dry kindling spilled from his mouth. The sound of that monstrous lizardman grinding his teeth, it was probably his version of laughter. "Welcome, master of frost pain." The monstrous lizardman's rich, basso profundo voice matched his appearance perfectly. He was probably speaking normally, but even that exuded an awesome air of power. "Pleased to meet you. I am the Green Claw Tribe's Zaryu." The monster lizardman waved off the rest of his introduction. "State your names." "I am Zaryusu Shasha, and this is Crush Lulu." "That wouldn't be a plant monster. No, since you brought a hydra along. It stands to reason that you'd have another creature by your side. Hardly anything to be worried about." "Not quite." The monstrous lizardman once again waved off Crush, who was taking off her costume of leaves. "Hey, it was just a joke. Don't take everything I say so seriously, it's a pain." After glancing at Crush as she doffed her pile of leaves, he looked back to Zaryusu. "So, why are you here? Before that, might I know your name?" "Oh, I'm the chief of the Dragon Tusk tribe, Zenbaru Gugu. Zenbaru will do." Zenbaru laughed in his tooth-grinding way. While this was exactly what he had expected, the idea of a traveler becoming chief was still quite surprising. On the other hand, it was an answer he could accept. A lizardman like him was no mere traveler. In truth, the gathering hostility had vanished the moment he showed up. Clearly, he was a lizardman with great authority, as well as extraordinary martial might and leadership. "Zaryusu will be fine, then. Tell me, Zenbaru, have any strange monsters visited your village recently? That messenger of the Supreme One or whatnot?" "Well, if they came, then we can discuss." Zenbaru raised his hand to interrupt Zaryusu. "I think I know what you want to say. However, we only listen to the strong. Draw your sword." The towering lizardman before him, Zenbaru Gugu of the Dragon Tusk tribe, bared his fangs in a toothy grin. "What?" as Crush gasped. She saw approving looks on the faces of Zaryusu and the surrounding warriors. "Well, that makes things simple, Chief of the Dragon Tusk. It certainly saves a lot of time. You're a truly outstanding messenger. No, as the master of frost pain, perhaps I should say that it was only to be expected." Choosing the strong as their leaders was a very rational decision for the lizard men. However, was it really such a good idea when it involved the continued survival of their tribes? Should they not discuss it with the others and consider the matter from various angles before coming to a conclusion? Those thoughts ran through Crush's head, followed by surprise that she would actually think that way. The fact was that all the warriors watching them approved of their chief's decision, be they male or female. She would probably have felt the same way had she been asked the same thing earlier. Then, why am I questioning this now? Where had these doubts come from? Was it because of some kind of magical attack? That was impossible. She was confident that nobody in this swamp was her superior in terms of magic. That confidence made her absolutely certain that she had not been the victim of some sort of spell. Crush turned to look at the two of them, Zaryusu and Zenbaru, standing next to each other. They looked like a child compared to an adult. One's physique did not determine everything. She was very clear about that as a magic caster. However, given the massive difference between their bodies, she could not help but hope that this was not the case. Hope. I'm hoping that he won't have to fight. Crush wanted to know why she was feeling such a bizarre thing. Why did she not want that? Why did she not want them to fight? There was only one answer for that, which went without saying. Crush smiled bitterly, as though to mock herself. You might as well admit it. Crush, you don't want Zaryusu to fight because you're afraid he'll get hurt, that he'll die. That was the whole thing in a nutshell. It was rare for these battles to be fought to the death. However, the word rare implied that the possibility still existed. Lives could easily be lost if they fought until they were no longer in possession of their senses. As a female, she did not want her companion to die because he had taken part in this fight. In other words, Crush had long since accepted Zaryusu's proposal within her heart. I gave in so simply because no male ever. Does that mean I'm easily tricked? It just feels. I'm both happy and a little upset. Ah, what a pain. Having accepted her innermost feelings, Crush stepped up to Zaryusu as he prepared for battle and placed a hand on his shoulder. Do you need anything? Is anything lacking? No, I'm fine. Crush patted his shoulder. It was a strong shoulder. Ever since she had come of age, Crush had walked the path of the priest. She had touched the bodies of many males while she was praying, while she was applying medicine to them, and while she was casting spells on them. But her contact with Zaryusu's body was longer than all those other times put together. So this is Zaryusu's body. Ha! His firm muscles, filled with hot blood that was eager for battle and a palpable manliness. What's wrong? Zaryusu was baffled by Crush's lingering hand. That it was a prayer, a priest's prayer. I see. So your ancestor spirits watch over those of other tribes then. The spirits of our tribe are not so petty. Good luck. Crush apologized internally to her ancestors as she peeled her hand off Zaryusu's shoulders because she had lied about praying to them for the victory of the male she favored. Zenbaru was also preparing for battle. He carried a massive polearm in his right hand, a steel halberd that was almost 3 meters long. A regular lizardman would need both hands to wield it. And then he swung it lazily. The sweep of the halberd generated a gust of wind that swept over Crush, who was some distance away from him. Can you know, I should ask, will you be all right? About that, well, I'll see how it goes. At first, Crush had wanted to ask if he could win, but ultimately, she did not. Zaryusu must have fought while knowing that victory was not impossible. That would mean that the male before her would not lose. They had only known each other for a day and traveled with each other for half that time. But Crush was certain of that. She loved this male because there was something about him to love. Then, are you ready, Master of Frost? Zaryusu. I'm fine, whenever you're ready. With a dramatic flourish, Zaryusu turned his back to Crush and stepped into the dueling circle. Crush sighed. That was because of the back which could not help but draw her attention. The warmth of her hand, which had been touching his shoulder for so long, not very long, in fact, slowly faded away. The battle which came next was essentially a simplified version of the tribal chief selection battle. Since this was intended to be a one-on-one fight, magical assistance from a third party was against the rules. However, the warmth on Zaryusu's shoulder, which had made him feel nervous and jittery, and the contact with Crush made him wonder if she had worked some magic on him. However, there was no way that she, as the acting chief of her tribe, could not know of that rule. Then, why was he so fired up, even though she had not cast a spell? Was it because he wanted to do his best for her, as a male performing for his female? His big brother had once said that he was a withered tree, but that did not seem quite right. Zaryusu entered the circle formed of lizard men and swiftly drew frost pain from his waist. The blade emanated a frosty white mist, as though in response to Zaryusu's will. A disturbance swept through the surrounding lizard men. They were the survivors of the Razor-Edge tribe. In other words, they had known the previous owner of Frost Pain, and they understood its fearsome power. As he beheld the power of Frost Pain, which only a true owner could unleash, Zenbaru's savage expression turned to one of glee. He bared his teeth and growled like a beast. In response to his opponent's fighting spirit, Zaryusu only had a single, cold response. I don't want to hurt you too badly. His taunt immediately incurred the ire of all the warriors around him. However, they immediately calmed down as the sound of an unnaturally loud splash echoed through the air. Zenbaru had driven the point of his halberd into the mushy ground. Oh, then make me accept my defeat. Listen up, all of you. If I die in this fight, he will be your new chief. There will be no objections to that. The surrounding warriors did not agree right away, but neither did they protest. If Zaryusu really did kill Zenbaru, they would obey him, however unwillingly. Good, now come at me with the readiness to die. I ought to be the strongest foe you've ever faced. Indeed, I understand. Also, if I die by your hand, Zaryusu glanced back to Crush. It's fine, I'll let your female go back safely. She's not mine yet. Kek, it seems you're really into that plant monster. Is she really such a good female? Very good. They paid no heed to said female, who was hugging her head and squatting on the ground. Now that I'd like to see. Perhaps if I win, I'll strip her bare and see what she looks like before I let her go. Until now, Zaryusu had only been filled with an intent to fight, but now that intent had developed another nuance. It feels like you've given me an excellent reason to win. I won't let someone like you enjoy Crush's bare body. You really are hopelessly in love with her, aren't you? Oh yes, there's no helping how much in love I am. Several other lizard women seemed to be talking to the squatting female, but she hurriedly shook her head. The two males put that matter out of mind for now. Ha! Zenbaru chortled in glee. Then defeat me, if you die. None of that will matter anymore. That was my intention. Zaryusu and Zenbaru locked gazes. It would seem they had said everything that had to be said. Here I come. Bring it on. The two of them exchanged terse words, but no blows. Just as the anticipation of the spectating lizard men built to its peak, Zaryusu began inching forward. There was no sound, despite this being a waterlogged marsh. Zenbaru remained still, awaiting his foe. Before long, when Zaryusu had reached a certain distance, a thunderous whoosh tore through the air which Zaryusu had just leapt away from. It was the sound of Zenbaru swinging his halberd. There was no skill to it. It was merely a forceful swing. However, it was so shocking precisely because of its artlessness. Zenbaru braced his halberd, took a stance, and prepared himself for Zaryusu's next incursion. He wielded the massive halberd with just his right hand. Immediately after every cyclonic swing, he would immediately reset to a ready position. Zaryusu felt something was strange. Therefore, to verify the meaning of that motion, he darted into his foe's attack range and was subjected to that hurricane-like swing. He blocked the haft of the weapon with frost pain, but a bolt of intense pain racked the hand holding the sword, and he was bodily flung away. One could say that he had extraordinary arm strength if he could toss away a grown lizardman with just the might of one arm. Their blood was boiling. The surrounding warriors roared as they saw their chief display his matchless might. Zaryusu's tail swished as he stumbled back. Still on his feet, he shook his numbed hand and narrowed his eyes. What's this? Zaryusu's attention was focused on the hulking body before him. What's going on? This is too weak. Indeed, that was a swift blow, and if he blocked it with his sword, he would be sent flying, but that was all. It was not terrifying in the least. Zenbaru's moves were like a child swinging around with a stick. There was no technique to speak of, only sheer brute strength. The question now was if that was really all he had. Someone with a huge arm like his ought to be able to wield his weapon more skillfully. Could it be that he's not using his full strength to lull me into overconfidence? Zaryusu felt that it was not the case. He began to reconsider his strategy, watchful against the unusual feeling of not knowing the truth. The hitherto stationary Zenbaru smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Not using Frost Pain's power?" He was clearly taunting him with that smile, but Zaryusu did not take Zenbaru's bait. "I was once beaten by the wielder of Frost Pain." Zaryusu remembered. He knew the person of whom Zenbaru spoke, the former chief of the Razor Edge tribe, and also the one whose head Zaryusu had taken. He relaxed the intense focus he had directed at Zenbaru and set his sights wider. Among all those who bore hostility towards him, the ones who hated him most must be the survivors of the Razor Edge tribe. That's where the wounds on my left hand came from. Zenbaru waggled his left hand and its two missing fingers for emphasis. Maybe if you use the ability that guy used to beat me, you might be able to win. Really now, Zaryusu replied in a cold, calm voice. Granted, that ability was very powerful, because it could only be used 3 times a day. He had a good chance of victory if he used it. The reason why Zaryusu had defeated the previous owner of Frost Pain was because his foe had already expended his 3 uses of the ability. If his foe had been able to use it back then, Zaryusu might well have been the one to die instead. However, someone who knew of Frost Pain's power would not deliberately incite its wielder to make use of it. Zaryusu's remained on his guard. I have no idea still. There's no point dragging this out. Time to make my move. Having decided on his course of action, Zaryusu charged forward, twice as fast as before. Zenbaru responded to Zaryusu with shocking speed. Zaryusu did not evade, but met the blow head-on with frost pain. Everyone who saw it felt that Zaryusu would be swatted away once more. Zaryusu met the halberd with frost pain and countered the attack. There was no need for martial arts or the like. Zenbaru's halberd swings were child's play. No matter how forcefully he swung, his blows could be easily dispersed. Zenbaru's eyes went wide in shock, no, in respect. At the same time, Zaryusu dashed forward with lightning speed, faster than Zenbaru could bring the halberd back, even with muscles like his. Resetting his stance after a full-power hit with his halberd would take time. That time was enough for Zaryusu to close in. In the next moment, frost pain cut in at Zenbaru's body, black circle, and blood splattered. Thunderous cheering erupted from all around, as well as a whimper of pain. It was not Zenbaru who stumbled back, oozing fresh blood. It was Zaryusu, with 2 bleeding wounds on his face. In contrast with what he had done until now, Zenbaru strode forward at Zaryusu, intent on not letting him escape. He led the way with the weapon that had wounded Zaryusu. That weapon was his claws. They collided with frost pain, and the ringing of metal peeled forth. The halberd splashed as Zenbaru let go of it. Gah! Zenbaru exhaled, and as he stepped forward, his massive arm launched into a flurry of blows. Compared to his amateurish spearplay from earlier, his bare-handed chops were on the level of a master. Now that the most important piece of the puzzle had been revealed, it all came together for Zaryusu. Zenbaru was not a warrior, but a monk, one who used the power of Kai to turn his body into a living weapon. Zaryusu blocked his chops with frost pain. Lizardman claws were sharper and harder than human nails, but even they would not make metallic sounds like this. Indeed, this was a monk ability called Iron Natural Weapon, which hardened one's natural weaponry, such as claws or teeth. It was said that the fists of the most skilled monks could even break adamantite, the hardest metal known. However, judging by the sensation which filtered back through frost pain, Zenbaru had not yet reached that level. He was only on par with steel. Even so, his hardened claws could stand on even terms with frost pain, one of the 4 treasures, so he could not look down on it. The two of them exchanged blow after blow. Zenbaru swiped with his chops while Zaryusu swung with frost pain. They leapt away to avoid each other's strikes, opening up the distance between them. "Ha ha, so you're still alive." Zenbaru licked at the flesh and blood staining his fingertips. Zaryusu too extended that tongue of his that was longer than a human's, and licked at the red fluid that flowed from the place which corresponded to the cheek on a human being. He was glad that he had managed to evade the knife-hand thrust that had been intended to gouge out his eyes. He was wounded, but not deeply, and he could continue fighting. He thanked his tribe's spirits for protecting him, and maybe I evaded it because the ancestors of Crush's tribe protected me. Zaryusu was grateful, but Zenbaru was grumbling instead. Come to think of it, if I beat you without making you use that move, it'll feel like you're going easy on me. Zenbaru clenched his fists and pounded his chest several times. Sorry, but I don't intend to use that move. Oh, then don't say you didn't go all out after you lose. Do you think I'm someone who'd say that after fighting me? No, I don't. Forgive me. I misspoke. Just, if you're not using that move, then here I come. With a whoosh, Zenbaru's leg cleaved through the air at Zaryusu. There was no hesitation in that movement. Zaryusu slashed at Zenbaru's leg with frost pain while evading the kick, but a metallic clang rang out, and the strike bounced off. Zaryusu's eyes went wide. When a sword met flesh, the flesh should have been wounded. That was the way of the world. Yet, a monk's Kai turned that precept on its head. This was the result of iron skin. That skill could shroud the body in Kai before any attack could touch it, making it as tough as steel. Much like Iron Natural Weapon, the more skilled one was, the harder it would become. The fact that his opponent had repelled a magic sword with his bare flesh spoke volumes about his monk skills. However, Zaryusu still felt that he had a chance of victory. It was not that there was an overwhelming difference between their combat skills. It was only that the circumstances had been against Zenbaru from the start. He came with a bewildering series of strikes: flying kick, tail sweep, straight punch, knife hand. He attacked with all these and more. Every blow Zenbaru struck was both fast and weighty. All Zaryusu could do against a foe like that was adopt a total defense. Combination followed combination. If he did not defend against his foe's destructive strikes, Zaryusu's defeat was assured. Confident in their chief's victory, the surrounding lizardmen cheered as Zenbaru lashed out with blow after blow. Zenbaru's claws occasionally grazed Zaryusu, easily scoring his scale-sheathed body and leaving wounds which wept blood in their wake. Those injuries could not be considered light in any sense. Zaryusu's body was covered in those wounds. His life hung in the balance, and it would not be strange if he surrendered at any time. The joyful looks on the spectating lizardmen's faces only proved it as they prepared to celebrate their chief's imminent victory. However, that was not the case for Zenbaru. Every time his strikes were blocked, Zenbaru felt victory slipping further and further away from his grasp, and it made him anxious. Frost pain was imbued with cold, and it inflicted additional cold damage whenever it wounded a foe. A side effect of that was that it dealt cold damage to anyone who touched the weapon. In other words, just touching the weapon was enough to slowly wear away at Zenbaru's body with its cold damage. His hands were freezing, his legs were numb, and his movements were slowing down. Damn it, I lost too quickly in the previous fight, so I didn't know it had a power like this too. So it didn't just have that move alone. That's one of the 4 treasures for you. Zaryusu had adopted a defensive stance because he knew the item had an effect like this. Or rather, he had done so because he knew it was an assured way to deal damage. That was probably why he had not dodged Zenbaru's attacks. He had chosen a steady path to victory. This lack of openings made him Zenbaru's greatest enemy right now. Zenbaru used his trump card on Zaryusu, who was rushing in. If he managed to block that move as well, Zenbaru's chances of victory would be slim at best. He felt like he was charging an impregnable fortress alone. Ah, damn it. Can't I beat him? But I've waited too long for this. His battle with that lizardman from the past flashed through his mind. He was stronger now than he was then, and he had trained non-stop in order to attain victory. Even when he heard that the person who had defeated him had been killed, he might have felt regret, but he never stopped training. He had been waiting for this day. As chief, he could not abandon everything to indulge in battle, so he had been delighted when he heard that the bearer of Frost Pain had come to his village. He could not let this long-awaited battle end like this. Zenbaru began losing the feeling in his punches and kicks, and his kai could no longer reach his limbs. Still, he kept attacking. He's strong, stronger than that guy from last time, just like he had honed himself ceaselessly. The lizardman before him must have trained himself without slacking off until now. While he could have said that he could not narrow the gap between them because of Frost Pain, he had no desire to spout quitter talk like that. Amazing. He truly is the master of Frost Pain, the mightiest lizardman ever. Zenbaru did not halt his combination attacks, even as he praised Zaryusu, who was blocking his strikes with Frost Pain. Wounds, blood, and more wounds. Crush had devoted all her attention to witnessing this intense back-and-forth struggle, and with her outstanding druid skills, she had already seen how the battle would end. Incredible! He must have predicted all this when the battle started. Crush was in awe of Zaryusu's outstanding warrior skills. The cheers continued from all around. They were cheering for Zenbaru, who was attacking non-stop and seemed to have the upper hand. None of them realized that Zenbaru's limbs were gradually growing sluggish. Zaryusu was very strong. Crush was certain of that. Almost all lizard men did battle with their bodies and brute strength, but Zaryusu and Zenbaru fought with skill, and Frost Pain aided that fighting skill. Therefore, Frost Pain was a major factor in the development of the present situation of the gulf between them. However, it was not the sole reason for it. If one gave Frost Pain to an ordinary warrior, could they fight with Zenbaru like this? The answer was no. Zenbaru was not some 2-bit mook. The weapon was powerful, but the fact that Zaryusu could exploit it to its full potential because he was a first-rate warrior. But more outstanding than that was his perceptive and analytical mind. Zaryusu had evaded the strike when Zenbaru had cast down his halberd because he had been on top of the situation and had been closely observing it. He had sensed the presence of his foe's ace in the hole and that the halberd was a mere distraction. When he went on that journey as a branded traveler, what else had he brought back with him besides the knowledge of fish rearing and these battle techniques? Before she knew it, Crush had become certain of Zaryusu's victory. Now, she merely watched the profile of his face, a heart pounding in what was no longer anxiety. He really is an impressive specimen of a male. Time seemed to fly past for those watching this exciting battle, but the two participants felt otherwise. The toll on their bodies and spirits caused by their panting was more intense than the passage of time. Despite being covered in blood, Zaryusu's fighting spirit was still strong. For that, the surrounding lizard men congratulated him. After all, nobody else had lasted this long against their chief before. And then, just as Zenbaru seemed on the verge of claiming victory, he dropped out of his fighting stance. The audience waited with bated breath. Zenbaru ought to be declaring his victory any time soon. However, the opposite happened. I've lost. But their chief should have been the winner. Even so, why had he announced his defeat? Only Crush had foreseen this. She raced into the fighting ring. Are you all right? As he heard those words, Zaryusu exhaled and lowered the sword in his hand. In a very tired voice, he replied, "It's nothing fatal. I should be able to fight in the upcoming battle. In any case, I'll use healing magic on you." Crush's grass costume rustled, and she poked her head out. Zaryusu felt a comfortable warmth suffusing his wounds, different from the searing heat that had made them. As he luxuriated in the sensation of vitality flowing back into his body, he turned to look at the gigantic lizardman with whom he had just fought a life-and-death struggle. Zenbaru was surrounded by his tribemates. He was explaining the situation to them, and the strategy Zaryusu was using. "That'll do it." Crush declared that his treatment was complete after casting 2 spells on him, and Zaryusu looked down on his body. While the clotted blood still stuck to his skin, the injuries beneath had completely recovered. There was a certain tension over the former wounds when he shifted his body, but at least they did not look like they would open up. "Thank you. You're welcome." Crush smiled brightly, and the pearly teeth she exposed were very pretty. "You're beautiful." "What?" Her tail swished and splashed against the water. The two of them gazed silently at each other. Crush's silence was because she had no idea why this male would casually mention something like that. She was not used to such compliments, so hearing Zaryusu say things like that was not good for her heart. Meanwhile, Zaryusu had no idea why Crush was being quiet. Did I do something wrong? Thoughts like that ran through his mind. The fact was that he had little experience with females, so he had no idea what he should do. Zaryusu was surprisingly tense as well. Just as the awkwardness between them reached its height, a voice saved them. "Oi, oi, are you trying to make me jealous? You bastard!" The two of them looked to the source of the voice, to Zenbaru. Their simultaneous and identical reactions left Zenbaru momentarily speechless. "HM, oi, Whitey, how about some healing over here?" Zenbaru seemed quite nonchalant about Crush's albinism. However, Crush recalled the Zenbaru's branded body and realized why he reacted that way. "Fine, fine, fine, but shouldn't you let the priests of your tribe heal you?" "Ah, it doesn't matter. Enough talk. It really hurts. Feels like even my bones are frozen. Could you hurry it up a little? Just remember to tell your priests that you were the one who asked me to do it." "It's fine. I'll say I forced you into it. As a request." Crush sighed and worked her healing magic. Zaryusu noticed that the hostile glares around him had diminished somewhat and that there were a few friendly eyes looking upon him. "All right. It's done." Crush had cast more healing spells on Zenbaru than on Zaryusu. That implied that his injuries were not external, but internal. "Oh, you're better than our priests." "Thank you, still. I don't usually heal members of other. Never mind. Thank you for your kind words. Now then, since we're both healed, why don't we talk about the main topic? Might be a bit of a rush, but you don't mind. Right? Oh, then let's hear it, although I wanted to say that." Zenbaru stopped mid-sentence and then smiled. "But first, let's drink." Zaryusu and Crush had no idea what those words meant, and their faces were equally confused. Troublesome business should be discussed over wine. You know that, right? Zaryusu understood the meaning of the life-and-death duel. After all, it proved their respective strength, which was useful in negotiation. It was the lizardman way of life. Drinking parties, on the other hand, were alien to him, because the Green Claw tribe had no such practice. People who went drinking right after fighting for their lives seemed terribly sad to him. "I don't get it." The strength drained from Zaryusu's body, and his face was one of frank surprise as he muttered his response. However, it was immediately drowned out by a surging wave of regret in his heart. Regret for behaving so childishly in front of a chief with whom he had not even allied with yet. In fact, he felt Crush looking at him with a strange expression in her eyes. Zaryusu had no experience with love, so he had no idea Crush had been studying him all this time. He was seeing a new side of his beloved, and he found it both curious and adorable. No, I mean, if we drink a lot, our heads won't be clear, which would be troublesome for us. Zaryusu hurriedly tried to amend his words, but Zenbaru brushed it aside with his reply. Oi, 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 you're a traveler, aren't you? Don't they say that if you want to learn something, go to the dwarves? No, I didn't learn from the dwarves, but from the people of the forest. Really? Then all you need to know is this lesson of the dwarves. Friends who drink together become firm friends. Maybe we won't have much time together, but we ought to discuss things frankly and openly. Shouldn't we, Zarusu Shasha? I see. Yes, I understand. Zenbaru Gugu. Good. Come on, everyone. Time to drink. Bring it over. Get everything ready. The pile of logs resting upon the ground stood nearly 2 meters tall, and the crimson flames upon it burned fiercely, as though they were reaching to the sky. This massive red blaze chased away the dark of the night. Near the log pile was a large vessel that was over 1 meter tall and about 80 centimeters wide. A fermented scent wafted out from it. Several dozen lizard men took turns scooping out liquid from the vessel. However, the wine within did not seem to deplete. This was one of the 4 treasures that was ranked alongside Zaryusu's Frost Pane, the great wine cask. While it could produce an infinite supply of wine, the taste was passable at best, and anyone who knew their wine would turn their noses up at it. However, it was delicious nectar to the lizard men. Therefore, the guests kept coming. There was a quiet region some distance away from the wine cask. The reason why this place was quiet was simple enough, because it was littered with the bodies of many drunken lizard men who lay insensate here. All the lizard men who had gotten so drunk that they had passed out were dumped here. Having shed her leafy costume, Crush carefully, taking care not to step on the tails of the fallen lizard men, made her way to this place, paying close attention to the ground. Her footsteps were even, so she looked like she was still sober, but it was hard to say that she was not drunk. Her tail seemed like it had a life of its own, energetically flexing here and there. Sometimes it curled, sometimes it stood straight, and sometimes it drooped. It behaved like an excited child. The fact was that Crush felt something like a cool wind coursing through her soul. While part of that was because of the wine, that was not the sole reason. The liberated feeling of her body had also contributed to it. This was the first time she had shown her albino body to so many people. However, their leader was a monster in his own right, so while the people around her had been startled at first, she soon blended in with them. With both hands full of food, a bliss-filled Crush continued forward. She reached the place where Zaryusu and Zenbaru were sitting on the ground and hoisting a glass to each other. Said glasses seemed to have been made using coconut shells, and the liquid within was transparent, but it emanated a thick fermented smell. Crush laid a pair of raw fish in front of the 2 of them, snacks to go with the drinks. Zenbaru smiled and greeted Crush. Yo, plant monster, could you not call me that? She had already shed her costume, so why did he insist on calling her that? It would seem he planned to amuse himself in that way. Once she realized it, Crush decided to cease her pointless resistance. Have you finished your discussions? Zaryusu and Zenbaru looked at each other and nodded. For the most part. The 2 of them wanted to speak in private, so they asked Crush to leave them be. Since they had said as much, all she could do was leave and bring some food over, but within her heart she was hoping to be part of their conversation. After all, if they were discussing the upcoming battle, then she was certainly involved in it. She was hoping to be allowed to skim the essentials, even if she could not listen in on the inconvenient parts. This is a conversation between males. But Zenbaru shut her down with those cold words. Crush expressed her displeasure on her face, but she had no choice but to change the topic. So, what do you plan to do? Fight shoulder to shoulder as allies? Wah! Oh, as if you had to ask. Of course we're going to fight. Or rather, even if you didn't come, we'd be fighting anyway. A sound like sticks scraping against each other came from Zenbaru's maw. You really are a battle maniac. Oh, don't praise me like that. Now I'm all embarrassed. Zenbaru paid no heed to Crush as she rolled her eyes, but made a request of her. Oh, right, help me talk some sense into him, plant monster. No matter how I ask him, Zaryusu won't accept the position of our chief. There was a weary, despondent look on Zaryusu's face. Judging by the fatigue there, Crush could tell that he had repeated his answer many times in her absence. He can't accept that position. After all, you're from different tribes, and he's a— Crush was about to say he's a traveler, But then she considered that Zenbaru was also a traveler and decided to change the topic. So why did you become a traveler anyway? What? Oh, after I lost to Frost Payne's previous owner, I was devastated and wanted to become stronger. That being the case, why not leave this place and go somewhere else? That was why I became a traveler. Beside him, Zaryusu rounded his shoulders in powerlessness. It was then that Crush recalled what Zaryusu had told him about his own travels. In the past, when he had left on his journey, the only thing keeping him going was his determination, resolve, and his sense of duty towards his tribe. Zenbaru, as a fellow traveler, ought to have felt the same way, but right now, he could not sense any of that from him. Crush placed a gentle hand on Zaryusu's shoulder, as if to say, he's him, and you're you. At this moment, anyone observing them would probably conclude that they were lovers. As she realized this, Crush's tail curled up, while Zaryusu's tail swished back and forth. The two of them gazed at each other and smiled shyly. Zenbaru pretended that he had seen none of that and continued. I thought there must be someone pretty strong inside that mountain, given how big it was. So during my travels, I met the dwarves and learned many things from them. Got that halberd from them too. I didn't want it at first, but since they asked me to keep it as a memento of our meeting, I had to hang on to it. So that happened, that's nice. Crush's answer seemed a little slapdash, or rather, somewhat cold. Oh, thanks. Sarcasm did not work on him either, now that the good mood in the air had been ruined. Crush picked up her wine and downed it in one gulp. She felt it burn as it went down her throat, and the heat seemed to radiate from her stomach throughout her entire body. Zaryusu polished off his wine in one go as well. Just then, a quiet question made its way through the air. It seemed completely different from the voice just now, and for a moment it made them wonder who had asked it. Say, do you think we can win? Zaryusu quietly replied. I have no idea. Same here, after all. There's no such thing as a battle where victory is assured. If someone actually dared brag about how he'd win despite not knowing his enemy's strength, I'd beat the crap out of him to shut him up. Crush had no response to Zenbaru as he chuckled. Still, our foes gotten a little careless. The changes here ought to affect our chances of victory. In place of Zaryusu, Crush looked at Zenbaru with a puzzled look on her face. Could you recall what that monster said? Sorry, I was sleeping then. Surely you must have heard of it from someone else. HMPH. I couldn't be bothered to remember something like that, so I forgot it. In any case, the important thing is that if they come looking for a fight, then we're going to give them one. There's no hope for this guy. Crush decided to abandon her attempts at explanation with that. Zaryusu grinned wryly and answered, he told us to struggle with all our might. A dangerous expression came over Zenbaru's face, and his features twisted savagely. Well, that just pisses me off, to think they're sneering at us from the beginning. Zenbaru roared with frightful anger. The cry carried with it his wrath and displeasure. That's right, they're turning their noses up at us. The fact they're so arrogant probably suggests they're powerful enough to break our resistance easily. But we're going to crush their self-assurance. We're going to gather the 5 tribes and show them our full power. I want to beat back their assault and show them that we're a force to be reckoned with. HMPH. Well put. I can understand that. I like it. Just as the 2 males were eagerly discussing their battle plans, Crush rained on their parade. I doubt there's much merit to wounding their pride. All we need to do is prove our worth to them. Right, perhaps if they know that, they won't exterminate us. Oi, 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 are you telling me to bow to annoying people like that? Zaryusu, I know fleeing is dangerous, but I think it's better to live on, even in bondage, Crush quietly said. The other 2 did not deny her or tease her for her slave mentality. It was not that they wanted to be ruled, but being slaves had more of a future than being corpses. As long as there was a future, there was infinite possibility. For instance, they could teach the method of fish farming to everyone, and that might allow them to abandon their homes and flee elsewhere. Any leader who abandoned that possibility and ordered everyone to die was not worthy of his position. Now, listen closely, you all. As they heard Zaryusu's calm voice, the 3 of them pricked up their ears, and they heard the sounds of mirth coming from the party. After we're ruled, we might not be able to laugh and rejoice like this. The operative word being might. Right, really. I don't think so. I don't think anyone who would take pleasure in watching us die would be so compassionate. After all, if there was any mercy in their hearts, they would not plan to exterminate us in such a playful manner. Crush nodded. But even so, still, what I want to say is, please don't die. I won't, not before I hear your answer. Crush and Zaryusu exchanged passionate looks under the night sky, and then they made their vow, paying no attention to Zenbaru, the bored outsider. 5. Japanese double entendre. 1919, 1919, sounds like Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, iku iku, or I'm coming. And 721, 721, sounds like Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, anani, or masturbation. Chapter 3, The Army of Death 1-0. I can see it. Zenbaru, seated near the back of Rororo, laughed as he looked forward. A few hundred meters ahead, they could see the first tribe marked for extinction, the village of the Razor-Tail tribe. While it was about the same size as the Green Claw village, there were more lizard men here, probably because the lizard men from other tribes had steadily flocked to it. Now that they were preparing for war, everyone was very busy. It's hard to hold myself back with the mood in the air. There was an audible intake of air from Zenbaru's nose as he inhaled the ambient scent. It was an odor that boiled one's blood. However, Crush had never smelled it before, and she said something different from the other two. Is it safe to ride over with Rororo? Having sensed the tense atmosphere from a distance, Crush the plant monster was starting to feel nervous, and she said as much. She was worried that the battle-ready lizard men would rush Rororo if he got close. They might know Zaryusu, but not Crush or Zenbaru, and it was not as though everyone in the Razor-Tail tribe knew Zaryusu either. No, it's the opposite. We're safer mounted on Rororo. A puzzled look appeared on Crush's face, obscured by leaves as it was. Sensing her confusion, Zaryusu elaborated. My brother should have come by earlier, and he should have told them that I'd be riding Rororo. Therefore, news about us on Rororo's back should have reached him by now, so all we have to do is advance slowly. In fact, as Rororo was splashing through the marsh, a black lizardman emerged from the village. Zaryusu waved to the familiar figure, and that would be my brother. I see. Oh, the two of them spoke as one. Crush was genuinely curious, while Zenbaru was like a beast that had sighted a powerful entity. As Rororo moved forward, the distance between the two of them, between Zaryusu and Shasaryu, grew shorter. Soon, they were close enough to see each other's faces, and the brothers looked at each other. They had only been apart for 2 days. However, they had prepared themselves for the eventuality that they would never see each other again, so their reunion was particularly touching. I'm glad you're back, Zaryusu, and I have good news, Shasaryu. Shasaryu's gaze fell on the two people seated behind Zaryusu. Zaryusu felt Crush's arms tighten somewhat around his waist, due to her tension. Once they were in front of Shasaryu, Rororo stopped in front of the familiar face and nosed at him with its 4 heads. Sorry, I didn't bring any food with me. In the instant Rororo heard those words, its heads immediately recoiled from Shasaryu, like a child throwing a tantrum. The Hydra might not be able to understand lizard men, but it must have telepathically sensed his thoughts. Either that, or it did not smell any food on him. Let's get off, then. After waving to the other two, he lightly hopped off Rororo's back, and then took Crush's hand as she jumped down. Shasaryu looked at Crush with a look of puzzlement on his face. And what's that plant monster? The fact that everyone reacted the same way left Crush a little demoralized, but she had no desire to contest it. That was probably due to Zenbaru's constant needling of her. But the words which followed were a bombshell that made Crush stiffen up. She's the female that I love. Oh, Shasaryu murmured in awe. Then, he turned his attention to the still frozen Crush, who was holding his little brother's hand. Moo, one thing, is the person inside beautiful? And we're considering Ma. The sudden pain in his hand shut Zaryusu up, because the person holding it had jabbed her claws into Zaryusu's hand, and very forcefully too. Shasaryu looked at them with some displeasure. I see. To think someone like you who went on and on about appearances and said, what was it? You know I can't get married. You were just trying to act cool. You just didn't have anyone to fall in love with. Anyway, back to business. I am Shasaryu Shasha, chief of the Green Claw tribe. Thank you both for joining us. The way Shasaryu spoke did not seek out confirmation of their alliance, but radiated the certainty that they would help. However, Crush and Zenbaru were not the sort to be rattled by small things like that. We should be the ones thanking you. I am the acting chief of the Red Eye tribe, Crush Lulu. Everyone expected Zenbaru to introduce himself after Crush was done greeting Shasaryu, but they did not hear anything of the sort. Instead, Zenbaru eyed Shasaryu from head to toe. After he was satisfied with what he had seen, he nodded and spoke with a bestial expression on his face. "Oh, so you're the warrior who uses priestly skills in battle. I've heard of your deeds. I'm quite surprised that even the Dragon Tusk tribe knows of me." Shasryu's response felt like two wild animals circling each other. "Until your brother agrees to take the position, I am the chief of the Dragon Tusk tribe, Zenbaru. Thank you for coming. You certainly seem suited to be the chief of the tribe which values strength. How about a go, then? We need to show each other our strength. Right, that's not a bad idea." Zaryusu did not feel like stopping them. It was true that once they figured out who was stronger, many things would become much simpler in the future. However, Shasryu raised his hand before they could get into it and put out the flames of Zenbaru's eagerness for battle. "At least, I think it's a good idea, but now doesn't seem like the right time." "Why?" Shasryu smiled as Zenbaru frowned. "The scouts we've sent out ought to be returning soon, so we'll be able to learn about the enemy. It won't be too late to spar after they've given their report." Now, there was a small house that was being used as the meeting room for the various chiefs. All the chiefs and Zaryusu were here, for a total of 6 people. The name of Zaryusu, bearer of Frost Pain and slayer of the former chief of the Razor Edge tribe, was famous among the tribes. In addition, he was the hero who had persuaded the Red Eye and Dragon Tusk tribe to join their alliance, so none of the chiefs here opposed his presence. The 6 of them sat in a circle within the cramped interior. The 3 chiefs had been hard-pressed to hide their surprise when Crush revealed her snow-white skin, but they had calmed down now. After greetings were done with, the first to speak was the chief of the Small Fang tribe. He was small-framed for a lizardman, but he had honed his limbs until they were as hard as steel. He had originally been a hunter, so he was probably the best ranged attacker among all the lizard men around this lake. In fact, he had eliminated all of his opponents during the chief selection trials with a single, well-aimed stone apiece. After mobilizing all the hunters to scout, he now understood the disposition of the enemy. The enemy numbers around 5,000. This figure was far in excess of the lizard men's troop strength, but it was still within the range they had expected. Someone even sighed in relief as they heard that figure. "Then, who's the enemy leader?" "We're not sure." The scouts spotted huge monsters that looked like giant blobs of red meat, but it was hard to get close to them. "How about their makeup? It's an undead army with skeletons and zombies. Did they use lizardmen corpses?" "No, the corpses did not come from lizardmen. I don't know land-dwelling creatures too well, so I'm not confident in identifying them, but they were probably humanoids of some sort, and I didn't see any tails." After hearing about those characteristics, Zaryusu was sure that they were from a plains tribe, humans. "Can't we take the initiative and launch a preemptive strike?" "That would be difficult. The enemy is using a clearing in the forest as a staging area. But how long did they take to clear it? I didn't even see the logs which should have been left over. I've gone off topic. In any case, they're in the forest. It's questionable whether we could get into position by ourselves. It would be very difficult if we had to bring the warriors too. Then how about sending the hunters to ambush them? Give us a break. Crushgun, there's only 25 hunters. How could we defeat 5,000 undead? All we'd accomplish is dying. Then how about mobilizing the priests? Several people nodded at Shasaryu's suggestion and turned to Crush. However, Zaryusu answered the question. "I think it would be better if we did not." Why is that? "The opposition has honored their agreement so far, but I don't think it'll extend to allowing us to launch a sneak attack. Indeed, seems like it would be best not to make the first move before all the tribes gather. Then, are we going to prepare for a siege? Defending sounds hard." That inarticulate voice came from one of the lizard men, the chief of the Razor-Tail tribe. He was dressed in a suit of white armor, which shone with a luster not born of metal. The armor radiated a faint magical aura. It was one of the 4 treasures, the white dragon bone. This armor was made from the cold-infused bones of the frost dragons which laired within the Azerlisian mountain range. Of course, armor made of mere bones, even the bones of powerful beings like dragons, could not possibly be magical. Yet, somewhere along the line, that suit of armor had taken on magical properties. The problem now was that said properties might have been the result of a curse. That was because the white dragon bone converted intellect into defensive strength. If an intelligent person put it on, it would become harder than steel. It might even be able to rival the strength of mithril or the legendary metal adamantite. However, the lost intelligence would not return even if the armor was removed. That was why the legends surrounding that item said it was cursed. The armor's wearer had originally inhabited the peak of lizardman intellect, and after he put on that armor, it became tough enough to deflect any and all weapons the lizardmen possessed, even frost pane of the four treasures. Its hardness might well be on the same level as adamantite. Also, while the armor's wearers typically lost their powers of reason and became mentally deficient, he was still capable of thought, which was a testament to his original intellect. As a result, the Razor-Tail tribe no longer decided chieftainship succession through combat after he was born. Here is swamp, poor foundation, walls easily broken. I see. Then shall we sally forth? Why not? Feels better taking the offensive than to defend. I think each of us has to face 3, no 4 enemies. Easy enough. All we'll have to do is take them down. As they heard Zenbaru's words, the others looked at each other. Eventually, Crush changed the subject. The question now is if the enemy has reinforcements, they might still be marshalling their strength. That's hard to tell. Given the size of that clearing, there shouldn't be any more space to fit more undead. That said, all they'd have to do is position them throughout the forest. The undead did not need to eat, drink, or rest, and they did not need large campsites. Therefore, it was very hard to tell their numbers from the size of their camps. It seems we had best consider a defense scenario for safety's sake. In that case, we of the Red Eye tribe will strengthen our walls to tide us through the siege. I hope everyone else will help us with that. The other chiefs nodded in agreement, even the disappointed-looking Zenbaru. In any case, let's start preparing our defenses. We also need to establish a chain of command. For starters, we'll assign command of the priests to Crushsan. She'll have authority over them in combat as well. Everyone agreed, save one. All the chiefs should form a separate squad of their own. Everyone's eyes went to Zaryusu. I see, so that's how it is, little brother. That is, you want us to form an elite unit then? Correct. The enemy is numerous, and if we don't eliminate their commander, we might well lose this battle. In addition, if they deploy monsters like the ones they sent to each village as messengers, we won't be able to overwhelm them with numbers. We'll need to destroy them using small teams of elite troops. Still, won't leaving our men leaderless result in confusion? Just pick replacement from head warriors. So even if there aren't any commanders, all they have to do is attack the enemy before them with all their might. What about having the elite squad give orders from behind and only move out when they find the enemy's headquarters or if the situation turns bad? That ought to be pretty good, right? Then, let's form a 6-man squad with everyone here, including Zaryusu. No, let's divide it further into teams of 3. Dividing into 2 teams meant that they could fight in 2 places, but it also meant their strength would be divided and weakened. One team will be a search and destroy unit to deal with the enemy commanders, while the others will be responsible for tying up their garrison troops. In that case, I think having we 3 chiefs form one team ought to work. Zaryusu-sen can group up with the chiefs he brought along. We'll adapt the team objectives to suit the circumstances. That sounds good. Will that be all right? Zaryusu, yes, I got it. Crush, Zenbaru, do you object? I don't mind. Me neither. It's a shame we won't get to show our stuff, but I'll obey the winner. Then there's still 4 days to the enemy attack. Yes. Then, is there anything which needs to be prepared ahead of time? We need to stockpile stones for throwing and to strengthen our walls. In addition, we need to let the various tribes mingle and establish working relationships so they can function in harmony. We of the Small Fang tribe would like Shasaryu to handle this. As before, we also feel it should be fine, and you too, Crush and Zenbaru nodded in agreement. I'll be taking command then. After this, we'll decide on our tasks for the next 3 days. After the day's work was done, Zaryusu walked silently through the bustling village. Several lizard men saw the brand on his chest and frost pain at his waist, and greeted him respectfully. It felt a little troublesome, but he had to respond to them in order to boost morale. Therefore, he put a confident, dignified look on his face and replied in a bold, fearless voice. In this way, Zaryusu reached the location of the walls surrounding the village. Many lizard men were there, all their attention focused on erecting the walls as quickly as possible. First, they used vegetation to serve as the foundation for wooden pillars and to fill the spaces between them. Then they covered them with somewhat drier mud. The priests would then enchant them, and the walls were complete. There were cracks on the surface of the walls, probably because their water content had completely evaporated. Then they repeated the same process on the other side. Oh, Zaryusu, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I just wanted to see what you were doing. Zaryusu splashed softly over the wet ground as he walked up to Crush, who was still in her plant monster getup. Then he pointed to the unceasing activity before him. What is that? That's a dirt wall. We don't know what sort of enemies we'll face, so I wanted to make it difficult for them to attack us, though we haven't even finished half of it yet, since we don't have enough time. I see still, isn't it going to break easily, being made of dirt and all? It'll be fine. While a thin layer of dirt is easily broken, that's not the case for a thick wall of dirt. Granted, we haven't been able to gather enough material for it due to the hasty construction, and it'll be weakened if it rains, but it won't fall apart so easily. When he thought about it, just about anything would be difficult to destroy if it was made thick enough. Dozens of lizard men were working as fast as they could before Zaryusu, as he agreed with that conclusion, but they were proceeding at a turtle's pace. Even if they pushed themselves for 3 days straight, the wall still would not be that long, but it was better than nothing. Currently, we're changing the structure of the fences on the places we can't cover up, so they can't be pulled down. In the direction where Crush was pointing, they had uprooted the wooden pillars and erected them on a triangular clearing. The space between them was laced with loose ropes that had been woven from plant fibers. Zaryusu felt that they seemed similar to the fence surrounding the Red Eye village. And what is that? We're going to put heavy objects in those triangular openings to ensure that the fence doesn't fall if it's pushed or pulled. Those ropes are meant to obstruct the enemy's movements. If they're drawn taut, they can be easily cut with swords or other bladed weapons, which is why we've left some slack in them on purpose. Crush eagerly answered Zaryusu's question. She had been the recipient of Zaryusu's wisdom during their journeys over the past few days, so she was delighted to be able to dole out wisdom for once. In addition, there was another emotion behind that. I see, that way. It can't be easily destroyed. Those words of respectful praise filled Crush with pride. Zaryusu nodded vigorously. They were accelerating the plan to convert this village into a fortress as much as they could. While they could not begin to hold a candle to the defenses of humans or dwarves, it was the best they could do on these wetlands where movement was difficult. Come to think of it, Zaryusu, did you tell the warriors? Just as Crush said that, the wind carried the clamor of the warriors to them. Their voices were filled with excitement and seemed quite hot-blooded. What's happening? This cheering sounds familiar, that's it. They're cheering for a fight. Could it be that your brother is dueling Zenbaru now? Zaryusu nodded. Then he realized Crush had revealed her face and seemed quite worried. Your brother's the supreme commander. Won't things be troublesome if he's beaten? I don't know. Still, my brother's strong too. Once he has an opening to use his priest spells, he'll get even stronger. For all I know, I might lose to him as well. Shasryu's strength was extraordinary after applying several buff spells to himself. In addition, while he probably would not use offensive spells during a mock battle, if he did, even Zaryusu, before he had come into possession of Frost Pain, would not be a match for him. After all, when Zaryusu had defeated the previous owner of Frost Pain, the only reason why said owner had not used its special ability, limited to 3 uses a day, on Zaryusu was because all 3 instances had already been expended on Shasryu. That's good. Just as Zaryusu thought he should show the worried Crush his brother's fighting form, he recalled the hidden worry he had not brought up until now. He did not know if he should mention it, but in the end, he decided to do so. It was somewhat despicable to talk about something he had chosen not to speak of earlier, now that everything was largely settled. However, he could not hold back the pure and intense feelings he had, and he did not want to hide anything from her. There's one thing which worries me, Crush laughed as she heard the unease in Zaryusu's voice. She seemed to be making fun of him. The look on her face did not suit the mood in the air or her character, for that matter, and Zaryusu was left speechless. Therefore, it was Crush who spoke in his place. It's what you didn't bring up earlier, right? What if the enemy had already seen through our plans and anticipated that we would form an alliance? Am I correct? Zaryusu was silent because she had hit the nail on the head. In other words, the possibility that the enemy might have given them all this time to prepare, informed them of the attack order, and allowed Zaryusu to form his alliance, all for the purpose of gathering the tribes together so they could all be crushed in one fell swoop. Well, you would be worried, given that you're so prone to introspection. Still, no matter what, it would be best to fight the enemy first and worry about things like that later. Even if we win, the enemy probably won't give up. No, in all honesty, there's very little chance the enemy will give up. That may be so, but you were right about what you said that night. And look, there did not seem to be anything in the direction where Crush was pointing. However, Zarusu understood that she was referring to the entire village. Do you see how all the lizardmen tribes are struggling together for the same goal? Indeed, the lizardmen were all working towards the same objective. Zaryusu recalled the great feast which had been held to celebrate the alliance of the 5 tribes. The people of each tribe had mingled without reserve. Of course, it would be wrong to say that the survivors of the 2 destroyed tribes bore no grudges, but at the very least, they had managed to swallow their resentment. How ironic, Zaryusu muttered to himself. He had always thought they would keep themselves secluded for all time, but he had not expected to see everyone united as one due to an external enemy. We should protect the possibilities that the future holds. Zaryusu, the tribes coming together will surely spur us to grow. Zaryusu had never seen the techniques of building walls with mud. However, now that all the other tribes knew it too, the lizardmen tribes would surely build such walls in future. These sturdy walls would be able to keep out monster incursions. If that happened, the number of attacks on children would drastically decrease, and the lizard men's numbers would increase in turn. And as the number of people went up, they could use Zaryusu's fish farms to feed them. Perhaps in the near future, this marsh might become the home of a large, united tribe of lizard men. Let's win this, Zaryusu. We can't predict what will happen in the future, and for all we know, all this might be cleared up after we win this battle. If that happens, we'll be able to expand, and that might bring about a world where we won't need to worry about killing each other or food shortages. Crush smiled. Zaryusu fought back the surge of emotion within him, because if he let it run wild, the consequences might be irrecoverable. Still, there was one thing he had to say, no matter what. You really are an outstanding female. After this battle, please tell me the answer to the question I asked when we first met. Crush's smile grew even brighter. Yes, Zaryusu. I'll tell you after it's all over, Demiurge hummed happily as he worked. He picked up a polished bone and considered where best to put it. Before long, perhaps he had already decided, he shaved off part of its tip and slotted it into the article before him, which he was building. The shaved bone fit snugly into its place, as though it had always belonged there. If building a house without nails was called timber frame construction, then Demiurge's technique could be called bone frame construction. I have a good feeling about this. Demiurge smiled as he ran his fingers over the bones. He sensed that he would produce an outstanding work if he carried on like this. Still, I need a thigh bone from a male of about 120 centimeters in height. He could still complete it without the bone, but the finished product would not look as good. Under normal circumstances, he would let it slide, but this gift was intended for the beloved master to whom he owed his loyalty, so he had to complete it to the best of his ability. If only I could find a suitable bone. In high spirits, Demiurge moved on. The truth was that Demiurge enjoyed making objects like these. It was not a love for bone crafting, but a love for crafting in general. He was very interested in that field, covering items ranging from objects dart, six to furniture, and his techniques had surpassed those of a casual dabbler. In fact, his current piece would draw gasps of awe from just about anyone who looked upon it, provided one disregarded the materials from which it was made. This tent contained other items as well, such as a statue of his master made from solidified lava, all sorts of chairs, assorted clamps, and so on. All of them were the handiwork of Demiurge. While those pieces were all built for functionality and were not ornamented, they were still excellent specimens of workmanship. Demiurge picked up a piece of raw material from the corner of the tent and began evaluating it. Just then, he sensed movement from the tent's entrance. He gently put the bone back and squeezed the irreplaceable item which his master had lent him, before focusing his attention on the movement outside. Under normal circumstances, the person outside ought to be one of his vassals or his comrades. Nobody could breach that triple-layered defense without Demiurge's knowledge. Still, it was true that he had to be wary of the enemy who had dominated Sholtia. Several seconds later, someone opened the tent flap. He was dressed in white and wore a black bird-like mask with a long nose. It was Pulcinella. He was a clown who had been created by the Supreme Beings, much as Demiurge had. He had been assigned to assist Demiurge for this operation. After ensuring that he was not under mind control, the tension left Demiurge's eyes. At the same time, he released his grip on the artifact in his hand. Demiurge Sama, the skinning is complete. Demiurge felt a twinge of regret at those words. Originally, Demiurge would have done that work in person to savor it, but the need to be wary of their mysterious and powerful foe meant that he could not leave this place under normal circumstances. Thus, he had handed the task to Pulcinella. Taking care to keep his emotions hidden, Demiurge gave Pulcinella new orders. Well done. Then begin the next step immediately. It would be rude to directly present something in that state to Ainz Sama. As Pulcinella bowed gracefully, Demiurge asked him, "So, how many died?" "None. Thanks to the torturers, they only passed out, so we should be able to skin them soon. While some of them were unwilling to accept healing magic, it was well within acceptable parameters, so it is not a problem." "Marvelous." Gathering the raw materials was an arduous task, and they had to perform several skinnings to recoup their investment. Even so, he had not used anesthesia or painless methods to remove the skins. "I want to make everyone happy." This sudden interjection made Demiurge think of Pulcinella's personality. Pulcinella was famous in Nazarick for his kindness and mercy. He had been created to make everyone happy, and so everything he did was intended to fulfill that purpose. Everyone in the great underground tomb of Nazarick is happy to serve Ain't Sama. Demiurge nodded in agreement. "I see. Then, a question for you. Pulcinella, do you mean that others will be happy to serve Nazarick?" "How could that be? That was not my meaning. Serving Ain't Sama is truly a blissful thing, one that makes me want to shed tears of joy, but it cannot be counted as true happiness if it is forced." "Oh, then what should be done? Simple. Pick one person and chop his arm off. Then, the others will compare themselves to that person and count themselves fortunate. How wonderful. And then, to make the person whose arm was chopped off happy, you simply chop off someone else's legs." "Oh, how happy I have made them." Demiurge nodded at the clown, who was laughing to the high heavens. "I see, you do have a point there. Time would pass slowly if all one did was wait. However, it practically flew past when one was preparing for a task with a time limit. The appointed time had come. Today, the searing sun crawled slowly into the sky, which was a cloudless, clear blue. There was no sound of wind, and the world was shrouded in a silence so profound that one could hear the proverbial pin drop. Pre-battle tension filled the air. Someone gulped, and someone's breathing quickened. And after who knew how long since the gathered lizardmen collectively decided to remain quiet, a hole appeared in the heavens, and a cloud billowed forth. It expanded as swiftly as it had earlier, until it enveloped the entire sky. Soon, when the clouds obscured the firmament, when the sun's light was gone, and when all was darkness, the lizardmen saw countless undead lurch out of the forest and over the border it shared with the swamp. The trees obscured them and prevented them from getting an exact count, so all they could see was an endless tide shambling forward. The attackers were 22-0 zombies, 22-0 skeletons, 300 undead beasts, 150 skeleton archers, and 100 skeleton riders, for a total of 4950 troops, not including the commander and his retinue. The defenders were the army of the 5 tribes. The Green Claw tribe had 103 warriors, 5 priests, 7 hunters, 124 males, and 105 females. The Small Fang tribe had 65 warriors, 1 priest, 16 hunters, 111 males, and 94 females. The Razor Tail tribe had 89 armored warriors, 3 priests, 6 hunters, 99 males, and 81 females. The Dragon Tusk tribe had 125 warriors, 2 priests, 10 hunters, 98 males, and 32 females. The Red Eye tribe had 47 warriors, 15 priests, 6 hunters, 59 males, and 77 females. Their combined fighting strength was 429 warriors, 26 priests, 45 hunters, 491 males, and 308 females, for a total of 1,380 people, not including the chiefs and Zaryusu. A lopsided battle of over 3-to-1 odds was about to begin. This was a log cabin. It was simply designed and made of bare wood with little ornamentation to speak of. However, it was a full 5 meters from floor to ceiling, and it was over 20 meters long and wide. There was hardly any furniture here, only a huge mirror hanging on the wall, a massive, sturdy table, and the chairs surrounding it. There were several people seated on those chairs, and on the table were many rolled-up parchments, magic scrolls. And this is the last one, a teleportation spell scroll. As the high-pitched voice, which called to mind the image of a young girl, spoke those words, another scroll was laid on the table. The person doing so was a humanoid girl in a maid's outfit. She was adorably cute, with her hair done up in 2 buns on the side of her head. However, she was surrounded by a strange air, and her eyes were rather unique. Said eyes were full and round, but like cheap glass marbles, there was no glow in them. In addition, they did not blink. Her slender body was fully encased in an enchanted maid's uniform, and the high collar completely obscured her neck. Besides her face, none of her flesh was exposed. She was one of the Pleiades battle maids, Entoma Vasilissa Zeta. And then there are the message scrolls, but the table is getting cluttered. So could someone please clear the table? Entoma looked at the highest-ranking person seated at the table, who nodded slowly in response. Then, please go ahead. Yes, then, please tidy up, move, quickly. After hearing Carsidus acquiesce to Entoma's directions, the people around the table began working to clear the table. Each of them was a heteromorphic being. Some looked like praying mantises, some looked like ants, and one even looked like a gigantic brain. Each of them had a different appearance, but they had 2 things in common. The first was that they were Carsidus's vassals, and the second was that they all served Nazarick. For that reason, they obeyed Entoma, despite the fact that she was weaker than them. Within the great underground tomb of Nazarick's chain of command, the most crucial factor was not raw power, but whether or not they had been created by one of the supreme beings. From that point of view, Entoma ranked very highly. After verifying that the table had been cleared, then, please take these. Carsitus Sama. Entoma spoke those words without moving her mouth, and then she picked up the bag by her feet and produced several rolled-up scrolls. These are scrolls of message. According to Ainz Sama, they were made with the skin that Demiurge Sama worked hard to obtain. Ainz Sama also said that he would like feedback if any problems came up with their use. Is that so? I understand. I will inform him if such problems occur. Carsidus took the scrolls from Entoma with one of his 4 hands. Now it seems Demiurge has pulled even further ahead of me. He smiled bitterly to the servants around him as he said that. His servants responded with wry grins of their own. As he picked up the scrolls, Carsidus sank into contemplation. Carsidus had once heard that the supply of parchment for Nazarick's low-level spell scrolls was running low. Finding a place to replenish the stores needed to produce various items was a problem which had to be solved sooner or later. The reserves were still ample for the moment, but if they kept drawing on them, they would eventually run out one day. Therefore, everyone, their master included, had begun work on rectifying that situation. Part of the solution involved the apple trees on the 6th floor, of which he had heard. However, this was a problem which Carsidus, who was responsible for the safety of Nazarick, could do nothing about. After all, since he was assigned to protection duties, he could not go searching around outside. Demir, who had gone around laying foundations outside, would surely solve this problem in the end. One could say that it was only to be expected. His friend had accomplished his mission. It was an admirable deed, and Carsidus was glad for him. However, the flames of jealousy smoldered within him. The fact that his comrade could aid one of the supreme beings, the master whom he worshipped, filled him with jealousy. His own calling was the defense of Nazarick. This weighty task was arguably more important than any order given to the other guardians. If questioned, any vassal would agree that it was an important task. After all, they could not let common riffraff set foot into the sanctum of the supreme beings. However, Carsidus could not prove his devotion and loyalty without any intruders. That was why Carsidus wanted to prove himself here by obtaining good results. To the guardians, aiding their master was a source of great delight. Carsidus wanted to experience that joy as well. Currently, a chance for that stood before him. Carsidus turned to look at the image within the mirror and gripped his scroll tightly. The mirror did not reflect the interior of the room, but instead it showed part of the swamp. The scene within the mirror of remote viewing was the reason why Carsitus had spent the past 2 days in the log cabin which Aura had built. This battle, no. When one considered the absolute power of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, it was more like a slaughter, was little more than a way to recover corpses. When he had received this sacred task, Carsitus's master had also laid down several stipulations. The first rule was that Carsitus was forbidden to set foot on the battlefield. Naturally, that extended to his servants as well. He was to use the forces allocated to him to deal with this problem. The second rule was that the elder Lick, who had been designated as the army's commander, was to be held back until the end. The third rule was that he had to make as many decisions by himself as possible. There had been other details besides that, but those were the most important of the orders he had been given. His task was to achieve victory using only the forces deployed to the lakeside. However, if he could do it, he could demonstrate his loyalty to his great master. "Thank you very much. Please convey my thanks to Ainz Sama." Entoma nodded disinterestedly. "Then will you be returning?" "No, I was given instructions to observe the outcome of this battle." So she was to be an observer. Then Carsitus's blood boiled as he realized the importance of his task. Then it was about time to begin. Carsitus cast message and gave his orders to the commander of the undead army. "Advance." Two bonfires blazed on either side of the raised platform, bathing the surroundings in flickering light. On the platform were several lizard men, including the chiefs, leaders, and other important figures from each tribe. Before the platform were many battle-ready lizard men. The clamor from them rose and fell like the tide. It stemmed from their unease, worry, and fear. They struggled to hide all these emotions, but they could not hide the quaking in their hearts. This was the eve of battle. The friends beside them might become corpses in an instant, or they themselves might fall in combat. They would soon be heading to the cruel place that was the battlefield. Shasryu Shasha stepped forward from the assembled chiefs and interrupted their commotion. "Gathered lizard men, heed me," a majestic voice rang through the air. It silenced the immediate surroundings and made Shasryu's words sound exceptionally resonant. "I confess that our enemy is numerous." Nobody made a sound, but everybody could sense the tremors in the air. After a brief pause, Shasryu spoke again. "But there is no need to fear. For the first time in our history, the 5 tribes have come together as one. Through our alliance, we are now one tribe. Therefore, the ancestors of the 5 tribes will watch over us. Even the spirits from other tribes will protect us. Priests." At this command, Crush stepped forward at the head of the priests from the 5 tribes, and then she shucked her clothing to reveal her white scales. "This is Crush Lulu, the leader of the high priests." Crush took another step forward as Shasryu called her by name. "Summon the ancestors upon us. Listen well, children of the great tribe." How would this newly formed tribe turn out? With an iron determination in her voice, Crush went on and on. At times her voice was high-pitched, at times it was low-pitched, at times it sounded like she was growling, and at times it sounded like she was singing. At first, almost everyone was repulsed by Crush the albino. However, after seeing her unwavering confidence, that distaste gradually vanished. Crush's body swayed gently as she spoke. Her white scales glittered in the light of the bonfire, the reflected light making it seem as though the spirits of the ancestors had descended upon Crush. There were looks of worshipful awe on everyone's faces. "Now that the 5 tribes are one, it means the spirits of the 5 tribes will protect us all. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, witness the advent of the numberless ancestors through the generations as they take their place beside you." Crush forcefully cast open her arms and pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up, but all they saw was an expanse of ordinary night sky. There were no spirits descending or anything. However, someone muttered something. "Isn't there a light there?" The faint voice grew louder, and several lizard men added, "I see it." Someone said they saw a faint light. Someone shouted about a lizard man. Someone muttered about a gigantic fish. Someone exclaimed that there was a child there, and someone muttered incredulously about an egg. There was only one thing within the hearts of the lizard men, that the spirits of their ancestors really were with them. The spirits have come to protect us. Thus, it only made sense that someone shouted exactly that. "Feel it. Feel their power entering your bodies." Crush's voice seemed to speak directly to their souls. It sounded like it was coming from a faraway place and very close by at the same time. As the lizard men heard her voice, They felt some kind of strength filling them. Feel it. Feel the strength which the ancestors of the 5 tribes have gifted you. Now, all the lizard men here definitely felt it. They could feel the intense power within them. This sense of hot-bloodedness wiped away their prior unease. Their bodies glowed from within with warmth, as though they had just drunk wine. This was certain proof that the spirits of the ancestors had descended to the mortal realm. Crush turned her eyes away from the crowd of intoxicated-looking lizard men and nodded to Shasaryu. Hear me, all you lizard men. The ancestors are now with us. The enemy outnumbers us. But will we lose? No. The air shook as the lizard men, with vaguely drunken looks on their faces, answered Shasaryu in unison. That's right. Now that the spirits of the ancestors are with us, there's no way we can lose. Let us defeat the foe and offer this victory to them. Oh, everyone's morale was through the roof. In place of the uneasy lizard men from earlier were now warriors hungry for battle. This was not the effect of charm magic. Even with this many druids, they did not have the luxury of casting spells on everyone here before the battle started. Rather, this was the result of the special beverage the lizard men had drunk before this ceremony began. Said beverage was a recipe passed down through the generations, which gave its drinkers courage. It was made with herbs which induced a brief period of intoxication, euphoria, and hallucinations in those who consumed it. The net result was a state of altered perception. Crush's spiel had been intended to buy time for the effects to kick in. When one knew the truth, it hardly seemed impressive at all. However, for the people witnessing this spectacle with their own eyes, in other words, the lizard men who saw the proof that their ancestors were walking with them, this ritual ignited the courage within them. Then, we shall begin applying the war paint. Originally, every tribe would have their own color, but now that the spirits of the 5 tribes reside within us all, we shall use the colors of each tribe for everyone. Several priests took up clay parts and walked among the lizard men. The lizard men decorated themselves using the paint from the parts. They believed that the ancestor spirits within them were guiding their hands, so they let their fingertips wander freely, tracing designs all over their bodies. Many of them painted their entire bodies, possibly thanks to this advent. However, almost none of the green claw lizard men applied paint to themselves. This was because Zaryusu, Shasaryu, and the elite members of the tribes had not done so. In other words, it was a form of idol worship. After looking around and satisfying himself that everyone was done, Zaryusu drew his greatsword and pointed it at the village gate. Forward march! Oh, countless roars rang through the air. The troops from the great underground tomb of Nazarick were divided into 2 groups and stationed in the swamp. The zombie division was on the lizard men's left flank, while the skeleton division was on their right. The skeleton archers and skeleton riders were stationed behind the other skeletons. The beast zombies were kept in the rear, as though they were a command company. The lizard men facing them were also divided into 2 forces, despite their comparatively thin numbers. The hunters and the females were on the zombies' side, while the males and warriors were on the skeleton side. Meanwhile, the priests remained within the village, defended by the walls. The lizard men had come out of the village because they knew that there was no point in laying up for a siege. There was no help coming for them, and the walls were anything but sturdy. In addition, the enemy was an army of the dead, who did not need rations or rest. Given these deeply unfavorable circumstances, a siege was a very bad idea. However, once the lizard men had formed up outside, they keenly understood the tremendous disparity between their forces and those of the enemy. A situation where 1 faced 3 could still be compared to that of 10 facing 30. But if 1,000 had to fight 3,000, the vast difference in their respective strengths became very apparent. Even if 3,000 undead beings did nothing but stand in ranks, they were still a very intimidating sight. Despite the circumstances, the lizard men did not show any signs of fear. Their ancestors were with them now, numbers counted for nothing to them. Soon, the undead forces began a slow advance. The zombies and skeletons began to move, while the skeleton archers and skeleton riders remained where they stood. Perhaps they were being held in reserve. The lizard men advanced as well. Oh, H. The wetlands echoed with an ear-piercing shout, accompanied by the sound of countless splashes. Water was churned into foam and dirt flew everywhere. The 2 armies continued advancing until they were on the verge of a ferocious clash. However, An abnormality arose in the Nazarick army. The zombies and the skeletons had begun their advance together, but as they moved forward, they gradually drew apart. This was because the zombies were slow while the skeletons were swift. In addition, the wetlands were very difficult terrain. When slow monsters like zombies were mired down in mud, their movements became even slower. However, agile monsters like skeletons were not as badly affected. Therefore, the first engagement was between the skeletons and the lizard-men warriors. The lizard-men employed no formations, simply crashing into the skeletons. There was no art in their technique, they simply swung whenever they saw an enemy. Leading the way were the 5 head warriors of the various tribes. To some extent, it was foolish for a commander to lead from the front. However, they were the highest-ranked warriors of their respective tribes, and morale would suffer if they did not fight at the head of their troops. Instead, the lizardmen were all in high spirits. They were backed by 89 armored warriors from the Razor-Tail tribe. They wore hide armor and carried hide shields, and they possessed the highest defensive strength of any group among the tribes. They raised their shields, charging the skeleton horde as a single, united wall. Then, they clashed, the vanguards of the skeletons and the lizard men colliding with each other. In that moment, countless bones flew in all directions, and the lizardman squadron tore into the skeleton horde. The sounds of carnage shook the heavens, and the sounds of bone crunching seemed endless. There were occasional cries of pain, but those were drowned out by the sounds of shattering bone. The lizard men had an incontestable advantage in this first engagement, and the tide of battle favored them. If the combatants were not lizard men, but humans, the opposite would probably be the case. Skeletons were made of bones, so piercing weapons were almost completely ineffective against them, while they resisted slashing weapons to a certain extent. Therefore, human troops, who used blades and swords as their primary weapons, would have a hard time damaging those skeletons. The advantage of the lizard men stemmed from the fact that they used crude maces and clubs as their primary weapons, which inflicted bludgeoning damage, the bane of skeletons. The lizard men easily crushed the bony bodies of the skeletons with every swing of their weapons. Even if they survived one hit, the second would pulverize them. In contrast, the rusty longswords that the skeletons used were deflected by the tough scales and hides of the lizard men. While some of them were hurt, nobody sustained any fatal wounds. This was the first charge. Almost 500 skeletons lay in fragments from that clash alone. Carsitus's jaw dropped as he stared at the vision within the mirror. This was only the first time they had stood toe to toe, but the strength of the lizard men had exceeded his expectations. As an excellent warrior himself, Carsitus possessed a degree of insight into the strength of his enemy. It was true that as individuals, the skeletons were clearly weaker than the lizard men, and they had no hope of victory. However, their numbers should have compensated for that weakness. Even so, this outcome had taken place. What was the meaning of this? It made him wonder if they lizard men had been strengthened by some other power. In all likelihood, only the skeleton archers and skeleton riders could claim victory over the lizard men as they were now. The skeletons crumbled one after the other as he watched the battle. The skeletons and zombies would probably only serve to sap their opponent's stamina. At this rate, the only effective troops we have are the 300 beast zombies, the 150 skeleton archers, and the 500 skeleton riders. The weight of numbers is now against us. Carsitus calculated the odds in his mind. The undead were strong, especially in extended battles. Almost nobody could beat them at that. The undead did not feel anything, not fear, not pain, not fatigue, or the need for sleep. The advantages those characteristics bestowed in warfare hardly needed to be stated. For instance, if one swung a mace at the head of a living creature, there was a high chance said creature would die, or if it survived, it would bleed profusely and suffer great pain. The person receiving the attack would naturally lose the will to fight. Of course, an exception had to be made for warriors who had been trained to endure great pain, but most people would not want to fight on. That was a perfectly natural reaction from living beings. But what about the undead? Crack their skulls. They would continue attacking while they leaked their brains with every blow. Break their arms. They would keep attacking with their shattered limbs. Chop off their legs. They would crawl to launch the next attack. Indeed, as long as the negative energy, which served as their life force, was not depleted, the undead would keep fighting. As long as the conditions for instant death were not met, Decapitation was quite a common one for most low-tier undead beings. They would not lose the will to fight like humans would. In other words, the undead were perfect soldiers. It could not be denied that the lizard men were currently superior, going by individual strength. However, that state of affairs might not carry one. Carcitus's opinion of the lizard men went up by a notch, and he concluded that they were not a foe which could be instantly destroyed. That being the case, he had to draw out the battle. Should we pull back and wait for a chance to launch another attack? Your servant feels that would be the wisest move. Your servant is of the opinion that it would be better to mobilize the archers and cavalry. No, we should continue the attack until the enemy is exhausted. But what good does it do to exhaust the foe? If we cannot smash their headquarters, the enemy will eventually recover their strength. Indeed, the enemy seems to have a strong defense, but they are hiding behind those fragile walls. What about taking the village and then encircling them? After listening to his servant's responses, Carcitus picked up the message, scroll, and glanced at Entoma, trying to read her expression. Entoma looked disinterestedly at the mirror. She produced a green biscuit from somewhere and brought it to her chin, and soon, the sounds of crunching echoed through the room. That attitude seemed to be saying that she was unconcerned about the events that were unfolding. Perhaps that was why she had no expression on her face. No, that expressionless face was nothing more than a decoration. Carcitus thought about her true nature and realized that trying to read her expression was a foolish gesture. She was a familiar eater. Even Carcitus's friend, Kauyuku, of the Five Worsts in Nazarick, had bluntly stated that she is a most frightening person. That was her true nature. Carcitus abandoned the plan of trying to divine her thoughts by reading her face and unfurled the scroll, sending a message to the army's commander. "Are they looking down on us?" Zenbaru muttered. He did so quietly, but it was still loud enough that everyone watching the enemy from the wall could hear it. "They aren't mobilizing their archers or cavalry. That makes me think that they're looking down on us." "Yes, I thought they'd come at us all at once. Zombie fight going well." There were only 45 hunters fighting the zombies. They launched hit-and-run attacks with thrown stones, slowly drawing the zombies away from the skeletons. The females slowly moved to a position where they could flank the skeletons. Don't you think their movements are very suspicious? Indeed. The zombies were not so much diverted as completely distracted by the hunters. Would any commander permit such movements? No, it should not have been possible, yet the zombies were moving as described. That being the case, what did the enemy have in mind? Nobody present had any idea. I don't quite understand what they're doing. I'm with Shasryu. No matter how hard thought about it, they did not feel there was any particular significance to the zombies' movements. After observing for a while longer, Zaryusu shared his thoughts with the others. Could it be that there's no commander? No commander. Ah, do you mean to say that the undead have been acting on the orders they were given at the beginning of the battle? Yes, the lowest-tiered undead like zombies and skeletons did not possess intelligence. Therefore, giving them orders at the appropriate moment was the best way of commanding them. However, the zombies and other enemies seemed to have received orders to kill any nearby lizard men. That was what they were getting at. In other words, the enemy thought they could beat us by sheer weight of numbers. No. Could it be that this battle is just to see how well they can fight without a commander? Seems that way. Bastards, are they fucking with us? It was Shasryu, not Zenbaru, who was cursing. Even Shasryu could not tolerate this sort of thing. After all, the lizard men were all betting their lives on this. Calm down, Shasryu. We don't know if that's the case yet. Sorry, though I guess it's good that we're doing well so far. Anya, you're right, because we need to cut down the enemy's numbers as much as possible right now. Battle was a very fatiguing activity, and a pitched melee was unimaginably taxing on one's mental strength. On a battlefield where one did not know if the enemy would be coming from the front, rear, left, or right, merely swinging one's weapon a few times was several times more exhausting than normal. However, the undead did not feel fatigue, and they would continue attacking without respite. This was the difference between the living and the dead, and as time went by, that difference would become more and more apparent. In other words, time was the lizard men's enemy. Che, it would be fine if only I could fight. Patience, Zenbaru. Indeed, if a mighty warrior like Zenbaru took the field, they could probably wipe out the skeletons in moments. However, that would mean revealing their ace in the hole. Zaryusu's group of half a dozen people was their secret weapon. While they would obviously need to play their trump card in times of emergency, they could not reveal their true power as long as the situation was not dire and if their greatest foe had not shown up yet. Still, if the enemy doesn't advance, doesn't that play right into our hands? Zaryusu told the others, who responded affirmatively. Then he turned to Crush and asked, "Are things still okay on your side?" "Yes, and the ritual's going well too." Crush answered Zaryusu's question as she looked around the village. The ritual which the priests were conducting in the village might well be another trump card for the lizard men. Normally, it would have taken a very long time, but since all the priests of all the tribes were gathered together, it was progressing at a tremendous pace, quickly enough to be used in this battle. So this is the power of cooperation. Yes. Granted, we did share some insights after that war in the past. Still, there's a lot of things I want to do after the war now. The other chiefs nodded vigorously at Shasaryu's suggestion. They had shared a lot of knowledge thanks to this battle, and they had seen with their own eyes the importance of everyone working together towards a common goal. The three chiefs who had allied in the past but not exchanged information were particularly forceful in their agreement. Zaryusu looked at those five people and smiled. "What's so funny? It's nothing. I just felt really happy despite our circumstances." Crush immediately picked up on what he was thinking. "Me too, Zaryusu." As he looked on the smiling Crush, Zaryusu's eyes narrowed as though she were shining. They had looks of admiration and kindness in their eyes. It was only natural that they were not embracing. After all, they could not indulge their desires while lizard men were dying before them. However, Zaryusu's and Crush's tails seemed like independent creatures as they twitched, occasionally touching and separating. "Moo, do you know what this situation is? As an older brother, we've been completely shut out. Oh, they really do love each other. In short, good to be young. Future is bright." The four older lizard men nodded as they looked on their adorable juniors. Of course, there was no way Crush and Zaryusu could not have heard that. Their tails moved and twitched without pause, but they had serious and proper expressions on their faces. "Anya, the enemy's making their move." Shasryu and the other chiefs could not help but smile bitterly at the sudden change in Zaryusu's attitude. At the same time, they cast their eyes toward the enemy formation. The skeleton riders were advancing en masse. "Oi, oi, oi, don't tell me they're heading for us. The cavalry. Are they planning to shake our morale by striking directly at us?" "No, they should be planning to circle around the warriors and the males, and then flank them, right?" This was bad. Everyone came to the same conclusion without saying a word. The mobility of the skeleton riders was hard to deal with. If the skeleton riders had moved out at the beginning of the battle, they would have prioritized their destruction. However, the warriors and the male lizard men were currently locked in melee combat. The hunters were drawing off the zombies, and the females were flanking the skeletons with thrown rocks, so there was precious little manpower left to block the skeleton riders. "It looks like it'll be better if we make the first move." Shasryu nodded after the small Fang tribe's chief spoke. "The question now is who we should send out, or rather, who we should allow to fight first." Skeleton riders. They were lance-wielding skeletons mounted on skeletal horses. They had no special characteristics beyond their enhanced mobility, but said mobility was outstanding on this marshy terrain. Their bodies were made of bone and would not sink too deeply into the mud, which meant that they could advance at the speed of a regular horse. Nearly 100 skeleton riders were moving forward, intent on circling around behind the lizard men to destroy them from behind. They saw 3 lizard men approaching from their front and left, in other words, from the village, but the skeleton riders paid them no heed. They had not received orders to engage them, so they would ignore them as long as they did not attack. Unintelligent undead were such creatures. Just as they were about to reach the rear of the lizardman forces, the leading skeleton rider's world was suddenly flipped and turned upside down. The horseman flew far into the air and crashed heavily to the marsh. A human would have been confused and been unable to act. However, the skeleton rider was an unintelligent undead being, and it immediately continued moving to fulfill its orders. Though it rose quickly, it had been injured, and so it moved with a bit of a limp. Just then, it was hit by another unhorsed skeleton rider, and the shattered bones of the 2 skeleton riders were scattered all over the marsh. Scenes like this were happening everywhere. Why had something like this happened on the wide-open wetlands? The answer was simple. It was a trap. There had been open wooden boxes buried in the marsh, and when the skeleton horses stepped into them, they had fallen. The skeleton riders fell one after the other. If they were humans, they would have slowed their pace. However, the skeleton riders would not do that. While they had enough judgment to avoid a hole they were aware of, they had no ability to be wary of traps. This was because they had no orders to do so, and no intelligence to allow them to adapt to the situation. Their headlong rush into the traps looked like a form of mass suicide. Still, while the traps were very effective, they were ultimately only a delaying measure. They could inflict some damage, but they could not eliminate the skeleton riders by themselves. The fallen skeleton riders rose to their feet, covered in mud. Just then, there was a whoosh and the sound of the air parting. Just like that, one of the fallen skeleton riders had its head knocked off. The skeleton riders judged this to be enemy action and looked around. Just then, another skeleton rider's head flew off its shoulders, shattered like a glass marble. The skeleton riders spotted 3 lizard men about 80 meters away from them. They also saw them launching stones from the slings in their hands, crushing the skulls of the skeleton riders. The skeleton riders began moving. At the same time, the battle situation with the skeletons began to change. After the sound of countless bowstrings being pulled taut, the sound of arrows filled the air like the falling of rain. The 150 skeleton archers fired at the melee with the skeletons and the lizard men. They did not just discharge 1 arrow each, but 2, 3. The lizard men had not expected an arrow storm like that. Many lizard men were hit by arrows and collapsed. They could not fight the skeletons and block the arrow attacks at the same time. Of course, the skeletons were hit by the arrows as well, but they were not hurt. Using the skeletons, who were nigh immune to piercing damage, as screens, and then having the skeleton archers fire from behind them was a near-perfect strategy. They would have enough time to wipe out all the lizard men in the time it would take to bash through the 2,000 skeletons, screening them. The problem was that they had used that tactic too late. If they had opened with that move, the fate of the lizard men would have been sealed. They would have been drowned under the overwhelming tide of enemy forces, and victory would have been decided. However, the outcome of the battle was largely decided by this point. The lizard men ignored the skeletons and charged the skeleton archers in the rear. 150 arrows fell like rain, and several lizard men hit the ground as a result. Yet, that was only a small portion of their forces. The lizard men had thick skin and strong scales, so even without armor, they had the same defensive strength as humans in leather armor. Even if an arrow somehow pierced their hides, their thick layer of muscles kept them alive. In addition, the skeleton archers did not have much strength behind their draws. That was another reason why they could not kill the lizard men. The lizard men roared fearlessly as they charged. They crossed their arms over their heads as the arrow storm fell upon them, and even if they were impaled by the shafts, they continued regardless. 3 arrows, this was the most each of the skeleton archers managed to loose. If they had any intelligence, they would have fallen back. It would have been better if they retreated for the moment and then regrouped to engage the surviving undead troops. However, the skeletons' minds could not process such complicated orders, and such orders had not been given anyway. Therefore, they could only do as they had been told, keep firing on the lizard men even if they get close. There was a mighty roar, and then the skeletons and skeleton archers alike drowned under the rising tide of lizard men. The skeleton archers could no longer show their stuff at this range. Their part was to be punching bags for their enemies, and so they fell steadily, in 2s and 3s. Currently, the zombies were still alive, but the skeletons had been almost completely beaten into the ground. This was when the enemy sent out new foes. Those were the beast zombies. These monsters, made from the corpses of wolves, snakes, pythons, and other such creatures, combined the strength of zombies and the agility of wild animals. The beast zombies ran at the lizard men. The swift ones surged ahead while the slow ones lagged behind. It was a ragged charge with no formation to speak of. Attacks from below were unexpectedly hard to avoid. The beast zombies would tear at their foes' legs and finish them off once they were immobilized. It was a truly savage combat technique. The increasingly fatigued lizard men had a hard time warding off these attacks. Several lizard men were too slow to avoid having their throats torn out by the beast zombies. After seeing their comrades fall, even the ones who had steeled themselves for combat or believed in ancestral protection could not hide the looks of fear on their faces. The head warriors had led their men into the bloody fray, but now they were gradually being forced back. Just as they thought the line of battle would eventually break, the ground before them swelled. Before them appeared two armless and legless lumps of mud, around 160 centimeters tall. The two clumps of mud began moving. They had no legs, but they moved adroitly and smoothly over the wetlands towards the beast zombies. After closing the distance, the mud clumps sprouted whips that were longer than them from the places where a human's arms would have been. This was one of the trump cards of the lizard men, the swamp spirits summoned by the combined efforts of all the priests. The swamp spirits charged into the beast zombies and attacked with their tentacle-like whip arms, seizing the enemy. Naturally, the beast zombies fearlessly counterattacked, slashing with claws and tearing with fangs. This was a battle between beings that knew no fear. However, the tide turned in favor of the swamp spirits, purely because of the difference between their fighting strengths. The power of their priests had defeated the unliving. This fact rekindled the lizard men's courage, and they rallied for another charge. A brutal battle ensued. Unlike the previous fight with the skeletons, the lizard men began to take casualties. However, victory was at hand for the lizard men, who had the advantage of numbers. We will lose. Carcitus understood that much. There were no intelligent undead among the forces he had been assigned. That was the main cause of their defeat, and something which had worried him from the start, but he had not expected them to be that weak. Carcitus's head ached at his naivete. While there was a way to turn the tables in a situation like this, he did not favor it much, because making that move was tantamount to admitting defeat. Still, how could he report failure to his master? Carcitus picked up the message scroll. Who should he send this message to? Demia. Indeed it is. Old friend, why would you contact me? Has something happened? A calm, even voice spoke in Carcitus's mind. Demiurge's intelligence was top class in Nazarick. Surely he would have an idea for a situation like this. On a certain level, Demiurge could also be considered a rival of his, so Carcitus was not too happy about asking him for help. Still, the most important thing was to avoid defeat. How could the armies of the great underground tomb of Nazarick be beaten in battle? He was willing to cast aside his pride and bow before others for help in order to avoid that outcome. Actually, after hearing a scroll's worth of explanation about the current situation, Demiurge, who had been listening quietly, sighed in exasperation. Then, what do you want me to do? I hope you can help me think of something. If this carries on, we will be defeated. I can accept a personal defeat, but I cannot allow the great tomb of Nazarick, the supreme beings, to be disgraced in such a way. Do you think Ainz Ooal truly wishes for victory? What do you mean? I am saying, why do you think Ainz Ooal picked out such low-tier fodder for an army? Carcitus had harbored his doubts about that point. He had no idea what reason could warrant drafting the dregs of Nazarick into a fighting force. Ainz Ooal must have his own motives, but what could they be? There are several possibilities that come to mind. That's Demiurge for you. Carcitus did not say that, though his respect for the demon grew in silence. Let me ask you something, Carcitus. You've been there for several days now. Don't you think you should have gathered intelligence on the lizard men? He was right. However, no. Ainz Ooal ordered me to defeat the foe with that force in a head-on confrontation. That is indeed the case, but I hope you will think carefully on it. Carcitus, the important thing is what sort of results you will show Ainz Ooal. Am I wrong? If exterminating the village was the objective, then you should have considered the ideal methods for extermination. Don't you think? Carcitus had nothing to say, because Demiurge had hit the nail on the head. Ainz Ooal must have assigned you those servants because he had that in mind. You mean to say that Ainz Ooal deliberately assigned me inadequate troops? The possibility is very high. If you had researched the village beforehand, perhaps you would have known that your forces would be insufficient to conquer the village. In that event, you would have told Ainz Ooal that exterminating the village will be difficult with these forces. I wish to request reinforcements. That was most likely Ainz Ooal's objective. In other words, Demiurge was trying to say that Carcitus had to divine his master's intent and adapt his methods to the situation, not follow orders blindly. This seems to be one of Ainz Ooal's plans to improve the way in which we approach matters, but he seems to have other objectives in mind as well. Other objectives? Carcitus hurriedly asked Demiurge. He had already erred once, and he did not wish to further add to his mistakes. Ainz Sama sent messengers to the village, but he did not state Nazarik's name at all. In addition, he ordered you not to take the field. That being the case, Carsitus gulped as he waited for Demiurge to continue speaking. However, Demiurge did not. Carsitus, forgive me, something urgent has cropped up. I apologize, but let's leave our conversation here. Good luck. Demiurge's words cut off and the message ended. As Carsitus wondered what would panic a calm person like him, his gaze shifted to someone else seated at a table within the room. He saw Entoma peeling a tattered talisman from her forehead and casting it down. If she, a talismancer, was using a talisman, that meant it was too late for anything else. That being the case, now was the time to deploy the final undead being, his trump card. However, would that really fulfill his master's aims? This might be the first time Carsitus had contemplated his master's true underlying motives. However, there was only one conclusion he could reach. Carsitus cast the message spell. Heed me, Elder Lick, Commander, attack, and show the lizard men your power. Black Circle, the bony body, dressed in a luxurious but time-worn set of robes, clutched a gnarled staff in one of its hand. Its skin was a thin layer stretched over the skull underneath, and it was beginning to rot, and it bore a malevolent intelligence within its eyes. Its body radiated negative energy like a mist which shrouded it. This undead magic caster was the Elder Lick in question. After receiving its orders, the undead creature looked over the marsh. Then it turned to the blood-meat hulks, undead creatures that were masses of red skin and muscle, behind it. To these fellow creations of the same supreme being, he gave an order: kill those 3 lizard men. Upon receipt of those orders, the 2 blood-meat hulks lumbered out towards the 3 lizard men who were devastating the skeleton riders. While the blood-meat hulks were low-tier undead, who could only attack with brute strength, they possessed the power of regeneration. As a result, it would take a long time to bring them down with physical attacks on their level. The Elder Lick felt that the blood-meat hulks could buy him enough time. This could be considered a foolish strategy. The Elder Lick was a magic caster and not used to melee combat, so under normal circumstances, it would have been better to keep the blood-meat hulks by his side. However, he could not do that now. His orders were to show the lizard men your power. Therefore, he had to proceed alone and destroy the lizardman headquarters with his overwhelming might. The Elder Lick advanced. Its face twisted into a fearsome shape as it chuckled. He felt that this was a piece of cake. He had been personally made by the supreme being Ainz Ooal Gown, and he was far superior to the automatically spawning Elder Liches in Nazarik. And now, his task was to demonstrate his puissance to the lizard men. He swore to achieve victory by the name his master had given him. I, Iguva, shall dedicate this triumph to my liege. For after wiping out the beast zombies, the lizard men rounded their shoulders in fatigue and breathed sighs of relief. There was anguish on their faces, but at the same time there were faint smiles there. It was true that they had taken many casualties, but they were lucky only to have sustained that much. If the swamp spirits had not joined the fight, no, if they had come in just a little later, their formation would have collapsed and it would have turned into a rout. We're moving out, shouted the head warriors. It was an announcement that they were heading into battle. Their bodies were weak from fatigue, and just raising their weapons consumed a great deal of effort, to say nothing of actually wielding them. They were bone-tired, but the battle was not yet over. They had to beware the enemy's reinforcements even as they eliminated the distant zombies. All right, get the heavily wounded back to the village. The rest of you form up on us. The sound of roaring fire interrupted him. Searing heat engulfed the surroundings, and the swamp spirits at the center of the blaze wavered. As the flames vanished like they had never been there in the first place, the 2 spirits were in terrible shape. A single gout of fire had half destroyed them. Before the lizard men could cry out in surprise, the fires raged once more. The spirits could not endure the attacks and disintegrated into the roaring inferno. As the swamp spirits, who had demonstrated incredible power against the beast zombies, disappeared without a trace, the lizard men's faces went blank, unable to keep pace with what was happening before them. What had just happened? They knew that the swamp spirits had been destroyed, but they were desperately trying to deny that reality. That was because if the swamp spirits really had been destroyed, it meant that there was a more powerful monster headed their way. The lizard men looked around in confusion and also to hide their fear. Just as they spotted an undead being in the distance, a fireball once more flew from its hand. The head-sized ball of flame soared through the air in a straight line and flew into the leader squad of the lizardman troops. Under normal circumstances, flames would vanish upon contact with water. However, this fireball was a magical phenomenon and defied that logic. When the fireball touched the water, it was as though it had struck a hard surface. A roaring cyclone of flame blossomed from the point of impact. The fiery explosion consumed several lizardmen and then faded away. Was this an illusion? That thought vanished in an instant. The smell of charred meat wafting in the air and the bodies of lizardmen slumped on the ground was real enough. The undead creature advanced with unhurried steps, so elegant that one might take it for arrogance. That was the stride of a mighty being, fully confident in its power. As the lizard men hesitated about whether they should rush it with an all-out attack, just like how they had destroyed the skeleton archers, another fireball flew at them. The fireball exploded violently, claiming the lives of all the lizard men around it in an instant. This was overwhelming power. It made people think that everything which had happened just now was little more than a game. You! The lizard men shouted to clear the fear from their hearts, just as several lizard men charged recklessly ahead. A cold, clear voice spoke from what seemed like an unthinkably great distance. Utter foolishness. That was all their foe said. The onrushing lizard men were incinerated by a ball of flame before they could scream. The undead being took a step forward, and over 100 lizard men immediately took one step back. The disparity between their powers was like a high wall which forced the lizard men to retreat. Run away! A strident, electrifying cry filled the air. The voice belonged to one of the head warriors. That one's different from the ones before him. We can't take him. That much was true. The majestic sight of the elder Lick slowly advancing by itself was an awesome one. It made the lizard men feel as though a mighty wind was blowing across their skin. Go inform the chiefs and Zaryusu about this. We'll try to buy time. Another fireball exploded, and several more lizard men lay upon the ground. Run! Go tell them. The 5 head warriors ordered the lizard men to flee, and at the same time, they judged the distance between them. They were spacing themselves out, so even when a fireball burst, at least one of them would be able to close the gap to the enemy. It was a suicidal tactic designed to accomplish that objective. After spreading themselves out, the 5 of them looked at each other, and then sprinted. The enemy was roughly 100 meters away. They despaired at the distance separating them, but even so, they ran with all their might. That was because even if they perished halfway, their deaths would still give the chiefs and Zaryusu information they could use. The lizard men who had effortlessly held off the enemy came running back like a flock of frightened birds. Zaryusu calmly observed that sight. No, ever since that powerful foe appeared, he had been scrutinizing its every movement. His attention was focused on the undead being that could cast the killing fire. Its movements were completely different from the mindless foes from before. In all likelihood, that was the enemy commander. As the undead creature closed to within 100 meters of the 5 head warriors, it began using fireball to execute area of effect attacks. This forced them to scatter, and it seemed intent on burning the head warriors to death during their run. Looks like it's time for us to take the field. Zaryusu nodded at Zenbaru's words. Crush signaled her agreement as well. She was aware that this might well be a battle where they might all meet a glorious end. Yes, it's time for us to go. Its power is shocking. Our foe might well be the personal subordinate of that Supreme One, or the commander of this army. Even if it's not, it must surely be a trump card of some sort. Indeed, nobody can control multiple undead of such a level, but how shall we make our move? It seems a bit too far away for us. Crush's question gave Zaryusu a headache. They were not fighting to die, so they had to plan around that. Zaryusu and Zenbaru could not attack at range, so they had to close in for a melee. The problem now lay in the 100 meters between them and the enemy. Zaryusu and the others could probably take 1 or 2 fireball-s with ease, but they would probably take more than just 1 or 2 such hits before reaching their opponent, and the true struggle would begin once they got to it. It was not hard to see how the enemy would repulse them if they tried a frontal assault while taking fireball attacks. That distance is pretty daunting. Yeah, you got that right. To think 100 meters could feel so far away, Zaryusu and friends wondered how they could reach the enemy with no or minimal damage. How about burrowing through the ground? If we used priestly powers, it'd still be hard. If we could use invisibility, they could probably close the gap instantly by going invisible and using the fly spell. However, druids could not cast such spells. Then how about making a shield and advancing with it held before us? Making a shield would take too long. How about tearing one of the houses down and using it as a shield? Zenbaru smiled bitterly as he realized the futility of the words he had just spoken. The enemy attacked with explosive fireballs. Even if it was blocked, the searing temperatures would still scorch them from the side. There was no time now to make a full-body shield which could withstand high temperatures. Ah, yes, we can still do that. What is it, Zaryusu? Crush asked nervously, feeling a little afraid. Is my face so scary? Zaryusu wondered. Still, it could not be helped. After all, he was so stressed out that he wanted to scream. A shield. You say, I think I just found one. Iguva nodded, pleased with himself and the present situation. Things were going very well. The blood-meat hulks were still fighting, but he had successfully advanced to the village. Several stupid lizard men had tried to attack him, but after seeing the power of his fireball S, they realized that resistance was futile. The most successful attackers were the 5 who had split up to rush him, but even they had only managed to get within 50 meters of him. Iguva walked on in silence, like he was strolling through an empty wasteland. While he pitied the weak lizard men, albeit in a mocking fashion, it would not do to be careless. He was close to the village, his objective. Once there, he intended to continuously launch Fireball S to destroy the lizard men with their village. However, the lizard men would probably try to stop him from reaching his destination. That would mean it was about time for the next counterattack. Iguva looked to the village, and his suspicions were vindicated. Oh, I see. Iguva saw a hydra coming at him. If that was their ace in the hole, then the lizard men would lose the will to fight once he crushed it with overwhelming force. If that happened, he would be able to destroy the village more easily. For safety's sake, Iguva looked around, then checked the sky, and halted only after verifying that there were no traces of the enemy. He leisurely waited for the hydra to enter his attack range. As the hydra reached the edge of said range, it began to sprint. As expected, it was heading straight for Iguva. How foolish. Did you think you could crawl all the way to me with that slothful speed of yours? Well, beasts will be beasts. With a mocking smile on his face, Iguva conjured a fireball in his hand and launched it at the hydra. It flew in a straight line and struck the hydra dead center. The searing fires which emerged consumed the hydra. However, the hydra continued forward, albeit a little shaky on its feet. It continued running, though it was wreathed in flames. No, the flames had gone out in an instant, so Iguva must have been seeing things. That said, the sight before him spoke of the hydra's extraordinary willpower. Iguva frowned in displeasure. The fact that it could withstand one of his magical attacks was a blow to his pride. While it was true that the hydra seemed to have been enchanted with a defensive spell to reduce the damage it had taken, said defensive spell was not of a high tier and could not completely nullify his magic. If I recall correctly, hydras have the ability of fast healing, but it shouldn't be able to withstand flame attacks. In any case, it's a beast, so it should be full of vitality. In that case, it makes sense that it could take a hit. That reasoning comforted Iguva somewhat, but it could not douse the flames of rancor within his heart. Iguva was a special monster who had been personally created by the supreme being Ainz Ooal Gown. The fact that this creature had not died in one hit was an insult to his master. With cold eyes that were in stark contrast to the anger smoldering within him, Iguva studied the oncoming hydra. How displeasing! Die! He cast another fireball at the hydra, and the roaring flames engulfed its body. For a moment, he even thought he could smell its flesh charring from the distance. Even if his foe had not taken a fatal wound, surely it would hesitate over whether or not to continue forward. However, why is it not stopping? Why does it persist? 5 Rororo continued its single-minded sprint forward. Its body was large, but it was running in the marsh, so its speed was about the same as that of a lizardman. Water splashed in all directions, and a liquid cacophony echoed all around it. Its amber eyes had turned cloudy from the great heat, and 2 of its 4 heads hung powerlessly. Even so, it continued sprinting forward. Another fireball came, striking Rororo's body. The thermal energy contained within the fireball exploded forth and washed all over it. The pain was like being beaten all over its body. Its eyes felt drier than ever before, and the superheated air seared its lungs. Its entire body was burned, and the agony that had been racking Rororo from just now told it that if it continued, its very life was forfeit. Even so, it continued running. It ran. It ran on. It continued forward, never stopping. The high temperatures stripped the scales from its skin and causing blood-spurting blisters to blossom upon it. But even so it carried on, straight ahead. An unintelligent beast would naturally have turned and fled, but Rororo did not do so. Rororo was a magical beast called a hydra. There were many kinds of magical beasts. Some possessed greater intelligence than a human being, and some were little wiser than an average animal. Frankly speaking, Rororo belonged to the latter category. The fact that Rororo, who possessed the wits of an average beast, would continue forward, on the verge of death, towards Iguva, the source of its pain was entirely unexpected, nearly impossible to understand. Indeed, even its opponent Iguva found it difficult to understand. He wondered if Rororo was under the influence of some magical control. However, that was not the case. Indeed, that was not the answer. Iguva would not be able to understand it. Rororo, possessed of an animal's intelligence, was running with all its might for its kin. Rororo had never seen its parents, yet hydras were not the sort of creatures to abandon their offspring. Beasts of their kind would live with one of their parents until a certain age, learning how to survive in the wild. But then, why did this not apply to Rororo? That was because Rororo was a mutant. Normal hydras had 8 heads when born, and as they grew older, they sprouted more heads to a maximum of 12. However, Rororo only had 4 heads at birth, so its parents had abandoned it, taking its siblings with them. Without the protection of its parents, even a young hydra, who might someday grow into a powerful creature, would surely perish in the harsh environs of nature. That is, if a certain lizardman had not passed by and picked it up. And so, Rororo gained kin, a father, a mother, and a close friend, all rolled into one. As Rororo's mind was about to break under the agony, it recalled a question it had always pondered in the past. Why was its body so big? Why did it have so many heads? It occasionally thought that as it looked at the dear parent who had raised it. As a result, Rororo had also thought of something else. Perhaps one day some of its heads might fall off, and its body might slowly sprout limbs like the way grass grew, and it would look like its parent. And if that really happened, what would it ask for? Yes, they had not slept together in a long time, so perhaps it would ask to curl up and nap together. It had always felt lonely because it had become too big and they had to sleep apart. The flames felt like they were burning away Rororo's thoughts. They filled his vision, and the agony shot through his body once more. It moaned in pain as the anguish washed over it. It felt a comforting warmth from behind, but it was nothing compared to the fire consuming Rororo. Rororo felt as though it were being smashed by countless iron hammers. It hurt so much that it could no longer think. Rororo's legs seized up, signaling to the rest of the creature that it should stop moving forward. However, was that really enough to make Rororo stop? No, it did not stop. Rororo continued advancing. Its pace had slowed. Its muscles were burnt and stiff, and it could not continue running at its usual pace. It suffered with every step it took. It was difficult to breathe. Just drawing breath was hard. Perhaps its lungs had been seared. Even so, it did not stop. Now, only one of its heads could still move. The other motionless heads were little more than dead weight. The sight of the undead creature conjuring another fireball in its hand was a blurred scene in Rororo's cloudy vision. Its animal instincts allowed it to realize something. If it took another hit, it would die. However, Rororo was not afraid. Without stopping, without ceasing, it forged bravely ahead. This was a request from its father, mother, and friend. Therefore it would never stop. Just as Rororo desperately and tiredly dragged itself forward, crimson ball of fire flew forth once more from an undead hand. It soared through the air and headed straight for Rororo. There was no doubt that this last attack would consume Rororo in flames. It was an undeniable fact. It would die. It would be the end of everything. However, indeed, that was only if the aforementioned lizardman did not step in. How could he watch Rororo die before him? How could he permit such an injustice to take place? That was impossible. Icy burst, Zaryusu shouted as he leapt from behind Rororo, swinging frost pain as he ran beside it. The air before the swing froze in an instant, forming a wall of white mist. This was a gout of supercooled air, the frozen wind of frost pain. That was one of Frost Pain's abilities. That was a special move which could only be used 3 times a day, Icy Burst. It snap-froze everything in an area in front of it and caused massive damage. The wall of frozen fog was solid, and it blocked the oncoming fireball. The orb of ardent flame met the wall of chill mist by the laws of magic. Allowing them to collide was the wisest choice. It hit, the scorching flames burst forth, warring with the frozen mist of ivory. It seemed as though two serpents, one white and one red, were trying to consume each other. After a moment's resistance, both powers vanished. The undead creature was shocked, and its surprise showed on its face. That was a natural reaction to seeing the dissipation of the spell it had discharged. There was still some distance between both parties. However, they could already see each other's faces and movements. Rororo's effort and determination had crossed the seemingly untraversable distance between them and brought the three of them unharmed to this place. Rororo, Zaryusu choked up. In the end, Zaryusu picked the most appropriate words he could think of from his vocabulary, a simple, easily understood phrase. Thank you. As he left those shouted thanks with Rororo, Zaryusu charged forward without looking back, trailed by Zenbaru and Crush. An almost inaudible croak answered him. It was the sound of encouragement for its kin. Iguva stared in silence. His fireball had been countered, and he could not stop himself from expressing his disbelief in words. This cannot be. Iguva prepared to cast another spell. Naturally, it was still a fireball. He was not prepared to acknowledge that the lizard men charging at him had actually neutralized his magic. The launched fireball streaked at the three lizard men. The leading lizardman swung its sword and blocked the fireball with a wall of freezing mist, and both vanished together. Yes, the same thing as just now had happened. Bring it on. I'll cancel out everything you throw at me. The lizardman's furious cry entered his ears. Iguva went che in displeasure. To think a mere lizardman could deflect a spell from me, a creation of the supreme being Ainz Sama. Iguva worked to suppress his boiling anger. It was quite likely that he could not use fireball anymore. However, the fact that his opposition had taken shelter behind the Hydra and approached meant that there was probably a limit to the number of times that ability could be used. Still, he did not know if it could be used 10 times, or if every use would only deplete stamina, meaning that with the appropriate recovery, it could be used without limit. How should I deal with this? I'd like to verify his words. If possible, Iguva could still discharge Fireball S, but he could not tell how much of the lizardman's words were truth or bravado. Less than 40 meters separated Iguva from the lizardmen. In addition, the lizardman charging him looked like a warrior. As an undead magic caster, Iguva did not wish to be drawn into a melee. Therefore, his Fireball S could no longer be used. He was not stupid enough to actually test how many more times his opponent could block his techniques under the circumstances. If only they had not hidden behind that Hydra, that is to say, if they had not yet closed the gap, he might have attempted to verify their claims. However, that damnable Hydra had ruined that chance. Damn, a mere Hydra, Iguva cursed and decided on his next move. Then, how about this? By coincidence, his foes had strung themselves out into a straight line. Iguva extended a ginger and pointed at the three lizard men who were pressing in. Electricity crackled around that digit. Taste my lightning. A stream of white electricity flashed forward, and then Black Circle Zaryusu was still some distance away, but he could see the white light coruscating around Iguva's finger. Lightning. Frost Pain's icy burst could defend against cold and fire elemental attacks, but Zaryusu had never used it against lightning strikes, and he did not know if it would work. Then, would it be wiser to take a risk, or fan out to disperse the enemy's targets and minimize the damage taken? Zaryusu gripped Frost Pain tightly. He could feel the electrical surge in the air, the proof that the lightning strike was aimed at him. Leave it to me. Zenbaru acted faster than Zaryusu could, and leapt forward with a great cry. The spell discharged at the same time. Lightning. Yuwu, resistance massive. Just when it seemed that the lightning bolt was about to pierce Zenbaru, his body instantly pumped up. In the end, the electrical discharge which should have pierced him and the two people behind him was scattered and deflected. Resistance massive. This was a monk ability, which discharged Kai from the entire body to reduce magical damage. It was a technique Zenbaru had learned during his travels, after losing to Frost Pain's icy burst in the past. The technique could be used to defend against any spell which did damage, even if it did so in an area. Both sides gasped in surprise, but Zaryusu and Crush, who believed in their comrade, were not overly shocked by this. Thus, while the undead magic caster reeled in surprise, the lizard men drew ever closer. As he dashed forth, Zaryusu suddenly realized something. If he had used Icy Burst during his duel with Zenbaru, that move would have been countered by this technique, and Zenbaru would have used the opening to defeat him. Perhaps that was why he had been trying to get Zaryusu to use that move on him. Ha ha! Like falling off a log. Zaryusu smiled at Zenbaru's confident voice, but his face tightened up almost immediately afterward. That was because Zaryusu could hear an undercurrent of pain in his voice. If even a lizardman like Zenbaru could not hold back his pain, that implied his wounds were not light. In addition, if that technique had no weaknesses, he would not have agreed to the plan of hiding behind Rororo. Zaryusu looked ahead. Less than 20 meters separated them from their enemy. The great distance between them had shrunk that far. As they drew closer, Iguva realized that the people before him were powerful opponents, not to be taken lightly. The fact that they could counter his spells was worthy of praise. Of course, he had other ways to attack, but now he had to give some consideration to defense. You are excellent sacrifices, perfectly qualified for me to demonstrate my power. Iguva smiled coldly as he cast his spell. Summon undead forth. Amidst a spray of bubbles, 4 skeletons emerged from the marsh to defend Iguva, each holding round shields and curved swords. These undead were called skeleton warriors, and they were in a completely different league from regular skeletons. While he could have summoned other undead, he had chosen the skeleton warriors in order to resist cold attacks. Iguva and other skeletal creatures like him were immune to cold damage. Protected by his bodyguard squad, Iguva looked down upon the approaching enemy. It was the attitude of a reigning champion awaiting a challenger. The two of them finally drew near each other. Only 10 meters separated them now. They were only that far apart now. Yes, that was all the distance separating them. After making sure that the undead would not immediately launch an attack, he glanced behind himself. He looked at the distance they had traveled. It was very close if all they had to do was run it, but that 100 meters was a killing field without any cover. Without Rororo, Frost Pain, Zenbaru, or Crush, he would never have been able to come this far. One could say it was as difficult as trying to ascend into the heavens. However, he had crossed that distance, and he was within reach of his foe. They had overcome that distance together. As Zaryusu saw the lizard men take Rororo back to the village, he breathed a momentary sigh of relief. Then he chastised himself for his moment of laxity and looked back at the undead before him. Zaryusu could frankly admit that they were fearsome foes. If he had encountered them under different circumstances, he would have immediately elected to flee upon sighting them from far away. Just by standing before them, his instincts were screaming at him to flee, and even his tail was standing on end. From the corner of his eye, Zaryusu noted that Zenbaru and Crush's tails were exhibiting similar reactions to his left and right. The two of them must be thinking the same thing as Zaryusu. Indeed, they were fighting the urge to flee as they faced the undead before them. Zaryusu swished his tail, swatting them across the back. The two of them looked at Zaryusu with looks of surprise on their faces. "We can beat them if the 3 of us work together," Zaryusu said simply. "Well said. Zaryusu, we can win." Crush used her tail to caress the spot on her back where Zaryusu had swatted her. "Ha, now that would be something, wouldn't it?" Zenbaru laughed, a look of pride on his face. And so, the 3 of them traveled the final stretch to their enemy. The distance between both sides was 8 meters. On one hand was Zaryusu and gang, who had run all the way here and were panting. Facing them were the undead, who did not breathe. Their eyes met, and the enemy spoke first. "I am Iguva, an elder Lich under the banner of the Supreme One. Bow before me and I will grant you a quick and painless death." Zaryusu could not help but smile, because this undead being called Iguva knew nothing. No matter how hard he thought, there was only one answer. Zaryusu was smiling, but Iguva was not displeased. Instead, he quietly awaited their answer. Iguva knew his own strength, and he was confident that he could eliminate Zaryusu and his companions. That was why his attitude was one of superiority and even a bit of gratitude. After all, they had come all this way to deliver themselves to him. "Tell me your answer." "Cuckoo, well, if you really want to know." Zaryusu raised Frost Pain and gripped it tightly. Zenbaru raised his fists, taking a special fighting stance. Crush made no special movements, but she touched the wellspring of mana within her, prepared to cast a spell at any moment. Then, here's my answer, dream on. The skeleton warriors considered that response to be hostility, and they raised their swords while covering themselves with their shields. Then, prepare to die in incomparable agony, knowing that you have rejected my final mercy. I was about to say, the dead ought to get their asses back to the underworld, Iguva. At this moment, the curtain rose on the climax of the battle, which would determine the outcome of this conflict. Get him, Zaryusu! Zenbaru charged before anyone else, striking at a skeleton warrior. He did not care that the skeleton warrior blocked his blow with its shield. He simply shoved it back with sheer brute force. The shield buckled inwards, and the backpedaling skeleton warrior collided into the other skeleton warriors, and they lost their balance. He also attempted to swat at another skeleton warrior with his tail, but it failed to connect. The formation of skeleton warriors buckled under Zenbaru's onslaught, and Zaryusu immediately filled the gap they had vacated. Block him! Two skeleton warriors swung at Zaryusu with their curved blades as they heard Iguva's command. He could have avoided them if he wanted to. If he wanted to take the blows head-on, he could have blocked them with frost pain. However, Zaryusu did neither. Evasion meant that he would slow down, and he did not want to make such a pointless move in front of Iguva. Besides, somebody else had already made a move. Earthbind! The mud lashed out like whips, entangling the two skeleton warriors. Said whips of mud seemed like iron chains. They immobilized the skeleton warriors as Zaryusu took advantage of the opening. Yes, Crush was there too. Zaryusu was not fighting alone. He could entrust himself to his comrades. Even Crush's magic could not completely seal off her enemy's movements. The skeleton warrior's blades grazed Zaryusu. However, those injuries meant nothing to him. The boiling hot blood within his soul disregarded the concept of pain. Zaryusu opened up his steps with flying strides. He rushed at Iguva, who was pointing at him. Even if he was hit by an attack spell, he was determined to eat the hit and keep running. You fool! No fear! Scare! Zaryusu's vision shuddered. He began to wonder where he was as a nameless terror bloomed within him, and he felt as though something was going to lunge at him from the side. He stopped in his tracks. The scare spell had shaken his heart and kept his legs from obeying him. His mind told his legs to move, but his heart would not allow his body to take a step. Zaryusu, Lion's Heart! As Crush shouted those words, the terror melted away in an instant, and in its place was a rekindled fighting spirit. The spell that bestowed courage had exorcised the fear from his heart. Iguva glared unhappily at Crush and pointed a finger at her. Interfering busybody, lightning! There was a flash of white. Jaya! And Crush wailed. Zaryusu's heart wavered. It was nearly consumed by an intense hatred, but he managed to control himself in the end. Hate was a useful weapon at times, but against a powerful enemy, it might end up working against him. When faced with a mighty foe, one needed fiery passion and ice-cold logic. Zaryusu did not look back. After Iguva attacked Crush, it meant that Zaryusu had an opening with which to draw closer. A look of dismay came over Iguva's face, and he knew that he had made a mistake. That in turn brought a mocking smile to Zaryusu, whose beloved had been hurt. Che, light! Too slow. Frost pain slashed in from the side, knocking away the finger Iguva was planning to extend. Gah! You let a warrior near you, magic caster. Don't even think of casting spells anymore. Legendary spellcasters aside, most magic casters who allowed an enemy to get close might find their spells disrupted during the casting. Even a powerful monster like Iguva was no exception. Zaryusu narrowed his eyes, confused by the sensation running up his arm. Slashing him felt weird. Iguva must have had some kind of resistance to his weapon. Still, he was not unhurt. Yes, if he could resist damage, then all he had to do was inflict more damage. That being the case, all he had to do was keep hacking away at him. Of course, it was easier said than done, and Zaryusu knew that as well. However, that was all a warrior like Zaryusu could do. Don't look down on me, lizardman. 3 arrows of light appeared before Iguva and shot at Zaryusu. He reflexively parried the unannounced bolts with his sword, but the magic arrows went straight through his weapon and pierced his body, sending a surge of throbbing pain through him. This was the silent magic arrow spell. There was no preparation needed for silence spells, so they could not be interrupted. In addition, magic arrows were unavoidable spells, even for someone like Zaryusu. Zaryusu grit his teeth and swung frost pain at Iguva. Ka, son of a bitch, you're just a mere lizardman. Magic arrows were an unavoidable spell, but conversely, they did poor damage. Someone like Zaryusu, with a body honed through hundreds, if not thousands of battles, was not weak enough to be rendered incapable of fighting by such a spell. The magic missiles struck Zaryusu again, evincing bolts of bone-jarring pain from him. Zaryusu took the pain and countered with a sword swing. After several rounds of this back and forth, Zaryusu's movements began slowing down. The severe throbbing hampered his otherwise nimble movements, clearly illustrating the difference between himself and the undead, who knew no pain. Iguva and Zaryusu both realized this, and their expressions were dramatically different as a result. The strong would live, and the weak would die. That was an unalterable truth. It had been clearly illustrated in Zaryusu and Iguva's one-on-one fight. However, it was also true that the weak could contend with the strong if they banded together. Middle cure wounds. Zaryusu's pain vanished with those words, and his vitality returned to him. That magical healing from the rear aggravated the hitherto aloof Iguva, and he cursed loudly. Damned lizard men! Zaryusu was fighting with his trusted companions, Crush, Zenbaru, and Rororo I won't lose. Such foolish delusions, as if I, a creation of the Supreme One, would be defeated by the likes of you. How stupid you are! Iguva glared malevolently at the three lizard men. He had not used summon magic because the undead he had called up were still around. He could not summon new undead as long as the old ones were still around. Therefore, their battle was a monotonous back and forth of Iguva casting silenced magic arrows while Zaryusu hacked at Iguva. It felt like it would never end. That being the case, the deadlock would have to be broken by the backliners. If reinforcements turned up for either side, the battle would soon be decided in their favor. Zaryusu and Iguva both knew this. The stroke of lightning made Crush hurt all over, but she bit her pain back and cast Summon Beast third. A huge, roughly 150 centimeters, crab with an enormous right pincer appeared from the surface of the water, as though it had always been sleeping there and just woken up. Needless to say, it had been conjured by the Summon Beast third spell. The giant crab waddled up beside Zenbaru and pinched at the skeleton warriors with its massive claw. Zenbaru smiled at this unexpected ally. Considering that he had to defend Crush and ward off attacks from all directions, the help had arrived just in time, and it was a great reassurance for him. All right, Strange and Giant Crab, I'll leave those two to you. The giant crab, a snap grasp, wiggled its smaller pincer as though in acknowledgement and turned to the skeleton warriors. The situation is dire now, but I can't help thinking that they look very similar. Crush smiled, despite the circumstances. However, she immediately wiped it off her face and focused on the battle. At the same time, she breathed hard, to get her panting under control. She had cast warding spells on Rororo and healed him before coming here, and she had also been casting support spells on Zenbaru. She had been overexerting herself. In addition, she had cast a summon spell on top of that. Her body was in an exhausted state, and she was having trouble standing. She even lacked the strength to heal herself. In addition, Crush had also calmly decided that the mana would have been wasted on doing so, given that she was slowly losing the ability to fight. However, if she fell here, it would demoralize Zenbaru and Zaryusu, who were fighting on the front lines. Blood flowed from the corner of Crush's mouth as she bit at the inside of her cheek to keep herself conscious. Middle cure wounds. She cast healing magic on Zaryusu, who was engaged in a melee with Iguva. Her legs felt powerless and her vision was shaky. She felt a liquid sensation all over her body. For a moment, Crush had no idea why she had ended up like that. When had she fallen into the mud? However, she immediately realized the reason why. She had not taken additional wounds, so she must have passed out for a moment and collapsed. Crush breathed a sigh of relief, not because she was still alive, but because she could still fight. She did not plan to force herself to stand. Rather, she had no strength left to stand, and she felt it would be a waste of energy to do so. She saw the forms of Zaryusu and Zenbaru fighting hard in her blurred vision, the forms of the companions she had traveled with for a brief period. Zenbaru had taken on 4 skeleton warriors at once, and Zaryusu had endured Iguva's onslaught of magical attacks. Both of them were covered in wounds. Crush got her breathing under control and cast a spell, Middle Cure Wounds, and in addition to healing Zenbaru's wounds, Middle Cure Wounds, She healed Zaryusu's injuries. Who? Crush was panting. Her breathing felt strange. She was breathless. No matter how hard she tried to take in air, this must be a symptom of magic overuse. Her head ached like she had been clubbed. Even so, Crush tried her hardest to force her eyes open. So many people had died so far, how could she be the first to leave the battlefield? As she forcefully opened her heavy-lidded eyes, she continued casting. Middle Cure Wounds. Zenbaru's clenched fist struck home on the skeleton warrior's skull. He felt the bone crumple, then shatter under his fist, and so another skeleton warrior bit the dust. That's two, gah! He exhaled like he was breathing out all his fatigue, and then eyed the remaining skeleton warriors. The giant crab Crush had summoned was nowhere to be seen, but thanks to its help in dealing with two of the skeleton warriors, Zenbaru could wipe out the other two. The situation had developed in this way thanks to Crush's support. Two more. After those would deal with, Iguva would be next. He flexed his thick and powerful right arm. It was still working. His left arm was covered in wounds and almost useless. Zenbaru had gone a bit overboard in using it as a shield. He glanced briefly to the limp, sagging limb. Forget it, it was a worthy sacrifice. Zenbaru eyed the annoying thing and tried to move it. An intense pain filled his body. It hardly seemed as though it could come from moving his fingers. Still, is this a big deal? Just now, one of my friends refused to stop moving even after his heads became useless. How could I, Zenbaru, do any less? Zenbaru could appreciate how strong the skeleton warriors were after fighting them for this long. They were strong enough that two of them were enough to match him. Therefore, dealing with four at once meant that his chances of victory were very slim. After this, I'll stop eating mud crabs for a while to show my thanks. With that silent gesture of appreciation towards his favorite food, he glared murderously at the two skeleton warriors who were pressing in. He clenched his fist. He could still move. He could still fight. Frankly speaking, he was quite surprised by the fact that he could continue fighting. Ha! There's no point thinking about such stupid things. There was only one reason for that. Right, Zenbaru laughed at himself. He observed Zaryusu's form behind the skeleton warriors, how he stood tall against that foe whose power overmatched his by far. Looks pretty heroic, doesn't he? Indeed. He could keep fighting because he had been struggling together with Zaryusu, Crush, and Rororo. Oi, 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 Zaryusu, you're pretty damn beat up, aren't you? Worse than how you were in that fight with me. With a ferocious backhand, he smashed away one of the incoming skeleton warriors. However, he could not block the curved blade of the other one with his left arm, and he earned another gash on his side, near the wound Crush had just closed with magic. Crush is having a hard time herself, but she's still helping us. Good on her. Crush's magic healed Zenbaru's wounds once more. He could not turn back to verify, but it would seem her voice was coming from somewhere very close to the surface of the water. He could imagine the posture in which she was casting her spells, but even so, she was still casting them. What a remarkable female. If he had to take a wife, he would pick someone like her. Zenbaru was slightly envious of Zaryusu now. I won't show you the disgraceful sight of me going down first. He feinted with his massive arm and then swiped with his tail. Then he laughed coldly, commenting that he was older than either of them. The two skeleton warriors slowly drew closer, their shields raised. The way they blocked his view of Zaryusu angered Zenbaru. Get lost. I can't see his manly back. With a roar, Zenbaru strode forth. Black Circle Iguva and Zaryusu's evenly balanced back and forth continued. Zaryusu's eyes were focused on the battle, and he noticed Iguva glancing elsewhere. The elder Lick's undead face contorted in a savage grin, and Zaryusu's heart seemed to freeze as he heard what came next. He heard the sound of splashing as someone collapsed into the water. Look, your friend has fallen. He could not look back. Perhaps one of his comrades had collapsed, or perhaps not. Zaryusu's heart ached like he was having his scales flayed off him, but he was facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, and he did not have the luxury of looking away. His defeat would be sealed in the moment he turned to look. Zaryusu had not come here to lose in such a foolish way. He had come here to win. However, if Iguva spoke the truth, then it might be possible that enemy reinforcements might have come from behind them. He had to think of a way to deal with them, or things might get ugly. Just as Zaryusu was steeling himself to endure an attack spell, he heard the sound of someone splashing as they stood up, as well as the sound of several bones cracking. Zaryusu, we're done here. The rest is up to you. Middle Cure Wounds. A great splash followed Zenbaru's pained cry. Crush's incantation sounded more like a groan, but Zaryusu's wounds slowly mended themselves. Moo! Iguva was clearly unhappy at this. Even without looking, he could tell that the other two had done their part. That would mean that after this, my turn. Iguva blocked the slash from Frost Pain. Kyukuku, I, Iguva, am an elder lick, but don't look down on me because I'm not a melee fighter. Despite his tough talk, Iguva had already surmised that his chances of victory were slim. Given the difference in their strength, he might be able to win in a one-on-one battle. However, the white lizardman had been healing his wounds all this time, so now Zaryusu had the advantage in vitality. In addition, he could only block 1 out of every 3 strikes made at him. That meant the other 2 would hit him, while Iguva was resistant to slashing weapons like skeletons, and he was not worried about the additional cold damage Frost Pain inflicted. His situation was still quite dire. He panicked. He was a creation of the supreme being Ainz Ooal Gown and the commander of this army. He could not afford to lose here. Iguva wanted to summon a few more undead soldiers, but he needed time to cast the summoning spell. Therefore, it was difficult to get the spell off while his enemy was right in front of him. If this kept up, victory would go to his enemy. With that in mind, Iguva fell back to his last resort. It was not an ideal method. It might even be the worst course of action if things went poorly, but it was the only card he had left to play. Zaryusu was confused by Iguva turning to run, but he pursued regardless. Iguva took a full power hit from Zaryusu square in the back and wavered, but did not fall. Zaryusu clicked his tongue at Iguva's seemingly inexhaustible vitality and immediately gave chase after the fleeing Iguva. Iguva turned, his face distorted with an anger that seemed unbecoming on an undead being, but his expression was tinted with shades of delight. Sizzling in his hand was a crimson light, a fireball. Confusion filled Zaryusu's mind as he drew close. Does he plan to use an area of effect spell at such close range? Is he prepared to sacrifice himself? No. A thrill of fear ran through Zaryusu's heart as he realized Iguva was not looking at him. Iguva's eyes were directed behind Zaryusu at the fallen Crush and Zenbaru. What should I do? Zaryusu racked his brains. Iguva was leaving himself wide open. If he ignored the 2 of them, he could finish off Iguva. But if he wanted to save them, it was hard to predict how the battle would turn out. Both of them were badly hurt, and a single misstep might prove fatal. Had they not come so far for this objective, to beat Iguva, many people had died for this cause as well. In that case, he ought to abandon them. They would probably smile and forgive him. Zaryusu would probably do the same in their position. However, Zaryusu would not choose to leave comrades he had fought and bled with to die. In that case, he would help them, and then destroy Iguva. After making up his mind, things became very simple. Icy burst. Zaryusu erected a wall of freezing fog which billowed up from his feet. Gwag! The frozen vortex froze Zaryusu solid for a moment. The pain filling his entire body was beyond words. Zaryusu fixed his eyes intently on Iguva to prevent himself from losing consciousness, struggling against the pain. As he grit his teeth and wailed in pain, the icy mist enshrouded them and drifted in all directions. As Iguva saw the spreading white mist, he grinned, his expression seemingly saying, "Just as planned." His foe could have won if he had abandoned his friends, but yet he had done this. Iguva was immune to cold and electrical damage, which was why he could stand tall amidst the current of freezing air. He crushed the fireball in his hand back into mana, because allowing it to touch the wall of white which now surrounded him was a self-destructive gesture. Once this white mist cleared, he could finish off the other 2 lizard men. First, he had to eliminate the one that was still standing. Iguva looked around and snarled. That was because he had missed something. All right, where's he gone to now? His vision was blocked by walls of white mist. Iguva possessed dark vision, but he could not see through environmental conditions which impeded visibility. Therefore, he had lost track of his enemy's location. Still, there was no need to worry too much. Judging by that pain-filled cry, his opponent ought to have been badly hurt. Come to think of it, given that the cold was powerful enough to repel a fireball he had projected, he ought to have taken cold damage comparable to being hit by a fireball himself. Taking a hit like that while being so badly wounded might be fatal. That being the case, he could take his time and torment him slowly afterward. His goal now was to get out of this bank of fog. As the idea came up, Iguva immediately discarded it. Right now, moving would expose his position, rather than retreat. He ought to summon more undead. As long as he had meat shields in place, victory was his, even if the lizardman was not dead yet. Just as Iguva was about to cast his spell, he heard a sudden splashing. Frost pain. It was one of the 4 treasures of the lizardmen passed down through the generations. According to legend, frost pain was made from the ice when the lake had frozen over for the only time in its history, and it possessed 3 magical powers. The first was the cold aura wreathing the blade, which inflicted additional cold damage on every successful blow. The second was its trump card, Icy Burst, usable only 3 times a day. And the third was, the sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears. Before he realized what was going on, he saw the point of a blade before his eyes. A great impact rocked Iguva's cranium. The blade that had pierced his left eye rattled his head. Iguva howled in surprise as he finally realized what was going on. Guarog, why aren't you dead? As frost pain sank deeper into his left eye socket, he felt his vitality draining away in torrents. The fog steadily dispersed, revealing Zaryusu, whose body was dusted with a light coating of frost. He stood before Iguva, who was unsteady on his feet, given that he had a sword sticking out of his head. Iguva could not understand how Zaryusu was still standing after such a powerful cold-based attack. That was due to the third power hidden within Frost Pain. It was a defensive ability which imparted resistance to cold attacks. Of course, even Frost Pain could not completely cancel out the power of Icy Burst. It was hard enough for Zaryusu to stay on his feet after taking that cold damage. His breathing was ragged, his movements were sluggish, and his tail was sprawled limply on the ground. He was barely capable of fighting on. In fact, that last blow of his had not been aimed at all. He had simply acted on instinct, fueling that blow with the last dregs of his strength. One could say that it was a lucky shot. Zaryusu struggled to keep his almost closed eyes open. The strike he had launched with the remains of his strength felt like it had been enough to finish off Iguva. No longer able to fight, Zaryusu looked at Iguva, an expectant look on his face. Iguva shook and struggled. Perhaps Iguva could no longer sustain his bodily integrity, but the skin of his face tore and his bones fragmented, while his clothes fell into tatters. It was only a matter of time before he was destroyed. Just as Zaryusu thought he had won a miraculous victory, a bony hand seized him by the throat. I am a vassal created by the Supreme Being. How can I die like this? Iguva's stranglehold was not strong, and he could have shrugged it off. However, Guarg. Agony surged through Zaryusu's body, and he cried out in pain. That was because he was being infused with negative energy, which ate away at his life force. Zaryusu was trained to withstand pain, but he could not bear the terrible anguish that turned his veins to ice. Die, you damned lizardman! Iguva's face began to crumble, and the fragments disintegrated in midair. Iguva's life was fading away, but his loyalty to his master kept him clinging to this side of the line between life and death. Zaryusu tried to resist it, but fear filled him as he realized his body no longer responded to commands. He too was on the verge of death. Iguva's negative energy infusion was snuffing out the last of his life force. Zaryusu's vision wavered and turned cloudy. It seemed as though the world was slowly filling up with white mist. Iguva was also trying desperately to stay conscious, but he smiled in victory as he saw Zaryusu's resistance flagging. He had to kill this lizardman and the 2 other lizardmen who had joined the attack. They ought to be the strongest among their race. That being the case, killing them would be an offering to his great master, the best possible present he could give to his creator. Iguva's expression spoke more than his words could, but that look in his eyes made Zaryusu realize that he felt the same way as well. Go to hell! His body no longer responded to him, and he could feel his body heat dropping slowly, like a slow poison spreading through him. Even breathing was difficult. Only his mind remained sharp under these circumstances. He could not die yet. Rororo, who ran with all his strength. Zenbaru, who had made himself his shield. Crush, who had depleted her mana. And then there were all the lizard men who had died fighting this war. As Zaryusu thought about how to fight on, he heard something. Crush's gentle tones, Zenbaru's cheerful voice, Rororo's playful cries. He could not have heard them. Crush was unconscious. Zenbaru was comatose. Rororo was far away as well. Had his mind imagined those voices because his mind was clouded? Had it made up the voices of friends he had not even known for a full week? The cries of his kin? No, indeed. That was not correct. That was because everyone was here. OHOH. You still have this much strength left, the semi-conscious Zaryusu howled, drawing a cry of surprise from Igiva. Zaryusu's eyeballs swiveled and locked onto Igiva. His eyes were clouded, but it was hard to believe that he was not looking directly at him with a smoldering intensity. The sight made Igiva freeze up. Crush, Zenbaru, Rororo. What are you trying to do? Just die. Where had he gotten that vitality from? The massive surge of negative energy pouring into him should have been steadily dissolving and consuming Zaryusu's life force. And indeed, Zaryusu's limbs felt heavy, and his body seemed frozen. Even so, every time he cried their names, Zaryusu felt a flicker of warmth within him. This warmth did not come from his life force. Instead, it sprang from a place within his chest, the heart. He could hear the sound of muscles tensing. That sound came from Zaryusu's right hand, from his tightly clenched fist. He was infusing all his strength into that fist. Impossible! How are you still moving? You monster! He was actually capable of moving. That was a truly unbelievable sight. Emotions raged within Igiva's heart, but he strove to suppress them. He was Igiva, the overall commander of the forces of the great underground tomb of Nazarick during this expedition, and most importantly, he was the creation of the supreme overlord of death, Ainz Ooal Gown. A mighty being like himself could not possibly be defeated like this. Die! This is the end for you, monster. He was faster. Yes, the speed of that full-power strike was faster than the rate at which Igiva was infusing negative energy. The tightly clenched fist struck the hilt of frost pain, and Zaryusu's knuckles bled. Struck by such a heavy blow, the blade pierced clear through Igiva's skull. Oh! As one of the undead, Igiva did not feel pain, but he could still understand that the negative energy which animated him had vanished. How could this? Ainz Sama. The full understanding of his failure dawned in Igiva's eyes. As Zaryusu collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut, there was a loud splash. Please, please, forgive me. And Igiva's body fell with him, accompanied by the apology to his master. The interior of the room was silent. Nobody could believe what they had just seen, and so nobody spoke. The sole exception was the maid Entoma. Carsitus-sama, it seems Ainz Sama has sent for you. Understood. Carsitus turned to face Entoma, his head lowered. He bit back his shame as his vassals looked upon him with unease. But on the other hand, he wanted to offer praise. After all, that had been an exciting battle. To think the foe had actually turned the impossible into the possible. Granted, the Elder Lich had made some errors in judgment, but under normal circumstances, the Elder Lich should still have won, despite his mistakes. Amazing, truly, amazing. Carsitus repeated those words to express his heartfelt opinion. They had hurdled that incredible obstacle. What a shame. Carsitus breathed as he watched the lizard men dancing and singing in triumph through the mirror. The warriors it showed were extremely weak, but they had kindled Carsitus's fighting spirit. Ah, what a shame. Carsitus hesitated. He picked out the most frightening scenario from the many in his mind, thought on it, and made a decision. Let's go. Zaryusu felt like he was being carried out of a world of darkness. It felt good. After he opened his eyes, the blurred scene before him reminded him of what he saw when he woke up. Where was this place? Why was he sleeping here? Countless questions rose within his heart, and then he realized there was a weight resting on him. White. Zaryusu looked toward the ball of white. Having just woken up, the word white was the first thing which came to mind. As he slowly came to, he realized what it was. It was Crush. She had fallen asleep on top of him. Ah, I'm still alive. Zaryusu was so relieved that he nearly spoke those words out loud. Yet, he bit down on them. He could not bear to wake up Crush, and so he resisted the urge to touch her. Her scales might be pretty, but he still could not touch a sleeping female at his whim. Zaryusu struggled to chase Crush's form out of his mind and started thinking about other things. There were many things to ponder. To begin with, what was he doing here? He searched his memories, thinking back onto what had happened in the past. The last thing he could recall was the sight of Igiva's defeat, and then there was nothing. However, the fact that he had not been taken captive, but was sleeping here meant that the tribes had won. Zaryusu gingerly breathed a sigh of relief, careful to avoid waking up Crush. It felt as though the burden of the past few days had finally lifted off his shoulders, but in truth, there were still some weighty issues remaining. However, he wanted to let his heart rest for the time being. Zaryusu savored Crush's warmth and quietly sighed. After that, Zaryusu experimentally tried his body. He was fully mobile, and there were no notable problems. He had thought that he might be crippled in some way, but it would seem he had been very fortunate. Just then, he thought of the other friend who had fought by his side. There was nobody else in the room besides Crush. That being the case, what happened to Zenbaru? He felt quite uneasy, but at the same time, a powerful male like Zenbaru should be fine. Crush seemed to have been woken up by Zaryusu's movements, and her body shifted. It seemed as though her soft, limp body had been infused with a soul. She must be about to wake up. MMMN. Crush made an adorable noise, and then she looked around with sleep-clouded eyes. Soon, she realized that Zaryusu was underneath her, and smiled in delight. Moo! After a sleepy-headed Crush embraced Zaryusu, she began rubbing herself on him. It was as though she was an animal trying to mark him with her scent. Zaryusu went stiff and let Crush do as she pleased. In fact, there was even a wicked voice inside him which said, "It's not like I'm the one doing it." Her slick white scales were cool and icy. In addition to being very comfortable, they also gave off an alluring aroma of herbs. He could hug her too, right? Just as he was about to lose control, Crush came to her senses, and she locked eyes with Zaryusu underneath her. Time froze. Zaryusu scrabbled to think of what to say to Crush, who was holding him in silence. Finally, he decided on something which ought to be all right. "Can I hug you too?" Well, his surging emotions felt that it ought to be all right. Crush yelped in surprise, and her tail thumped over and over against the ground. Then, she practically rolled off Zaryusu until she hit a wall. He could hear a soft moaning from Crush as she curled up on the ground, going, "Stupid, stupid, I'm so stupid," or something along those lines. In any case, I'm very glad that you're all right, Crush. Those words seemed to restore Crush to some semblance of normality, her tail aside, and she looked up and smiled at Zaryusu. "You too. I'm glad you're safe." An untoward thought popped up in Zaryusu's mind as he looked on Crush's gentle face, but he struggled to resist it and asked a more proper question. "Do you know what happened after I collapsed?" "Yes, a little. The enemy retreated after Yggdrasil was defeated, and it seems your brother defeated the monsters successfully, and then the three of us were saved. That happened yesterday." "Then, Zenbaru, he's not here." "Yes, he's fine. He probably recovered faster than you. He regained consciousness after being magically healed, so now he's taking care of the post-battle cleanup. I seem to have overworked myself, so I passed out after hearing all that." Crush stood up and took a seat beside Zaryusu. He wanted to get up as well, but Crush gently stopped him. "Don't force yourself to get up. You were the most badly hurt of us. After all." Perhaps she was remembering the circumstances then, but Crush's voice had gone quiet. "I'm just happy that you came back in one piece." Zaryusu gently caressed Crush, whose eyes were downcast, to comfort her. "I won't die before I hear your answer. I was worried for you too." The answer. That word made them freeze. Both of them said nothing. The silence in the air was so thick that one could almost hear their hearts pounding. Crush's tail moved slowly to twine around Zaryusu's. The way those black and white tails tangled with each other looked like a pair of mating snakes. Zaryusu stared at Crush, and Crush stared at Zaryusu. They could see themselves in each other's eyes. Zaryusu spoke quietly. No, that was not speech, but a call. It was the same call he had made the first time he had seen Crush. A mating call. Zaryusu did nothing besides making that call. No, it would be better to say that he could not do anything. The only thing that moved was his heart, pounding violently within his chest. Soon, a similar sound came from Crush's mouth, a call. It was a similarly high-pitched cry, warbling near the end, the sound of a mating cry which had been accepted. There was an indescribably entrancing look on Crush's face, and Zaryusu could no longer tear his eyes away from her. Crush lay down on Zaryusu, the same way she had when she had fallen asleep earlier. There was nothing between the two of them now. Their breath and their warmth mingled together. Their heartbeats synced up through their touching chests. In this way, the two of them became one black circle. Oh-ho, doing it already. And then Zenbaru flung the door open and barged in. Crush and Zaryusu froze like a pair of ice statues. Zenbaru looked down at them, at Crush, straddling Zaryusu with a look of bafflement on his face, and tilted his head. "What, you haven't started yet?" As they realized what Zenbaru was talking about, the two of them separated from each other, then slowly stood up and approached him without a word. Zenbaru looked thoroughly confused as he bent down to look over the both of them. Guarog! The two fists in his gut knocked the wind out of him, and Zenbaru's massive body keeled over onto the ground. Ooh, those were good punches, especially Crush's. Ugh, that really hurt, Zaryusu sighed. Even the female's fist of fury was enough to defeat Zenbaru. While punching him once was not enough to quell her anger, the mood in the air had vanished without a trace, and it would not come back even if she kept on hitting him. The way they held hands, as a substitute for beating Zenbaru up even more, was also quite puzzling. But Zaryusu decided to clear up the worries in his heart by asking Zenbaru a question. Let's leave that aside for now. I have a lot of things to ask you. I asked Crush just now, but can you tell me what kind of situation we're in? Zenbaru ignored the way they were holding hands and answered, Don't you know, the tribes are all celebrating. And my brother is leading them, I assume. Yes, in any case, the hunters have gone to check, but they didn't find any signs of the enemy or any trace of reinforcements left in ambush. After all, mobilizing that many people would grab a lot of attention. Therefore, we've decided to stay alert. But your brother has already declared victory. In fact, I'm here on his orders. Aniar's orders. Oh yes, your brother told me, Gahaha, let them rest a little. For all we know, they're probably fucking like rabbits now. Gahaha, I feel a little bad about interrupting, but I was kind of curious, Gahaha. Bullshit. What's with that Gahaha laugh anyway? Oh, come to think of it. I don't think he actually went Gahaha when he laughed. As if Aniar would actually laugh like that, really. No, it was just a figure of speech. Disgusting. The words from Crush's mouth were frigid enough to rival the sub-zero temperatures of Icy Burst. Even Zaryusu was frightened by that terrifying noise. Naturally, Zenbaru, as the target of those words, froze up in an instant. So, why are you here? Oh, I came to. If you came to stick your nose into our business, I will let you taste the magic you wanted. Crush was not kidding. Zaryusu and Zenbaru were keenly aware of that. How shall I say this? I came to invite you two over. We were the key figures in the victory. Right, can't have you absent. Also, we need to plan for the future together. I see. Crush smiled bitterly after hearing Zenbaru's explanation and understanding what it meant. In short, they had to plan for another battle in the future, and now was the best time to show their strength. Understood. Can you go too, Crush? Crush had puffed up her cheeks in displeasure, and she looked like a mutant frog of the kind that lived in the marsh. She's far cuter than one of them, however, Zaryusu thought. Then shall we? Zenbaru asked the pair, who were gazing at each other in a casual tone. Yes, let's. After they agreed, the three of them headed outside. Just as they walked down the steps to the hut and set foot onto the marsh, Zaryusu vanished from Zenbaru and Crush's line of sight. That was because something massive had hit him. Dangoragorapashpash, that was probably what it sounded like. Replacing the disappeared Zaryusu was Rororo's body. Its four heads writhed energetically, and it nosed at Zaryusu, who had fallen into the marsh. Rororo, you're all right. The mud-stained Zaryusu rose to his feet and gently stroked Rororo's body while examining it. It had apparently received magical healing, because the burns from earlier were completely healed, as though it had never been hurt before. Rororo cried out and wrapped its heads playfully around Zaryusu. They bound his entire body, and they seemed to be squeezing quite tightly. Oi, Rororo, stop, please. Zaryusu jokingly begged Rororo to stop, but Rororo simply cried out in joy and refused to let go. Pasha, Pasha, Pasha. Zaryusu suddenly heard the rhythmic sound of splashing. He was baffled when he realized its source. Those splashes had come from Crush. She was smiling gently as she looked at Zaryusu and Rororo, but her tail struck the marsh like a metronome. Zenbaru, who had originally been standing by Crush's side, was now distancing himself from her, with a stony look on his face. Rororo stopped playing around. It had probably sensed something strange. What is it? No, nothing. Zaryusu looked at Crush, who was quite confused. He did not understand. No matter how it looked, Crush seemed to be smiling at Rororo and Zaryusu's reunion, but for some reason it sent a chill down his spine. How strange, Crush smiled again. Rororo let go of Zaryusu, who was thus liberated, while Zenbaru looked on nervously. Perhaps he was unable to bear the creepy atmosphere any further, but Zenbaru hurriedly decided to change the topic. Okay, Rororo, come with me. Rororo could not understand what the lizard men were saying, but it looked like it did. After Zenbaru mounted up, it immediately dashed off with surprising speed. After the two of them left, the same sinister air hung between Zaryusu and Crush. She grabbed her head and shook it. Ah, really? What am I doing? It feels like my heart doesn't belong to me anymore. I know it's a small thing, but I can't control myself. It's like a curse. Zarusu could understand how she felt. Indeed, he had felt the same way when he had first met her. Frankly speaking, Crush, I'm very happy. What, Pasha? A splash that was louder than usual rang out. Then Zarusu went to Crush's side. Listen, can you hear it? The things we've protected, and the things we have to protect in future. The wind carried a joyful noise upon it. There must have been a wine feast going on. It would be a feast to send back the ancestral spirits, celebrate their victories, and to give the dead their due. Under normal circumstances, wine was a very valuable commodity. The fact they could host so many feasts over these few days was because Zenbaru and his tribe had brought one of the four treasures along, which was why they could enjoy unlimited alcohol. In addition, the almost unbelievable festive mood now was because everyone from the tribes was gathered here. Zaryusu laughed to Crush as he heard their revelry. Maybe it's not over yet. Maybe that Supreme One guy will attack again. Even so, let's relax a little today. With that, Zaryusu put his arm around Crush's waist. Crush allowed Zaryusu's strength to hold her close, and then she leaned her head on Zaryusu's shoulder. Shall we? After saying that, Crush hesitated briefly before quietly adding, Darling. Leaning against each other, the two lizard men vanished into the commotion. 6 literally means art object in French, primarily used to describe a small decorative object. Chapter 4. The Dawn of Despair. One Carcetus's footsteps were heavy as he plodded towards the throne room. It seemed to be contagious, because the tread of his vassals behind him was slow and ponderous as well. The reason for that was because he had lost against the lizard men. They had led the forces of the Nazarick into battle, and it had ended in defeat. Carcetus personally thought quite highly of the lizard men. Having been created as a warrior himself, Carcetus had a deep respect for excellent warriors. However, this was something else entirely. Nazarick could not be permitted to suffer a defeat. In addition, this was not a defensive battle, but their first campaign into the outside world. Anyone would be upset that such a glorious first battle had ended in ignominious defeat. It was true that his forces were inadequate. That made him recall Demiurge's words. However, that was merely an excuse. Even if his master had considered the possibility of failure, it would still be better to win. Soon, he saw the room before the throne room, the lesser key of Solomon Lemigeton. His steps grew heavier, the point where onlookers might think he had been hit by some kind of spell. Carcetus did not mind if his master reprimanded him. He had already prepared himself to be slain or ordered to commit suicide in order to erase the stain of his dishonor. What Carcetus feared was disappointing his master. What should he do if they were abandoned by the sole remaining supreme being? Carcetus considered himself to be a sword. He was a sword that was wielded by his master, that cut obediently when swung. Therefore, the most frightening thing he could imagine was to be deemed useless and unhelpful. Worse still, how could he make it up to the other guardians if they were cast aside as well? They will never forgive me if things get that bad. Not even my life will be enough to atone. And also, if the master is disappointed and leaves like the other supreme beings, what should I do? Carcetus trembled. He was immune to cold, so the shuddering was not due to an external source, but an internal cause. Had Carcetus been a human being, he would have started vomiting under the tremendous mental pressure that filled him. No, that cannot be. Ainz Sama would never abandon us. He was the sole remaining supreme being in the great underground tomb of Nazarick, after all the others had left. He was their supreme overlord and their absolute ruler. How could such a merciful master abandon us? He tried to console himself with that thought, but deep in his heart, a quiet voice of denial said that such a thing was not impossible. He reached the Lemigeton. Under normal circumstances, there would be nobody here besides the surrounding golems and the crystal monsters. However, there were many beings present. Specifically, they were Demiurge, Aura, Mare, and Sholtir, along with their hand-picked high-level vassals. Their eyes rested on Carcetus, and his guilt caused panic to briefly flash across his face. This was because he felt like everyone was castigating him for his failure. Or no, Carsitus felt that they might be blaming themselves instead. The thought from just now crossed his mind once more. Who was to say that they might not feel the same way? Upon closer inspection, he found that there was no sign of rebuke in their eyes. Forgive my lateness. Even Demiurge, who was on a distant assignment, reached here before me. Think nothing of it. There is no need to apologize for such trivial matters. Demiurge spoke for the others. His tone was as calm as ever, with no hint of any negative emotions within. However, Demiurge was a guardian who was adept at scheming, skilled at manipulating emotions, and concealing his true feelings, so Carsitus could not tell if he was truly displeased or not. From that point of view, one could say that Demiurge's state, while spectating the battle between Ainz and Sholtir, was quite a rare thing for him. Granted, that was a display of the depths of his devotion. I've already informed the other guardians, but I'll be taking Albedo's place as the overseer this time round. Are there any objections? No, everything will be fine if you're in charge. Albedo was not around because she was accompanying her master in Sebas's place. Good, then. Once everyone is here, we will proceed to the throne room together. However, since Albedo is not here, I'd like to sort out the order in which we show our respects. While this sort of thing should be rehearsed beforehand, there is no time for that now. I shall thus give a verbal explanation to speed things up, so please pay attention. The guardians and their servants indicated their understanding, but despite that, Carsitus had a question. All the guardians were here, so who exactly were they waiting for? However, his questions were answered once that person showed up. Carsitus sensed the presence of a living being moving towards this place. As he looked in that direction, he saw a heteromorphic creature floating in midair, towards the Lemigeton. It resembled an infant, no, perhaps an embryo might be more accurate. It had a long tail, and its body was bright pink. It had an angelic halo around its head, and a pair of withered, featherless wings on its back. It was roughly 1 meter long, and it was slowly heading this way. Who's that? Demiurge answered Aura's question. He is Victim, guardian of the 8th floor. So that's Victim. Victim reached the Lemigeton, and then turned a full circle. Carsitus had the feeling he was looking around. Since Victim had no neck, he had to turn his entire body to look around him. Mitsiv Marai, Inorev, Ard Oi Ardwo. How do you do? Everyone, I am Victim. Demiurge seemed completely unfazed by Victim's peculiar manner of speech, and responded on everyone else's behalf. Welcome, Victim. I am Demiurge, and I am taking Albedo's place for this meeting. I'm a xeniomorph Tarchuoba Drii. I heard about that from Ainz Sama. After saying that, Victim turned his entire body to regard everyone once more. Snort Kudortni, 8H2 Esnipsid, U Tart KSA, I Fidinatsrid Nu Lloi Epo Ias. Inorev Chuoba Wankai, I know about everyone, so I hope you'll understand if I ask that we dispense with the introductions. Is that so? I see. Then, since we're all here, I shall explain what I was just talking about. Everyone paid close attention to Demiurge's explanation, because they would soon be meeting their supreme master, Ainz Sama, in the heart of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. The slightest mistake might well be punished by death. After he finished speaking, Demiurge gave everyone some time to digest what they had heard before he led the guardians and their vassals into the throne room. Carsitus's heart soared as he stepped into this room, which he had only entered a few times before. With its outstanding construction, the flags which represented the supreme beings, and the world-class item in its depths, this room truly deserved its name as the heart of Nazarick. The spectacular display before him allowed him to briefly forget the torment within his soul. Along the way, the guardians left their vassals behind and formed a line at the steps before the throne. Then they saluted the guild emblem of Ainz Ooal Gown, which hung upon the walls as a sign of their respect and loyalty. After that, they genuflected with heads lowered, awaiting the arrival of their master. Soon, the sound of heavy doors opening came from behind, and a pair of footsteps made their way into the hall. Needless to say, it was not the sound of their master, because the owner of the great underground tomb of Nazarick would never move unaccompanied. A warm welcome for Ainz Ooal Gown Sama, supreme overlord of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, as well as Albedo Sama, guardian overseer. That voice belonged to Yuri Alpha of the Pleiades. They could hear the doors opening once more. and this time there was the crisp sound of booted feet and a staff tapping against the ground. It was followed by that of high-heeled shoes treading across the ground. Normally, when their master entered, they should have bowed to show their respect for him. However, nobody present did so. That was because they had already demonstrated their utmost respect. However, that was not the case for Carsitus. The unease that filled his soul manifested in his body as a physical movement. It was a tiny thing, but it greatly influenced the mood in the air. Through the use of a skill, Carsitus could sense the other guardians shifting their attention to him. Albedo, walking behind her master, was also radiating an anger that she was trying in vain to suppress. However, nobody dared to speak under these circumstances. The footsteps slowly passed around the line of guardians, ascended the steps, and then reached the throne, whereupon it ended in the sound of someone sitting down. Albedo's voice then echoed loudly through the throne room. You may raise your heads to gaze upon the glory of Ainz Ooal Gown Sama. The assembled guardians looked up, the sounds of their movement perfectly coordinated to their master who was seated on his throne. Carsitus also raised his head immediately. There, he saw the supreme ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, the supreme being whose staff of office was wreathed in a dreadful aura, backlit by a mysterious black radiance, Ainz Ooal Gown. Before him stood Albedo, who cast her gaze down on the masked guardians, including Carsitus. Satisfied with what she saw, she nodded and then turned to Ainz. Ainz Sama, the guardians of Nazarick are gathered before you. Please bestow your orders upon us. Ainz went in deep, regal tones before thumping his staff heavily upon the floor. The gesture drew everyone's attention, and then Ainz slowly spoke. Welcome, you guardians who are assembled before me. Now then, I shall first convey my thanks, Demiurge. Yes, I have called upon you every time something came up. Well done. Thank you for your loyal service. Oh, your praise is too lavish. Ainz Sama, I am but your humble servant. It is only natural for me to appear before you whenever I am summoned. That requires no thanks. Demiurge bowed deeply. He seemed to be trembling in delight. Is that so? Ah, that's right. Has anyone suspicious appeared on your end? No, I have been very careful, and it should be easy to detect anyone who approaches. That's good. However, do not allow yourself to grow lax. After all, our enemies might come up with a way we have not anticipated. In addition, there's the matter of the skin you have brought me. According to the head librarian, it can be used to make low-tier spell scrolls. Can you ensure a stable supply? Yes, there will be no problems at all in that respect. We have already captured an adequate quantity. Really now, then, what were those beasts called again? Beasts? Ah, the beasts of which you speak, Ainz Sama. Demiurge paused briefly to think, and then continued. They are two-legged sheep from the Holy Kingdom. What do you think of the name Abelian sheep? Demiurge's joyful tone puzzled Carsitus. Demiurge was fundamentally a good-tempered, possibly even compassionate person. However, that was only where his fellow creations of the supreme beings were concerned. He was extremely cruel to everyone else. One could glimpse shades of that cruelty under his good-humored facade. While his deeply seated malice ought to have been directed at the aforementioned beasts, would he really refer to unintelligent creatures with such an attitude? Given Demiurge's personality, something seemed off. However, now was not the time to inquire further. I see, sheep then. Their master seemed amused, which in turn put a smile on Demiurge and Albedo's faces. While I think goats would be better, that name will do. Then skin those sheep, by all means. Will excessive capture affect the local ecosystem? I doubt it. In addition, the use of healing magic allows us to skin them again. Therefore, we will not need to capture them en masse if we do not engage in large-scale production. That too is thanks to the monsters called torturers. Don't severed body parts vanish when healing magic is applied. About that, we have learned something during our experiments with healing magic. Once some great change has occurred to the severed body parts, mincing, for example, those parts will remain. In other words, once the flayed skin has been processed, the healing magic no longer recognizes it as part of the body, and it will not vanish even when the source is healed. This is also why they will not die when they are fed meat. Also, this is not exactly related, but when either the healer or the healed one rejects the magic, it will not be able to operate properly and will leave a scar. Similarly, lower tier spells are more likely to leave scars as time passes. I see. Magic is quite impressive. Very well, carry on then. Understood. I shall begin harvesting them according to age and gender. Once that is done, could you tell me which age of skin is most suitable? I will let the head librarian handle that. Next, victim. Amazenia say. Yes, Ain't Sama. I have summoned you here for only one reason. If something unexpected happens, I may need you to protect us and the other guardians with your skill. I apologize for that, and I promise I will resurrect you immediately. I hope you understand. Seor fo Sethgils, 8 neve nigh esni bemurpus, 8 dire art natem raf yard reterg on seer 8 ars, hd'd c effil info leagate, noited anai, tinevers roy arsla marai larit fa, armazinia, iro tun ard esilb, tat chuober dilat ider lasar egroimed. Demiurge has already told me about that. Please do not worry. Ain't Sama. After all, I am also your servant. In addition, the goal of my life is death, so there is no greater joy for me than to aid the supreme beings in even the slightest of ways. Is that so still? Forgive me, Victim gasped in surprise as he saw his master bow to him. There was a look of bewilderment and shock on his face. Erad tun delui, I would not dare. If special circumstances arise, we may need to kill you in order to keep the foe from escaping. Even in that case, I hope you will accept that we are not killing you out of malice. You are one of my beloved children, and I do not wish to hurt you, but we may all suffer if we let an unknown enemy be. Snoitnetni roi fo irawa ilaf marai amazinia nilks art dean on seerate. There is no need to explain. Ain't Sama, I am fully aware of your intentions. There is a phrase used in one of Nazarik's mechanisms. It goes, greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. 7. That phrase describes you perfectly. Thank you for your love. Aintz's gaze moved from the guardian who had pledged his loyalty to the death and shifted to another guardian. Next, Sholtir's shoulders trembled. She had not expected she would be called, and her reply seemed abnormally high-pitched. Why, yes, come to me. Unlike the other guardians, Sholtir was the only one who had been summoned to her master's side. She rose to her feet, both surprised and panicked. Her unease was clearly apparent from her back, and she looked like a condemned criminal being sent to the chopping block. Still, she held her head high and thrust out her chest, as though she were walking to glory. After ascending the steps, Sholtir immediately genuflected a short distance before the throne. Sholtir, I wish to speak of the matter which coils around your heart like thorns. As her master spoke those words, Sholtir immediately knew what he was talking about, and her face filled with shame and guilt. Ah, Ain't Sama, please hand down your punishment. I am a guardian, but still I committed such a foolish mistake. Please give me the harshest punishment possible. Sholtir's anguished wail echoed through the throne room, and Carsitus found himself empathizing with her. No, any guardian, in fact, anyone who was made by the supreme beings, would be able to understand how she felt. Even if she had been mind-controlled, she could not forgive herself for turning her lance on the supreme beings. Really now, then, Sholtir, come over here. As she saw her master beckon her over, Sholtir slowly crawled towards the throne. Ainz extended a bony hand to Sholtir, whose head was bowed before the throne, and gently caressed her head. I ain't Sama, Sholtir ventured as she nervously lifted her head, almost scared to death. That failure was due to a miscalculation on my part. In addition, you were dealing with a world-class item, which meant that you were at a great disadvantage. Sholtir, I love all of you who serve Nazarik loyally, you who were created from nothing. That includes you as well. Do you wish to force me to punish you, who bears no sin, and whom I love? The master shifted his gaze, as though he felt uncomfortable. Carsitus had no idea where his master was looking, but he seemed to have spoken quietly. His master's face was skeletal, so there were no lips he could read, but he had probably said someone's name. Oh, Ain't Sama, you actually said you loved me. Sholtir's moved voice echoed through the hall. Carsitus was behind Sholtir, so he could not see her face. However, her attitude said everything. Her voice sounded choked up, while her shoulders twitched. He could see his master's other hand gently caressing Sholtir's face. It was holding a white handkerchief. There. Sholtir, don't cry. It'll spoil your beauty. Sholtir did not answer. She simply pressed her face, probably her lips, to the back of the hand, stroking her hair. Mare and Aura were already shedding tears. Demiurge, too, dabbed at the corner of his eyes. Carsitus was somewhat envious of those people who could cry, and he looked longingly at the backs of his utterly loyal colleagues. What Scholtier feared most was to be deemed useless, a troublemaker and disloyal, and then abandoned by the final, merciful supreme being who had remained with them. However, her master thoroughly obliterated that unease. He did so with the word love. How happy must Scholtier be now? As someone in the same situation as her, no, his own situation was worse. Carsitus could only watch her back silently, with unbridled jealousy in his eyes. Then, Scholtier, you may lee, Ainz Sama. A cold voice interrupted her master's words. Carsitus glared angrily at Albedo for her disrespect. And then, a thrill of dread ran through him as a wisp of unease curled through his heart. The meting out of appropriate punishment and reward is the way of the world. I feel she must still be punished. Albedo, do you dispute my decide? Her master's words trailed off. He must have been left unable to speak by some reason about which Carsitus knew nothing. In the end, it was Scholtier's words which swayed his final decision. Ain't Sama. I agree with what Albedo said. Please punish me as you see fit. The chance to fully express my loyalty would delight me as well. I understand. I shall do so after deciding on the appropriate form of punishment. You may return to your place. Yes, Ain't Sama. Scholtier descended down the stairs, her already red eyes made even redder. She returned to her original position and bowed with a matchless devotion to her master. And then, Carsitus, Ain't Sama has something to tell you. Pay close attention. The air filled with tension. It was his turn now. Carsitus's head was bowed very low, while that posture, which only allowed him to see the floor, was a clear display of respect. Carsitus had done so because he lacked the courage to look directly at his master. I have seen your battle with the lizard men. Carsitus. Yes, it ended in defeat. Yes, the blame for that failure lies with me. Please accept my sincerest apologies, and I pray you will allow me to. The sound of the staff striking the ground interrupted Carsitus's apology. Then, Albedo's cold voice made his hearing organs tremble. You are being very rude to Ain't Sama, Carsitus. If you wish to apologize, do so with your head raised. Forgive me. He raised his head and looked upon his master, who was seated at the top of the stairs. Carsitus, what do you have to say as the general of a defeated army? How do you feel, given that you did not take the field and merely acted as a commander? I am deeply remorseful for my inability to achieve victory even after receiving command of my own troops and for the loss of the elder Lick commander that you personally made Ain't Sama. You can get undead like that from just about anywhere, so it's hardly a shame. There's no need to worry about it. Carsitus, what I want to ask is how you felt when commanding a battle. Let me get this out of the way first. I do not intend to blame you for this defeat. The guardians and the vassals behind them were confused by those words, with the exception of Albedo and Demiurge. So Demiurge was right. Oh, Carsitus sensed his master was about to continue speaking and hurriedly refocused on him. After all, anyone can fail, even me. The air in the throne room turned uneasy. How could the supreme being Ainz Ooal Gown possibly fail? In fact, he had never once made a mistake up till now. In other words, he was only saying this to comfort Carsitus. However, the question is what you learned from that battle. Put in a different way, what do you think you should have done to win? Carsitus began thinking in silence. He now knew what he had to do to win, and so he spoke freely of his own deficiencies. I underestimated the lizard men. I should have been more careful. Just so. No matter how weak your opponent is, you can't look down on them. I should have let Narbril see that battle too. Is there anything else? Yes, I did not have enough information from this battle. I learned that my chances of victory would be slim if I did not know the enemy's strength and the terrain. Very good. Anything else? The commander was inadequate since the troops in the field were low-tier undead. I should have accompanied them with commanders who could adapt to the circumstances and issue timely and accurate orders. In addition, after considering the lizardman's weaponry, I should have attacked with the zombies to tire the foe, or at least kept the troops together and attacked all at once. Is that all? My deepest apologies, but that is all I can think of for now. There is no need to apologize. You have said nothing wrong, and that was an excellent analysis. Of course, there is room for improvement, but you seem to have learned quite a lot. In truth, I hoped that you would not have to consult others and discovered those flaws on your own, but that is still acceptable. Then, why did you not do all those things earlier? I did not think of them. I felt that I could overwhelm them with my forces. I see. However, you did think of them after the undead were destroyed. No, very good. As long as you can improve yourself and avoid future mistakes, then there is meaning to this defeat. Carsitus sensed that his master was smiling. There are many kinds of failure, but yours was not of the lethal kind. All the undead save the Elder Lick were automatic spawns. Their destruction does not affect Nazarick in any way. Rather, if they enabled a guardian to learn something and avoid future errors, then this failure is actually quite a bargain. Thank you very much, Ainz Sama. However, the fact is that you were defeated, thus you must be punished like Sholtir. At this point, his master fell silent. This brief interruption made Carsitus uneasy as he waited for his master to pass judgment. That said, he was greatly relieved now that he knew that he had not disappointed his master. However, what he heard next made Carsitus freeze up. I had originally planned to have you retreat and act as a rear guard, but I think it'll be better this way. Carsitus, you will personally erase the stain of your shame. In other words, you will exterminate the lizard men. This time, you are not allowed to call on anyone else for help. If they annihilated the lizard men and kept word from getting out, then this would not count as a defeat for Nazarick. Those who viewed everyone outside Nazarick as inferior life forms would gladly accept this duty, wiping away their shame and that of Nazarick with slaughter. Indeed, if this had been the Carsitus from earlier, he would have accepted this order without hesitation. However, Carsitus shuddered. This was because he knew what that order meant. He breathed in and out several times, just as everyone began wondering why Carsitus had not responded to his master's command. He finally spoke. I have a request. Ainz Sama. The world seemed to stand still as everyone's attention rested on Carsitus. Carsitus was a guardian, one of the most powerful and highest-ranked beings of Nazarick. There were scant few people who were in his league, but even someone like himself felt a chill run through his entire body. While regret stampeded through his heart like an avalanche, it was too late now. Since he had said it, there was no turning back. Carsitus had compound eyes and thus a very broad field of vision, but from his bowed posture he could not see his master's face. That was the only solace he had. If his master displayed any anger or displeasure, Carsitus would be trembling so hard that he would not be able to do anything. Please, hear me out, Ainz Sama. Before his master could respond, someone else interrupted Carsitus. How dare you? It was Albedo. Her deafening shout roared like thunder, filled with the gravitas which befitted the guardian overseer. Carsitus shuddered, like a child being rebuked by his mother. What right do you have to ask anything of Ainz Sama after staining the glory of Nazarick with defeat? The audacity! Carsitus remained silent. He was determined not to raise his head until his master acknowledged him. He would remain as he was even if Albedo hammered him with the full force of her wrath. Hurry up, however, a calm male voice dispersed Albedo's roar like mist in sunlight. It's fine, Albedo. His master repeated himself to soothe the shocked Albedo. Raise your head. Carsitus, could you tell me your request? There was no anger in that even voice, which only made it more frightening. The fear Carsitus felt was akin to seeing the bottom of a clear lake and knowing that one was about to be sucked in. Carsitus's equipment granted him resistance to fear and mind-affecting effects originating from external sources. Therefore, the fear assailing him now sprang from within his own heart. After gulping, to be precise, it would be like swallowing a mouthful of venom. Carsitus slowly raised his head and looked at his master and ruler. Points of bright red fire danced within the empty orbits of his eye sockets. I say again, can you tell me your request? He could not speak. He had tried several times, but the words caught in his throat and nothing came out of his mouth. What's wrong, Carsitus? A weighty silence filled the air. I am not angry at you. I merely wish to know what you are thinking and what you are asking. His tone was gentle, as though trying to placate a quiet child. In the face of this, Carsitus finally managed to speak. I oppose the extermination of the lizard men, and I beg that you will show them your mercy. Ainz Sama. After that simple, direct statement, Carsitus thought that the air was trembling. No, it was actually trembling. The greatest source of that came from in front of him, from Albedo's murderous intent, followed by the quailing of the other guardians' hearts. In contrast, Demiurge and his master seemed as calm as still water. Carsitus, do you understand what you are saying? Albedo's frigid, murderous tone made Carsitus shudder, despite his immunity to the cold. Ain't Sama ordered you to exterminate the lizardman to expiate your sins, but you would deny his will as the guilty party, Carsitus, guardian of the fifth floor. Are you afraid of the lizardmen? She sounded like she was mocking him, but Carsitus could not retort with anything. Albedo's attitude was only to be expected. If he were in her place, Carsitus would most likely be quite angry too. Why don't you speak? What silenced Albedo was not the sound of speech, but the sound of a collision. It was the high-pitched impact of a staff against the ground. Be quiet. Albedo, I am asking Carsitus a question. Contain yourself. My deepest apologies. I beg your forgiveness. Albedo bowed in an apology and returned to her previous location. Carsitus's master turned to transfix him with a keen gaze. There was no reading his expression. He looked like he was brimming with anger, but at the same time he appeared quite bemused. Then, Carsitus, does that request of yours hold any benefit to the great underground tomb of Nazarick? Tell me. Yes, in the future they might breed mighty warriors, therefore it would be a shame to wipe them all out right now. Your servant submits that it would be better to instill a strong sense of loyalty among them so that when stronger lizardmen appear, we can take them as minions. That is quite a good idea. There's little difference in the levels of the undead made from lizardman corpses compared to those made with human corpses. There is no need to worry about lizardman corpses if we can efficiently recover the bodies buried in Yggdrasil. Just as Carsitus was about to continue, he sensed that his master was not finished yet. The unease within his heart took material form. However, the undead I make with corpses are more economical than making use of lizardmen. Not only can we be sure of their loyalty, but we will not have to worry about their care and feeding. The only advantage I can see in the lizardmen is that they will naturally increase in population, and that increase will take a long time to be seen. Do tell me if I am missing anything out. Are there any sufficiently convincing advantages they possess? If Carsitus could persuade his merciful master, his wish could come true. However, Carsitus could not think of anything. He had always thought of himself as a weapon to be wielded by his master. As a result, he had never thought on his own account before, which was why he could not convince his master. He had not considered what to do in order to benefit the group. In addition, his master desired gains for the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Carsitus did not wish to exterminate the lizardmen because they had outstandingly brilliant people among them. In other words, he wished to spare the lizardmen because he wanted to spare those talented individuals. That was a personal consideration, paying no heed to the bigger picture. Carsitus's heart burned with anxiety. If he displeased or angered his silent master, this miraculous chance to make a suggestion would be all for naught, leaving him with the order to exterminate the lizardmen. He racked his brains as hard as he could, but he could not find an answer. What's wrong, Carsitus? Can't think of anything. Then it'll be extermination. No, it was the same question from before. Carsitus's mind was a complete blank. His mouth felt like it weighed a ton, and his thoughts simply spun in circles. A quiet muttering filtered through the silent throne room. Really now, what a shame. Just as those words of whispered regret threatened to crush the very breath from Carsitus, he was aided by a calm voice. Ain't Sama, please permit me to interject. What is it, Demiurge? Is something the matter? Yes, it concerns the decision you made just now, Ain't Sama. If it pleases you, may I be allowed to supply my humble opinion? By all means. Yes, Ain't Sama, I am certain you understand the importance of experiments. Therefore, should we not use the lizard men for experiments as well? Oh, now that does sound interesting. Carsitus imagined that, when his master leaned forward from his throne, his red eyes had met his own for a fraction of a second. Yes, to begin with, regardless of how Nazarick turns out in the end, we will ultimately need to gather various forces or exert control over various species. Your servant submits that, when that time comes, there will be a great difference in the results depending on whether or not we have performed experiments in rulership. Demiurge straightened himself up further, looking his master, who was seated upon his throne, straight in the eye, and delivered his summation. I feel that we should take control of the Lizardman village and conduct experiments in ruling without the use of terror. The high-pitched ringing of the staff slamming into the floor echoed all around. An excellent suggestion. Demiurge, I am deeply grateful. Then I shall make use of Demiurge's suggestion concerning the lizard men. They are not to be exterminated, but subjugated. Are there any objections? Raise your hands if there are. The crimson eyes swept across all the guardians. It seems there are none. Then it is decided. Everyone bowed in acknowledgement. That said, your suggestion was quite outstanding, Demiurge. Very impressive. Demiurge smiled. I would not dare, Ain't Sama. I imagine you must have already known about that, but you were only waiting for Carsitus to bring it up. His master did not answer, only smiled bitterly. However, his master's attitude said everything. Carsitus felt that his body had gone slack all of a sudden. He had suffered an ignominious defeat while commanding the glorious armies of Nazarick. He had opposed his master's wishes without preparing any other alternatives to his will. How could he describe his performance? He had been so incompetent. How incompetent am I? Anyway, no, there's nothing of the sort, Demiurge. You praise me too highly. I was merely hoping that you would express your opinions, regardless of what they were. His master's gaze shifted again, lingering on Carsitus for the longest time. He understood what his master was implying, but he could not lower his head. The most important thing is to understand the true meaning of your orders. After doing so, you must take the most appropriate action. Listen well, guardians. Do not blindly follow orders. You must think before you act and consider how best Nazarick can prosper from your actions. If you feel your orders are in error, or if you have a better alternative, then you must tell me or the person proposing the idea. Then, Carsitus, I believe I said I was going to punish you, did I not? Yes, you ordered me to exterminate the lizard men. Indeed, now, however, we will not destroy them but place them under our rule. As a result, I will alter your punishment. You will rule the lizard men, and you will instill a deeply rooted loyalty to Nazarick within them. You are forbidden from ruling them with fear. Instead, you will turn the lizard men into a model of rulership without terror. Carsitus had never borne such a weighty responsibility before, no, among the Guardians. Only Demiurge had this sort of experience. It'll be hard to complete this mission by myself. That thought appeared briefly in Carsitus's mind, but how could he admit to such weakness now? He could not say such things to the compassionate ruler to whom he owed his ultimate fealty, or to the colleague who had lent him a helping hand. Understood. I have my concerns about the task, so I may need to call on the aid of others. Of course. In addition, this matter will require considerable resources, rations, and manpower. Nazarick will supply those. Thank you very much, Carsitus. Guarantee that I will show you good results and that the mercy you have shown will not be in vain, Ain't Sama, Carsitus shouted. Very well, then. I now order all the guardians to move out. One team shall serve as distractions, while another will demonstrate our power and show the lizard men that our strength is not limited to what they have seen. Of course, if you feel that may affect your future rule, I can rescind that order, Carsitus. Carsitus thought carefully about the matter and then replied, I feel that it will not pose any problems. I see. Then all guardians, prepare to move out. As one, the gathered guardians indicated their assent. Albedo, I will be heading out as well. Prepare our forces. Understood. After considering that we may have foes who enjoy spying on us, can I assume that this is intended to deceive them about our true intentions? Just so. However, do not forget that we must strike fear into the hearts of our opposition. Then, perhaps we can send out the old guard of Nazarick as the main body of our forces so they will look more impressive. Carsitus agreed with Albedo's response. There was a type of undead guard called the Old Guard. The Old Guard of Nazarick were high-level undead sentries which were only found within the great underground tomb of Nazarick. They wielded weapons with all sorts of magical effects, and they were equipped with enchanted armor and shields. In addition, they possessed many refined combat skills, making them excellent undead sentries. That should be fine. How many of them are there? They number 3,000. Seems a bit too little. It'll be hard to convey the desired shock effect with those numbers. Our objective is to win a complete victory and frighten those who underestimate Nazarick. If we field fewer troops than before, it'll mean nothing, so I would like to deploy at least double the forces from the previous engagement. What other forces can we use? Then, how about mobilizing the Nazarick Elder Guards and the Nazarick Master Guards? That way we will have 6,000 people, as expected of the Guardian Overseer. Albedo replied smoothly and immediately. Ainz's response was simple and clear. Excellent. Then, were there any problems when activating Gargantua? No, Ainz-sama. There were no problems in its activation. Then, use Gate to send our forces over together. However, my mana might run out if I have to do it alone. Ask Pestania to help. Have her transfer mana to you. If that's not enough, get Lupus Regina to help as well. Understood. After that, transfer Negrido's and Pandora's actors' warning grid to me. This will weaken our surveillance on Sebas, but that just means we'll need to focus on physical observation. Very well. Then carry on, everyone. Tomorrow, we shall show the lizardmen the power of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. To thank you, Demiurge. Once his master left, the first thing Carsidas did was express his gratitude to Demiurge. Demiurge responded to the deeply bowed Carsidas with the same serene smile as always. No, there's no need for thanks. How could that be? Without your help, the lizardmen would have been exterminated. Carsidas, I believe the reason why Ainz Sama approved of your suggestion was because Ainz Sama had foreseen such a development. As Demiurge delivered his summation with an upraised finger, a startled gasp rang through the air. The sound seemed to have come from himself or the guardians around him. In other words, I believe Ainz Sama anticipated that you would say such a thing. That was why he sent you to the Lizardman village. I felt that was the case because Ainz Sama seemed most delighted to hear you oppose the destruction of the Lizardmen village. In contrast, he sounded quite disappointed when you could not bring up an alternative solution. You mean to say Ainz Sama was disappointed because things did not go according to plan? Precisely. In other words, even the conversation we are having now might well have been foreseen by Ainz Sama. As expected of Ainz Sama, he has planned everything out with meticulous perfection. But Ea spit it out, or obeyed her little brother Mare to speak in a stern tone of voice. Why yes. I was wondering why he had sent out such weak undead at first. Perhaps. Ain't Sama had planned on the attack failing from the start. Well, rather than say that he had planned to be defeated, isn't it more like our master had anticipated that Carsitas would have investigated the lizard men's strength and then mentioned that victory might be in doubt? A profound sense of shame fell over Carsitas as he remembered his exchange with Demiurge back then. After all, he had messed everything up. He couldn't have come up with something like that if he didn't understand Carsitas so well. Well, that's Ain't Sama for you. While we have already seen Ain't Sama's outstanding warrior prowess during the battle with Sholtir, to think he also possessed such extraordinary talent as a schemer, I cannot help but prostrate myself before him in awe. While Ain't Sama may have said otherwise, I feel that nothing can go wrong if we simply obey Ain't Sama's orders. He's really amazing. He truly lives up to the name of the one who united all the supreme beings. Sholtir excitedly added her own praise after Demiurge's. The other guardians nodded in agreement. After returning to his room, Ainz jumped onto his bed. He hung briefly in the air before his body sank into the bed, and then he started to roll. He rolled right, and then he rolled left. The bed was big enough for him to do so. His luxurious robe was crumpled from this, but Ainz paid it no heed, giggling quietly as he rolled around. The reason Ainz was doing such a childish thing was because there was nobody in this room besides him. Soon, Ainz had indulged his childish desire for the soft sheets. He then lay on his back, facing the ceiling. I'm so tired. I want to loosen up and get drunk, although I can't do that now. After complaining to the air, he sighed deeply, although Ainz could not breathe, so he was just going through the motions. Ainz was undead, so physical and mental exhaustion were foreign to him. However, in human terms, he had spent every day hard at work for the past month. If he had a stomach, it would be in ruins by now. Ainz was currently filled with stress. The warrior Mammon had defeated the silver-haired vampire, Sholtir. Perhaps someone who was not in full possession of the facts might think it was simply impressive, but to the mysterious person who had used a world-class item on Sholtir, it would mean something else. The opposition might have their eye on Ainz, or they might try to make contact with him. Therefore, Ainz spent his days on high alert, with many cache items ready so he could make his escape at any time. During his free time, he indulged in a little bit of mental role-play, or exercising his imagination, more like, and studied whether he would be able to escape if the enemy came for him, and how he would gather information about his foe as he made his escape. This nerve-wracking daily life had little effect on Ainz Ooal Gown, but it tired out the remnants of his humanity, of Suzuki Satoru's personality. The reason why he indulged in immature behavior when he was alone and had free time was probably a sign that Suzuki Satoru was under a lot of stress, hidden beneath the facade of Ainz. I don't remember ever working without rest or sleep like this. I wonder how much overtime I'll get this month. Perhaps that griping had come from the personality of Suzuki Satoru overriding that of Ainz's. The great underground tomb of Nazarick, no, Ainz Ooal Gown, isn't a stock corporation. As a joint venture company, we're supposed to be a moral enterprise, so we ought to pay all employees the overtime they're due. After whining to himself like that, Ainz furrowed his non-existent eyebrows. Don't tell me I'm not entitled to overtime because I have a post allowance. You were. Ainz rolled around again, and then froze after about half a dozen iterations. All right, that's enough useless thinking for one day, that said. I'm really impressed that Carsidas actually said something like that. It had come as quite a surprise. To think Carsidas actually felt sympathy for the lizard men. In truth, Carsidas's actions had been a big headache for Ainz. Suzuki Satoru was the sort of person who would thoroughly research his sources and regurgitate them by rote when called upon to deliver a briefing. Therefore, he was not used to dealing with unexpected things. However, as long as it was written down in his notes, he could use them to deal with it. In other words, the success of Suzuki Satoru's briefings rested on how much research he did and how well he could use it to respond to the circumstances. He was extremely inept in dealing with situations which required adaptability. In fact, he hated them. He could not bring his notes into the throne room and say, please look at the next page." Therefore, Ainz had mentally rehearsed the events in the throne room over 10 times beforehand. As he did, he prayed that nobody would do anything surprising. And then, Carsidas had shattered that tiny wish of his. He had been extremely worried about what Carsidas would say, but he was also very happy. That was the joy a parent might have, as though a hitherto docile and obedient child had expressed his own opinion for once. The important thing was that Carsidas's growth had far exceeded Ainz's expectations. When Ainz had returned to Nazarick earlier, he had asked one of the maids to cook something, a steak. Perhaps she might need practice when it came to the doneness and other major points of the meal, but Ainz did not have such high expectations of the steak. Neither did he want food which granted bonuses, like food in Yggdrasil. All he wanted was something edible. However, the result could only be described as a lump of charcoal. No matter how often that maid practiced, she could only make chunks of charred meat. Ainz had accepted that outcome as he accepted the maid's heartfelt apologies. After all, it was the same as him trying to equip the greatsword in his wardrobe. In Yggdrasil, one needed specialized skills to make food. It was only to be expected, since food and drink could grant special bonuses when consumed. However, that maid did not possess such skills. In other words, if one lacked the proper skills to perform a task, it would end in failure. The matter of Carsidas was also an experiment of sorts. Ainz wanted to see if finalized characters like himself and the NPCs could learn anything new. This experiment was designed to see if they could grow stronger by learning tactics and strategy. He had given Carsidas command over the weak undead because he felt that he would be able to learn more from their defeat. In the end, Ainz had been pleased with the results. Carsidas had shown Ainz that he had the possibility for growth. Of course, there was a huge difference between theory and practice. Ainz's upcoming objective was to thoroughly master the details of this world's unique magic, if such magic existed. Currently, Ainz was still unclear whether magic was a skill or knowledge. However, this experiment showed that one's knowledge could still grow. Carsidas had proved the possibility of that development. He had done well, Ainz thought. A lack of growth was equivalent to stagnation. Even if he was powerful now, he might be surpassed one day. Even if he had 100 years advantage in military technology, he would still lose his pole position if he did not continue improving himself. There might be a strong nation nearby, but they would be utter fools if they assumed that they would always be a strong nation and did not seek improvement. Well, I think that. But while I'm happy that the kids have grown, I'm also worried if I'm a ruler who's worthy of their loyalty. Ainz looked at the ceiling as he muttered this. Ah, it's so scary. I'm so scared. The remnants of Suzuki Satoru's personality wailed in fear of the unknown. Growth was change. Then, who could guarantee that their absolute loyalty would not change? Even if it did not, he was still afraid that someday they would consider him unworthy of being the ruler of the glorious Nazarick. He feared being forced out of his position as guildmaster. I have to become a leader that the Guardians will want to follow. Why isn't there anyone to teach me the path of rulership? There was probably nobody in Nazarick who was designed for such a purpose. As Ainz fell into contemplation, he thought of two people from the five worsts of Nazarick. One of them was Kaohyuku, who bore the title of Duke, and the other was Gashokyukachu, who had the title of King. Ainz wondered if he could ask them to teach him, and his answer was simple and succinct. Hell no. He did not want to learn from them unless he had no other choice. Forget it. As long as I don't mess up too much, I won't need to retire. Also, yes, about those two-legged sheep. Ainz had already surmised the true identity of the two-legged sheep, which was why he had not asked about their appearance. They were monsters he had seen in Yggdrasil before. They have the heads of a lion and a goat, and a serpentine tail. Their hands are those of lions, and their feet are those of goats. They are chimera. In Yggdrasil, chimera walked on two legs, attacking with lion's paws, which served as arms. Each of them had two heads, one of a lion and one of a goat. That was because these monsters were based on the visual data of monsters known as Baphomets. So why had Demiurge not come out and said that they were chimera? Ainz had his doubts, but then he also had an answer. In other words, they're mutant chimera. Am I right, Demiurge? Ainz chuckled, and then he added a mental note to his opinion of Demiurge. He had terrible naming sense. Well, the chimera lords in Yggdrasil looked kind of no. Fish-like chimera look disgusting. So these two-legged sheep are a new breed of chimera that makes them Holy Kingdom chimera. It might be good to bring one of them to Nazarick. And then there's Victim. Victim looked just like how Ainz remembered, but one thing stood out in his mind. The language he's using is that Enochian, the language of angels. It feels like he's saying something else entirely. It was translated, so Ainz did not know what sort of language he was using, but it felt weird to him. Of course, that might be because Ainz did not know Enochian at all. Forget it, let's not worry about it. All right, it's about time to set out. Ainz rolled around again. He stopped when he was face down to verify something that had been bothering him since just now. He pressed his face to the bed and sniffed. Ainz had no lungs, so he was merely going through the motions. Strangely enough, he could smell something. This is the smell of flowers. Did someone spray perfume on this bed? Are the beds of the wealthy like this? That's pretty surprising. Maybe I should keep them in mind when I'm pretending to be wealthy. Then, 3. There was an ability known as danger sensing. Among adventurers, thieves and those with sensory skills prized that ability. As the name implied, it allowed its user to sense danger. There were two main variations of this ability. One kind disregarded logic and analysis, making snap decisions based on one's perceptions. The other was the product of experienced reasoning and deduction. The proverbial sixth sense and intuition belonged to the first category, while those who picked up on minute sensory traces and observed changes in the environment fell into the latter category. One would naturally learn the second type when on the battlefield or when traveling alone, even if one did not go out of the way to hone it. It was a form of experience gained from being in hazardous environments. The lizard men were superior to humans in that aspect. This was because their biological abilities, their senses, were sharper, and because they lived in more hostile conditions. A human being would typically live in a safe place that was far away from monsters, but lizard men often had monsters as neighbors. In Zaryusu's case, he was a traveler, and thus used to long, solo journeys. Thus, he could accurately and keenly gauge the changes in the air and mood. His eyes snapped open as he sensed a tension filtering through the air. The familiar sight of the room, although he had only lived there for a few days, greeted him. However closely a human looked, they would not be able to see within the lightless interior, but that was not a problem for lizard men. There was nothing unusual about the room. Zaryusu looked around and breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that there was nothing unusual around. At the same time, he sat up. As an outstanding warrior, Zaryusu could go from sound asleep to fully awake in an instant. His eyes would not be weighed down by sleep. He could charge into battle right now with no problems. This was also related to the lizardman habit of light sleeping. However, Crush showed no signs of stirring from where she was sleeping beside him. All she did was moan softly as she was deprived of Zaryusu's warmth. Under normal circumstances, Crush should have sensed the change in the air and woken from her slumber. However, she did not seem to have done so. A sense of regret filled Zaryusu had he placed too much of a burden on Crush. As he recalled last night, he felt that perhaps Crush's burden was greater than his own. It would seem that the female Crush had been under more strain than the male Zaryusu during the process of defeating the Elder Lick. He would have liked for her to be able to continue sleeping, but upon listening carefully, he could hear the sounds of many lizard men hurrying around. In an emergency like this, it would be more dangerous to let her sleep than to wake her up. Crush, Crush. Zaryusu shook Crush several times, using some force. After twitching her tail, she opened her crimson eyes. Ooh, seems like something's happened. Those words snapped a half-asleep Crush to full wakefulness. Frost Pain lay by his side, and after taking it up, he rose to his feet, followed shortly by Crush. The two of them headed outside, and they immediately realized the source of the disturbance. The sky above the village was covered in a thick layer of dark clouds. When they looked into the distance, they realized that these clouds were different from regular clouds, because the sky in the distance was bright and clear. In other words, this meant that they're coming again, a signal of another enemy attack. Looks like it. Crush agreed with his assessment. Debate broke out among the lizard men of the 5 tribes as they gazed into the cloudy sky. However, there was no fear on their faces. That was because they had achieved victory even in these dire circumstances, and it had made them all stronger. The two of them ran to the main gate of the village, accompanied by the sound of splashing. They passed several lizard men preparing for battle and reached their destination before long. There were many warrior lizard men gathered at the main gate, and everyone was peering outside. There were some familiar faces among them, including Zenbaru, who had fought and bled with them, and the chief of the Little Fang tribe beside him. Zenbaru waved to the two of them as they splashed over, and then jerked his chin to indicate that they should look outside the gate. Zaryusu and Crush stood by Zenbaru's side and looked in that direction. Facing them, on the other side of the boundary between the marsh and the forest, were serried ranks of skeletons. So they've come again. Zaryusu clicked his tongue after answering Zenbaru. They had expected as much, but this was still too quick. They had thought that the heavy losses that they had inflicted would take the enemy some time to replace. As it turned out, they had been completely off the mark. Their foe had actually mobilized such a large army in such a short time. Still, they ought to be weaker than the skeletons which that elder Lick summoned. There was a hidden meaning to those words. Zenbaru was implying that the skeletons before them were stronger than the skeletons that had attacked earlier. Zaryusu kept his eyes trained on the skeletons facing them. This was in order to grasp their opponent's strength and prepare the appropriate defenses. Indeed, they were all skeletal creatures, but they were dramatically different from the skeletons they had fought previously. By looks alone, the biggest difference lay in their equipment. The previous skeletons were only armed with rusted swords, but these skeletons had full sets of gear. In addition, they looked more presentable than those from the earlier encounter. There seemed to be 3 broad classes of personal equipment on the skeletons present. Most of the skeletons were outfitted in breastplates, bearing an inverted triangle shield, a heater shield in one hand, and all manner of hand weapons in the other. They even had quivers and bows on their backs. These armed skeletons were fully equipped for attack and defense and for fighting at close or long range. Then, there were skeletons who were similarly accoutred with breastplates, but sporting tattered red capes and helmets, wielding bastard swords and round shields. The last group comprised the least numerous, but best-equipped skeletons. They wore suits of shiny golden full-plate armor and gripped shiny pikes. Not a single spot of dirt marred their brilliant red capes. As Zaryusu inspected them, he realized something. He rubbed his eyes several times, wondering if they were mistaken. However, the reality before him remained as it was. No way. How? How could this be? Crush realized that Zaryusu was muttering in a pained voice as she gasped in shock. Just then, Zenbaru spoke up. Oh, it seems you noticed too. Zenbaru's voice sounded similarly tortured. Zaryusu stopped there. He did not want to continue because he would be afraid if he continued to speak, but he had to say it. Those look like magic weapons. Crush nodded steadily from beside him. All the weapons wielded by the skeleton army were magical in nature. Some had flaming swords, while others had hammers crackling with electricity. Some had pikes whose heads were sheathed in green light, while others had scythes which dripped a viscous purple fluid. Not just that, take a look at their armor and shields. They're all enchanted as well. Zaryusu took a closer look as he heard Zenbaru speak, and then he groaned in dismay. That was because Zaryusu realized that those shiny suits of armor did not reflect the sun's light, but seemed to glow from within. What kind of ruler could outfit this many skeletons in magic items? If it was only a matter of simple sharpening enchantments, Zaryusu had heard that certain great nations could amass quantities like this after long planning. However, imbuing this many magic weapons with elemental properties, and in the variety before him, was another matter entirely. Zaryusu remembered the dwarves Zenbaru had spoken of several days ago. The dwarves were a mountain-dwelling species who possessed exceptional skill concerning metal. During a drinking party, the dwarves had once shared a heroic legend, that of the emperor who founded the Dwarven Empire, a hero clad in adamantite armor, a man who felled dragons by himself, and the magesmith of the 13 heroes. Even those legends had not spoken of an army over 5,000 strong of this size, outfitted in magical equipment like this. Then, what was Zaryusu looking at now? Is that an army from the legends? If they had not come from a human myth, then it must have come from some kind of divine legend. Zaryusu shuddered. He realized that he had challenged a foe who was not only beyond his expectations, but one that should never have been provoked. However, he had gathered everyone here with the intention to die. How could someone who had come up with such a ridiculous plan be afraid now? He already knew this foe was beyond the bounds of his imagination. The solution was how they would deal with it. It can't be. That must be an illusion or something. As everyone heard those words, a look crossed their faces which seemed to say, "What rubbish are you spouting?" Their enemy was not moving, but they felt real enough. They emanated a frightful presence, and they could not possibly be mere illusions. Still, these doubt-inducing words were spoken by the chief of the small Fang tribe. He had not said them because he had gone mad. What basis do you have for that? In response to Zaryusu's question, the small Fang chieftain replied confidently, "We've sent out rotating scout patrols, but nobody reported seeing undead like that. There's no way we wouldn't have spotted them if they were in such numbers. Of course, all the scouts we sent out returned safely. I see, still, I don't think they're illusions. But no, maybe they're not. If they aren't illusions, maybe they burrowed through the earth or used similar means of movement. A tunnel would explain why they weren't spotted earlier. It doesn't matter if they dug through the ground or flew through the sky. What do we do about them? Though it doesn't look like they're going to fight just yet, they don't look like they want to negotiate either. That seems to be the case, although, given the present circumstances, I feel the enemy is going to try something." Zaryusu stared at the skeletal army. He was looking for their commander, and then a gust of bone-freezing wind blew over them. It was not a one-time occurrence. The chill wind blew over and over. This preternaturally frigid wind was not a natural phenomenon. There was no doubt that it was the result of magic. Wind? It can't be. Isn't this the same kind of magic? How is that even possible? Crush trembled as she hugged herself. She did not look like she was doing so purely because of the cold. So Zaryusu asked, "Crush, what's with this cold wind? You might not believe me if I say this, but please listen to me. I originally thought that the weather changes from before were the result of the fourth-tier spell control clouds, but I was wrong. Control clouds can control clouds, but it cannot generate cold winds like this. Therefore, this isn't just controlling clouds, but altering the weather. In other words, I think the enemy used a sixth-tier spell, control weather." Crush lowered her voice so nobody could hear, and continued, "However, that spell is beyond my ability to use, so I'm not too sure if that's the case." Zaryusu knew how shocking spells of the sixth tier were. Magic-like, that was beyond even Iguva, the strongest opponent Zaryusu had ever fought, and it was considered the most powerful form of magic in the world. Is this the power of the Supreme One? I see, that would explain it. If he could use magic of the sixth tier, then the title of Supreme would be well-deserved. Oi, 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 when I look around at everyone, it doesn't look good. Zenbaru's mumbling highlighted the mood in the air. Such cold winds could not blow in this weather, in other words. This was a supernatural change in the environment that was beyond their ability to comprehend. The lizard men's morale plummeted to rock bottom. Previously, only clouds had appeared. The priests could still control clouds if they gathered together, built a huge bonfire, and conducted a ritual. However, when the lizard men felt the chill kiss of this autumn-like wind, they realized how powerful their foe was to be able to manipulate such normally uncontrollable natural phenomena. Even without Crush's words, the constantly blowing wind clearly illustrated just how powerful their upcoming opponent was. Che, they're making their move. Zaryusu gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to swish his tail with sheer force of will. So they're moving out now, he thought. The warrior lizardmen panicked as the skeletal army advanced with steps with such regularity that they seemed to have been measured with a pace stick. Some of them even growled in warning. However, Zaryusu was baffled as he watched the skeletal army move. That was not a prelude to battle. Just as Zaryusu and Zenbaru were about to ask the panicking lizardmen to calm down, "Calm yourselves," a shout that swallowed the land and shattered the sky rang forth. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes settled on Shasaryu. "I say again, calm yourselves." The only thing that could be heard in this silent space was his confident, dignified voice, echoing in their ears. "Also, do not be afraid. Warriors, do not disappoint the ancestors who stand behind you." Shasaryu passed through the quiet, now calm lizardmen and came to Zaryusu's side. "Little brother, what's the enemy done now?" "Nya, they've started moving, but they don't seem to be getting ready for a fight." "Moo." The 500 skeletons who moved out formed up into 10 ranks. "What are they doing?" As though waiting for that question, the skeletal army moved again. With perfect coordination, they split in two from the center, leaving a space between them that was roughly 20 skeletons in size. Within that space was a figure. It was not very large. Even at a distance of 250 meters, it was clearly smaller than Zaryusu. It wore a black robe and radiated a dreadful aura of evil. It looked similar to the elder Lich they had fought yesterday, so it was probably a magic caster as well. However, the key difference between the two was their power. A chill ran up Zaryusu's spine as he saw it. His instincts told him that the difference between the being before him and the elder Lich from yesterday was like the difference between a warrior and an infant. Even at this reign, he could feel the ice-cold and malevolent presence it emanated. In addition, its equipment was in a league of its own. It was like an avatar of irresistible death, an absolute ruler. A ruler of death, is it? The words which fell unbidden from Zaryusu's mouth perfectly described the monster before him. Indeed, that person was a king that ruled death. Oh, what did this ruler of death have in mind? The lizard men panicked as they looked at that lord of extinction. Just then, a magic array roughly 10 meters across expanded from around that magic caster in a hemisphere. On the hemisphere were translucent sigils that resembled letters and symbols, glowing with a bluish-white light. These sigils shifted with bewildering speed, each different from one moment to the next. The clear blue light changed shape continuously, illuminating the surroundings in phantasmagoric radiance. If this were not the work of an enemy, perhaps they might have been entranced by it, but right now they were not in the mood for such things. Zaryusu, unable to understand what was going on, felt confused. Most magic casters would not project magic arrays like that into the air when casting their spells. The enemy's actions were far beyond Zaryusu's knowledge. Therefore, Zaryusu asked the female who knew the most about magic, "What is that?" I don't know. I don't know what that is either." Crush's reply sounded a little afraid. It would seem her knowledge of magic made her even more frightened of this unknown phenomenon. Just as Zaryusu was about to comfort her with a pat, perhaps the spell had cast, but the magic circle fragmented and transformed into countless motes of light which flew to the sky. And then they spread from the air, like an explosion, and the lake froze over. Nobody had any idea what was going on. There was the outstanding Chief Shasaryu, the incredibly talented Priestess Crush, and the widely traveled Zaryusu. Even these individuals, who were extraordinarily gifted in their respective fields, could not immediately comprehend what was happening at the moment. They had no idea why their feet were stuck in the ice. Soon, after their brains managed to pass what was going on, the cries of despair rang out. Indeed, every lizardman was wailing. Even Zaryusu was doing so. Crush, Shasaryu, and even Zenbaru, the boldest of them all, was no exception. The terror which sprang from the deepest reaches of their souls drove them to cry out in fear. The scene before their eyes was too horrific to bear. The lake which could never freeze, which had never frozen ever since they had been born, was now a solid sheet of ice. The lizard men hurriedly raised their feet. Fortunately, the ice was not very thick and broke immediately, but the shattered portions immediately froze back over. The bone-chilling cold from below proved that this was no mirage. In a panic, Zaryusu hurriedly scaled a dirt wall and looked around, and then he was dumbstruck by the ridiculous sight around him. Everything, as far as his eyes could see, was frozen over. It was impossible to imagine that such a huge lake could have frozen solid, yet the glittering ice before his eyes was reality. Zaryusu feared for the fish farms, but now was not the time to worry about such things. No way, Crush, who had climbed up with Zaryusu to look around, was just as dumbfounded as he was. A despondent voice came from her gaping mouth. Much like Zaryusu, she could not believe what she was seeing. Monster, he cursed loudly. At the same time, he hoped that the cursing would somewhat ameliorate the terror in his heart. Get them up here, his brother Shasryu bellowed. Several lizard men had already collapsed. The warrior lizard men who could still move worked together to extricate their fallen friends from the frozen swamp. The lizard men who had collapsed were ghastly pale and shook uncontrollably. Perhaps the cold had stolen their vitality. Anya, I'll go take a look around. With frost pain in hand, Zaryusu would not be affected by cold effects of that level. No, don't go. Why? Anya, the enemy ought to be making their move soon. I forbid you to leave this place. Grasp the situation and don't let any information slip past you. You've traveled the world and accumulated all sorts of knowledge. You're the only one who can handle that task. Shasryu's eyes left Zaryusu, and he spoke to the warriors around him. I will now cast a spell that will defend against the cold, protection energy ice. Tell everyone in the village not to touch the ice. I'll help with the spells too. Thank you, Crush. You split up from me. Heal anyone in critical condition. Crush and Shasryu began casting spells on the now safe lizard men. Zaryusu remained on the dirt wall, his keen gaze intently focused on the enemy formation and taking in every move the enemy made. He had to carry out the mission his elder brother had entrusted to him. There we go. Zenbaru, who had climbed up beside him, leisurely regarded the enemy forces. Come on, loosen up a little. Your big bro's counting on your knowledge. Right, he won't scold you if you miss something. What's more important is that you don't get overly focused and develop tunnel vision. Zenbaru's relaxed tone helped cool Zaryusu's head down. Much like how they had done in the battle with the Elder Lick, they could divide the load among themselves and work together while he oversaw everything. Zaryusu looked around and found that the warriors were climbing the dirt walls and observing the enemy. Indeed, he was not fighting alone, but with everyone. It would seem he had been rattled by that overpowering force, by that spell. Zaryusu exhaled as if to expel the accumulated unclean air within himself. Sorry, nothing to be sorry about. That's true, because you're here too, Zenbaru. Ha, don't look at me when it comes to brainwork. Their eyes met and they laughed. Then they turned their attention back on the enemy. Still, that's one hell of a monster out there. Yes, it's on a completely different level. The King of Death regarded Zaryusu and the Lizardman village with a majestic gaze as he stood, like the ruler of this world and the next. What should have been a tiny object in the distance seemed to have expanded to dozens of times its actual size. He ought to be that supreme one they were talking about. Most likely. I hope he's the only one who can freeze a lake with magic like that. Yeah, me too. We lizard men must look like tiny ants to someone who can pull off something like that. Damn it, we're nothing more than worms to him. Speaking of which, they're moving. The magic caster who had frozen the lake raised the hand which was not holding a staff and waved it at the village. He must be giving an order. Zaryusu's instincts told him, and in the next moment his instincts were validated in a horrifying way. Oh, the voices came from everywhere in the village. What is that? What the hell is going on? Zaryusu had thought he could no longer be surprised, but after seeing what was before him, he could not help but wail in response. Before his eyes was a massive statue hewn of stone, with a pair of arms and legs. Its sturdy, slab-like chest pulsed with red light, like a heartbeat. Its limbs were thick and stubby, and it looked almost adorable. Well, it would have been, if it were not over 30 meters tall. This massive stone statue suddenly appeared from the forest. Calling it an illusion might actually have been easier to swallow. The statue moved slowly and produced a gigantic boulder out of nowhere, and then tossed the boulder. Zaryusu reflexively shielded his eyes. Certain death awaited anyone who was hit by that huge rock. The earth shuddered, and a tremendous crash assaulted Zaryusu in that world of darkness. The dirt wall shook violently. After that was the sound of heavy rain of the sand and debris which had been tossed up falling back to the earth. It was accompanied by surprised cries from the village. They were prepared to die, but they were not prepared for this unimaginable terror. The shocking lesson from just now made even the veterans of that battle shriek like children. Zaryusu breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that he was still alive. As he nervously opened his eyes, he saw the undead army on the move, and he noticed that the gigantic statue was nowhere to be seen. The huge rock, which had not been there before now, stood between the two forces. The undead troops approached the rock, and then they fell to one knee after raising their shields as if to block the sky. The other skeletons jumped up on those shields, and after nimbly maintaining their balance, they raised their shields as well. In the moment that Zaryusu realized what the enemy was doing, he trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. Don't tell me, stairs. They're using a legendary army like that as stairs. The skeletons drew close to the giant rock with startling speed, and then the staircase formed by the undead army finally took shape. Then the other undead soldiers made their move. They looked more refined than the skeletons from earlier, and there were about 100 of them. They held lances with banners attached, of the kind that lancers might carry. The bright red cloth, their banners, were embroidered with the same sigil, their capes rippling in the wind. These undead marched onto the marsh with immaculate coordination. They crunched the ice under their feet as they advanced in silence. Then another group of skeletons marched onto the marsh with the same fluid movements, taking care to maintain the proper spacing from the first group. They crossed their lances with those of the warriors opposite them. The crossed lances formed a passage which led to the huge rock. Is that a king's path? Zenbaru was right. The magic caster of death walked down the path made by the undead. The silhouettes of several people were visible behind it. Nobody had noticed their arrival. At their head walked the magic caster of unfathomable might. He was dressed in a black robe that seemed to be made of darkness itself, and an ebony radiance emanated from the staff he carried. That radiance shaped itself into the tormented faces of human beings, which dissolved and disappeared into nothing. Beneath the hood of his robe was a skeletal face, and within its empty eye sockets danced points of bright red light. He was adorned with countless items of magical jewelry, the likes of which were beyond Zaryusu's comprehension. He strode forth with the air of a monarch. A pale-skinned female trailed behind the king of death. She resembled a human being, but she differed from them in one key respect, which would be the wings at her waist. Could she be a demon? Demons. There were devils who destroyed with brute force and fiends who corrupted with intellect. These outsiders were collectively known as demons. They were said to be monsters of legendary cruelty and malice, who existed to destroy all intelligent beings of good alignment. Their names were a byword for evil. Zaryusu had heard of demons during his travels. He had heard of their fearsome nature. Apparently, 200 years ago, there was a monster who was a king of demons, the demon god, who rallied demons to his banner and nearly destroyed the world. The demon god was finally defeated by the 13 heroes, and the traces of that battle could still be seen to this day. If the undead were monsters that hated the living, then demons were monsters who wanted to make the living suffer. Behind the demoness was a pair of dark elf twins, and then a silver-haired girl. In addition, there was a sinister-looking monster which floated in midair, and finally a tailed being who resembled a human male. The creepy monster alone did not seem very strong, but the tip of his tail began to twitch just by looking at each of them. His primal instincts screamed at him to flee with all his might. The group advanced in silence, passing beneath the lances and banners, climbing the stairs leading up the huge rock. They trod the undead soldiers with no hesitation whatsoever, standing like kings and queens atop the massive boulder. The king of death at their head waved his hand. In an instant, a high-backed throne which glowed with a black light appeared, and the undead king promptly sat upon it. Behind them, the people who seemed to be his confidants formed a line, looking at the village as though they were waiting for something. However, they did not do anything else beyond that. What was going on? Several lizard men looked uncomfortably at each other, and in the end they finally decided to let the wisest of their number do the talking. Ah, could you tell us what we should do, Zaryusu-san? Should we prepare to run? That voice was utterly devoid of fighting spirit. The drooping tail spoke volumes about what was in his heart. No, there's no need for that. Consider the Elder Lick from before. We now face a magic caster who vastly exceeds that Elder Lick, so it should be child's play for him to launch an attack from a distance like this. In all likelihood, he wants to tell us something. Looks of understanding dawned on the lizard men's faces. Through all of this, Zaryusu's eyes had been firmly fixed on the group before them. He was like a peasant looking up to his king as he ceaselessly examined the monsters atop that huge rock. He did this so he would not miss anything about them. Now that they were so close, he could examine them in great detail, and they could even meet each other's eyes. Was that king of death observing the lizard men from his place atop his throne? The dark elves did not seem particularly hostile. The silver-haired girl had a mocking smile on her face. The demoness's gentle expression was paradoxically spine-chilling. The creepy monster's expression was unreadable. The tailed man's eyes were devoid of any emotion. After they studied each other for a while, the undead king once more raised his free hand to his chest. Several lizard men saw this, and their tails thrashed violently. Don't be afraid. Don't disgrace us in front of our opponents. Zaryusu's razor-edged criticism drove all the lizardmen to stand up straight and thrust out their chests. Numerous clouds of black fog appeared before the King of Death, 20 of them in total. They whirled ceaselessly, growing larger and larger, until they formed a single cloud of black fog about 150 centimeters in size. Soon, countless frightening faces appeared in the fog. That's, Zaryusu recalled the monsters who had come to the villages as messengers and the undead creatures he had seen during his travels. Crush had already explained this once in the village, but it was very difficult to harm incorporeal monsters without the aid of enchanted weapons, weapons made of special metals, magic, or specialized martial arts. Even if one put all the lizardman tribes together, they would only have a few magic weapons. In other words, just defeating one would be very challenging. To think that their foe could casually summon 20 such monsters with a wave of his hand. So this is what they mean when they say one can control death. Our enemy is an incredibly powerful monster, one whom that powerful Elder Lick would pledge his loyalty to, Zaryusu thought despondently. The king of the dead muttered something, and then cast his hand out, like he was ordering an attack. The monsters then flew over to encircle the village, and they began to recite in unison, "We hereby relay the will of the Supreme One. The Supreme One requests a dialogue. Dispatch your representatives forthwith. Any delays will only incur the wrath of the Supreme One." After their monologue, the incorporeal undead returned to their master's side. "Wah, don't tell me that's it," Zaryusu asked, with a stupid look on his face. He sent such powerful undead just to pass on a message. However, the more unbelievable thing was what came next. After receiving directions from the ruler of death, the silver-haired girl behind him clapped forcefully. With that clap, all those undead were annihilated. "What?" Zaryusu could not hold back his cry of shock. Those summoned monsters had not been recalled, but destroyed. Clerics could destroy the undead. While just banishing them was hard enough, with a sufficient disparity in power levels, a cleric could not only turn undead, but outright destroy them. However, doing so to many undead at once was an arduous task. In other words, the silver-haired girl was a follower who was as powerful as the King of Death. That being the case, the people beside her might well be similarly puissant. Ha ha ha! Zaryusu could not stop himself from laughing. That was only to be expected. What else could he do but laugh? They were so much more powerful, brother. Ah, Anya! Zaryusu looked down in response to the call from below and found that Shasryu and Crush were at the foot of the wall. The two of them climbed the dirt wall, and together they looked at the magic caster. Crush forced herself into the space between Zaryusu and Zenbaru, almost making Zenbaru fall. However, that should still have been forgivable. Is that the enemy, General? He feels so powerful that I'm getting chills down my spine just looking at him. While he looks like the Elder Lick you defeated, there's no comparing their strength. Is there, Anya? Are you done on your side? Moo, it's over for the most part. Crush and I have exhausted our mana, and after hearing those messengers, we felt that it would be better to settle this matter first. As for what those messengers said, Zaryusu, Would you be willing to come with me? Zaryusu looked silently at Shasryu and then nodded deeply. Shasryu looked briefly uncomfortable, but resumed his usual expression right away, so quickly that nobody had realized he had ever looked that way. I'm sorry. Don't worry, Anya. Shasryu jumped off the dirt wall with that apology, landing with a splash as he broke through the narrow ice of the marsh. Then, I'll be going. Be careful. Zaryusu hugged Crush tightly, and then he jumped off into the marsh after Shasryu. Zaryusu and Shasryu trod the thin ice on the surface of the lake underfoot as they set forth together. After leaving the main gate, Zaryusu could sense the undead king's entourage eyeing them, as though their gazes were exerting an actual physical pressure. He could also sense the uneasy looks from behind him, and the most worried of them probably belonged to Crush. Zaryusu fought the urge to stay with her. Just then, Shasryu spoke. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for, Anya? If negotiations break down, they might kill us as an example to the others. Zaryusu had been prepared for this. That was why he had hugged Crush tightly before going. Given their numbers, I couldn't let you go alone, Anya. If only one person went, they'd probably think we were snubbing them. Zaryusu was a famous individual among the lizard men, and he was ideal for negotiations. However, he was a traveler, and his death would not harm the unity of the lizard men. From that point of view, there would be no regrets if he died. Even if a hero died, the tribe could still keep fighting as long as there were other chiefs around. The shame would be the loss of the frost pain he carried. Without it, they would be unable to withstand the cold of the lake. The two of them walked forward in silence, every step taking them closer to death. They reached the stairway of undead which led to the throne and raised their voices. If the throne had been set further back, perhaps they might have been allowed to climb up, but given that it was situated at the edge of the rock, it probably meant that they did not want to let the lizard men climb up. Kings had to have a commanding vantage, after all. There was no such rule among the lizard men, but many species had the practice of superior beings overlooking inferior ones. Granted, this would be very rude if they had come to conduct a dialogue. In other words, this was a dialogue in name only. There was no intention to speak to them on even terms. Instead, actually expecting equal treatment was a sign of their ignorance. Zaryusu and the others might have won the earlier battle, but after seeing the array of the enemies, top people, upon the huge rock, even they would be forced to conclude that their prior victory held no meaning whatsoever. It was nothing more than child's play. We have arrived. I am Shasryu Shasha, representative of the lizard men, and this is the greatest hero of the lizard men. I am Zaryusu Shasha. Even so, there was no flattery in their strident voices. They knew it was a foolish gesture, but it was the last inch of dignity they possessed. The earlier battle might have been a sideshow in the eyes of their opponents, but they could not abandon the pride of the warriors who had fallen on that battlefield. There was no response. The King of Death merely swiveled his head to regard them from atop his throne, eyeing them with no reservation whatsoever. There was no sign that he was going to do anything at all. The person who answered them was the demoness who sprouted black wings from her waist. Our master feels you have not adopted a sufficiently respectful listening posture. What? After hearing their doubt-filled voices, she called on the tailed being who looked like a human male. Demiurge, kneel. Zaryusu and Shasryu suddenly fell to their knees, their heads sinking into the marsh. It seemed like a perfectly natural motion to onlookers. The cold mud caked their bodies, and the shattered ice immediately froze over once more. They could not stand. No matter how hard they tried, their bodies would not budge an inch. It was as though a pair of huge, invisible hands were pressing down on them and taking the freedom from their bodies. Do not resist. In the instant that voice filtered into their ears again, Zaryusu and Shasryu felt as though their bodies had suddenly grown an additional brain, an organ that received commands from others, and which their bodies obeyed. After seeing their powerless bodies kneeling pathetically in the mud, the demoness seemed quite pleased as she reported to her master, Ainz Sama, they are now ready to listen to you. Thank you, raise your heads. You are permitted to raise your heads. Zaryusu and Shasryu turned their heads, the sole part of their bodies they could move, and looked up like they were desperate to see their king. I am Ainz Ooal Gown, master of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Firstly, I would like to thank you for helping me complete an experiment. An experiment? You killed so many of us, the lizard men, and you dare call it an experiment. His resentment fanned the flames of anger in his heart. but he resisted it. After all, now was not the time to make a scene. Well then, let's get to the point. Submit to my rule. The magic caster Ainz raised his hand, silencing Shasaryu, who was about to speak. Shasaryu knew that trying to speak anyway would not be wise, so he could only keep his mouth shut. However, you have just defeated us, and you are unwilling to be ruled by me. Therefore, we will attack again in 4 hours. If you can still win, I shall no longer act against you. In fact, I guarantee that I will pay you the appropriate reparations. May I ask a question? That is fine. Ask away. Will you be the one leading the attack, Gowndono? The silver-haired girl behind him frowned, while the demoness's smile only grew wider. Perhaps they were displeased by the addition of that honorific. However, they did not do anything out of the ordinary, possibly because their master had not brought it up either. Ainz ignored them and continued speaking. Hardly. I will not be making a move. The attacker shall be one of my trusted aides, and only him. His name is Carcetus. As Zaryusu heard this, a deep-seated sense of despair filled him, like it was the end of the world. If Ainz attacked with an army, the lizard men might have a chance of victory. In other words, he would be hoping to prolong that distasteful war he called an experiment. In that case, they might have a scant, fleeting chance of victory. However, he was not dispatching an army. Only one person would be attacking. An army which had been defeated had arrayed its troops in a grand display, yet they were only sending one person to attack. Unless this was a punishment, what Ainz's words meant was that he was absolutely confident in that person. A person who had the trust of that unbelievably powerful king of death. Then, the only answer was that the person in question was also incredibly powerful, to the point where the lizard men had no hope of victory. We choose to surrender. It would be too boring to surrender without a fight. Do put up some token resistance. We would like to enjoy our victory. Ainz interrupted Shasaryu, preventing him from speaking further. So you're going to make an example of us, you bastard. Zaryusu cursed in his heart. The reality was that the strong would use slaughter to wash away the stain of defeat. In other words, they were going to carry out a live sacrifice. This would be a show of utter dominion, designed to wipe out any trace of rebellion within the lizard men. That is all I wish to say. Then, I shall look forward to the events of 4 hours' time. A moment, please, will this ice melt? Whether they won or lost, it would be very hard for the lizard men to survive if the lake was frozen over. Ah, I almost forgot. Ainz replied casually. I merely wish to avoid staining my robes in the marsh. I will dispel the magic once I return to the shore. What? Zaryusu and Shasryu were so shocked that they could not speak. In fact, they wondered if they had misheard him. He froze the lake just because he didn't want to get dirty. This was no longer merely unbelievable. They were going up against someone with such shocking power, who could easily bend the world to his whims, and for such a pointless little reason to boot. So this was the kind of mighty being who was their opponent. Zaryusu and Shasryu felt a terror they had experienced when they were alone by themselves as children. Then, see you later. Lizardman Gate. Having said his piece, Ainz waved his hand, and a hemisphere of darkness appeared in front of the throne. He then stepped into the darkness. Farewell, lizardmen. Goodbye, lizardman Sans. See ya, lizardmen. The two women and the dark elf boy attending Ainz bade farewell to the lizardmen in a disinterested tone before stepping into the darkness as well. Then. Bye-bye, take care. Nate Ibduk. Goodbye. Then, the creepy monster vanished into the darkness after the dark elf girl, releasing control. Then, do enjoy yourselves, lizard men. Finally, the tailed man stepped into the darkness. There was a gentle sound, and the force binding the two of them vanished with him. Zaryusu and Shasaryu remained kneeling in the mud where they had been abandoned, without the strength to stand up. They did not even pay attention to the continuous pain which came from the freezing cold filtering up into them. That was because the shock they had just experienced far exceeded any physical pain they might have felt. Bastards! That uncharacteristic curse from Shasryu was filled with a complex blend of emotions. They were greeted by the various chiefs, who had climbed up onto the dirt walls to avoid the cold. There were no other lizard men around. They had probably done so because they were looking forward to discussing matters in private. Sensing this, Shasryu decided not to mince words and told them the events of the dialogue that was not a dialogue. There was no great reaction to Shasaryu's somber narrative, only mild surprise. It was probably because they had expected a conclusion like that. I see, But will the ice melt? If it doesn't, we won't even be able to fight. It'll be fine. They said they would melt the ice. Did you bargain for it? Shasryu did not answer the question from the small Fang tribe's chief, merely smiling by way of reply. The chief knew what that meant and shook his head in resignation. While you were heading out for those talks, we looked around and we found traces of the enemy in the lake, probably skeletal troops. In all likelihood, they were surrounding us and awaiting orders. Don't think enemy will let us go. They seem quite serious about this, which means it's probably as you're guessing. The four chiefs who did not take part sighed deeply. They had probably reached the conclusion that what awaited them was a live sacrifice. Then, what should we do? Mobilize all the warrior lizard men and the ones present. Anya, can you allow only 5 people to take part? Zaryusu glanced at the baffled Crush from the corner of his eye and pleaded with all the males present. If the enemy's aim is to demonstrate his power, they will probably not exterminate the lizard men. That being the case, we ought to have someone who can lead the surviving lizard men. If all of us here perish, it will be a great blow to the future of the lizard men. He's got a point, doesn't he, Shasryu? Zaryusu, you're right. The two chiefs looked at Zaryusu and Crush and nodded. That's fine, I approve of it. After receiving the approval of Zenbaru, the last chief, Shasryu could no longer find any reason to deny his younger brother's request. Then it's decided. I also thought that someone would have to stay alive to lead the United Tribes. Crush ought to be good for that duty. Perhaps her albinism might affect her duties, but her priestly powers are irreplaceable. Please wait, I want to fight too, Crush shouted as she protested her exclusion at this juncture. Besides, if one of us has to stay behind, wouldn't it be better if it was Shasryu? He's the chief that everyone trusts most. It's for precisely that reason that we can't spare him. The enemy wants to fill us with despair and make us tractable with a show of overwhelming force. However, do you think they would spare a lizardman who could inspire hope like him? I don't think so, right? Also, Crush is the least popular of the chiefs due to her albinism. Crush was speechless. It was an unarguable fact that others thought poorly of her because of her condition. Crush knew she could not persuade the others, and instead turned to Zaryusu. I want to go too. When you called me here, I had already prepared myself. Why are you still saying something like this? At that time, I thought we might all die, but now there's a chance that one of us might live. Are you kidding me? The air trembled, as if in response to Crush's anger. The sound of slapping resounded from the dirt wall, as Crush's tail thrashed wildly in the grip of her emotions. Zaryusu, go convince her. See you in 4 hours. Shasryu strode off after leaving those words behind. Then, there was the sound of ice cracking and water splashing. The other 3 chiefs leapt off the dirt wall, following behind Shasryu. Zenbaru waved to the 2 who remained as he left. After watching them leave, Zaryusu turned to Crush. Crush, please understand. What's there to understand? Besides, you might not lose. If I contributed with my priestly powers, we might win. How hollow those words sounded. Even Crush, who had spoken them, could not bring herself to believe what she had just said. I don't want the female I love to die. Please grant the last wish of this foolish male. Crush embraced Zaryusu, a pained expression on her face. You're too selfish. I'm sorry. You're probably going to die. Indeed, his chances of survival were very slim. No, he could conclude that they were non-existent. In just a week, you won my heart, and now you want me to watch you die. Meeting you was my fortune, and also my misfortune. Crush poured her strength into the arms embracing Zaryusu, as though she never wanted to let go. Zaryusu could not speak. What should he say? What could he say? His mind revolved around the same question. After some time, Crush raised her head, her face filled with determination. A wave of unease washed over Zaryusu. He had the feeling that Crush would insist on following him. Then, Crush issued a simple and forceful ultimatum to Zaryusu. Get me pregnant. What? Hurry. 7. John 15:13. King James Bible. Chapter 5. The freezing war guard one Ainz's headquarters was the same as the place Carcitus used yesterday, the fortress which Aura was building. If one listened closely, one could hear the faint sounds of work in progress coming from the distance. Once they entered the room, the hitherto silent victim suddenly spoke to Ainz. Amazenia, one avail im ekat lars I Nate. Then I shall take my leave now. Ainz Sama, thank you for your hard work. Please take care of Nazarik's first floor for me before we get back. Dutsridnu. Understood. Gate. Victim passed through the door of darkness which Ainz had conjured. It led to the first floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. After watching that guardian, whose death would activate a powerful movement restriction skill, leave through the gate, Ainz turned back to the rest of the room. At the same time, he sensed Aura behind him. Her head bowed. It would seem she had done her best to pretty the room up to welcome Ainz. It was quite moving to see the signs of her hard work that could be seen in every corner of the room. However, this room was far plainer than Nazarick. Perhaps Aura felt ashamed of that. It's not like it's that bad. Ainz had originally been a plebeian, so he did not really mind. While his room as the master of Nazarick was not a bad thing, sometimes excessive luxury made him feel uncomfortable. He could relax a little in this place, so it was pretty good. I want an 8 tatami room. 8 maybe I should secretly set one up somewhere. Ah, I need to reward my subordinates. I need to tell Aura that I'm pleased with her hard work. People had to thank and rely on others for their hard work in order to succeed. Ainz remembered when he had been running an errand at a certain company and had overheard something from the director's room. He did not know who had said it, but it was a truly wonderful line. It made him think that it was how an ideal superior should be. You need to express the gratitude in your heart. If you don't praise your people, they won't work, something like that. Forgive me for keeping you here, Aura. I'm not displeased in the slightest. I'm very satisfied with your hard work, and it is the equivalent of Nazarick because you decorated it for me. Yes. Aura's eyes widened slightly. Ainz did not know if that counted as comforting her, but he was out of ideas. All he could do was try and bluff his way through by looking around. The room still smelled of wood. Under normal circumstances, it would have been better to return to Nazarick than stay in this nearly indefensible place. That was because without the application of defensive spells, this location was little more than a house of papier-mâché. On the other hand, this was a very good spot to use oneself as bait to lure out a big fish. It was quite far from the lake, so anyone who could pursue them here, if there were any, would probably be an Yggdrasil player or people of comparable power to them. In other words, this place had been built to take the attack of a powerful opponent. It was dangerous, of course, but Ainz felt that one could not seize the tiger's cubs without entering its den, so they still haven't come. Or is it that this operation failed as well? Still, what is that? Aura, a question for you. What is that thing over there? Ainz's gaze fell on a white-colored chair within the room. It had a high back and looked very solid. Due to the exquisite craftsmanship that had gone into its construction, it easily qualified as a work of art. Well, as long as one did not dwell on its sole fault. It is a little plain, but it is a throne that was specially made for you. One of the subordinates behind him, Demiurge, confidently responded on Aura's behalf. Having anticipated that, Ainz continued asking, and whose bones went into its construction? They came from all sorts of animals. I selected choice bones from griffons and wyverns. I see, is that so? This throne of bone was not furniture from Nazarick, so it was probably something Demiurge had made outside before bringing it here. Also, the throne's construction seemed to use a lot of human or demi-human bones. While it was not stained with blood or flesh and was completely made out of pure white bones, he still imagined that he could smell the gore. Slightly revulsed, Ainz hesitated over whether or not to take a seat on it. However, it would be hard to simply ignore a chair which had been specially made for him. That said, if he had a good reason, it would be a different matter. Ainz thought about the matter, and then he suddenly brought his hands together. Sholtir, I believe I said I would punish you earlier. I shall now mete it out. Yes, I shall humiliate you. Yes, Sholtir seemed a little startled at having been mentioned. Kneel there and lower your head. Get on your hands and knees. Yes, confused. Sholtir went to the place Ainz indicated, the center of the room, before getting into a supplicatory position. After moving to Sholtir's side, Ainz immediately sat upon her slender back. I ain't Sama. Sholtir's off-key cry of surprise come out as something like Ainz Sama. She seemed panicked, but she remained still, because Ainz was seated on her back. You are here to be my chair, understand? Yes. Ainz turned from the abnormally happy Sholtir to look at Demiurge. Forgive me. Demiurge, that's how it is. I see. How remarkable, to think you would sit upon a guardian. Indeed, that is a chair which nobody can make, in other words, a proper seat for a supreme being. Ainz Sama, you have surpassed my expectations once more, as is befitting of yourself. Is that so? Demiurge was beaming as he radiated his loyalty to his master. Ainz had no idea why he was smiling so brightly and turned away uneasily. Then, a beautiful woman who was all smiles addressed Ainz. "Forgive me. Ainz Sama, may I be excused for a moment? I will be back soon." "What's the matter, Albedo? Never mind, it's all right. Go then." After thanking Ainz, Albedo left the room. After that, there was a feminine voice going, "Dio away," from outside the room, followed by a tremendous impact against the wall, which made the house shake violently. About a minute later, Albedo returned to the silent room, with her usual gentle smile on her face. "I'm back, ain't Sama. Oh yes, Aura, I accidentally bumped into the wall on my way out, and there seems to be some damage. Could you fix it later? Sorry about that." "Ah, all right, okay, I'll go fix it." Ain't sighed, swallowing a lot of the things he wanted to say. He recalled his gaze that had nearly drifted away and focused it on the staff which radiated an evil aura. Obviously, he would not bring the true staff of Ainz Ooal Gown to such a dangerous place. This was an experimental specimen that had been built in imitation of the guild weapon. After fitting it with magic items used for special effects testing in the treasury, it looked almost like the real thing, and it made for a good decoy. The guild would disband if the guild weapon was destroyed. Therefore, he could not casually carry it with him. It was currently in the care of the guardian of the Sakura Sanctuary on the 8th floor. I've considered countermeasures against the ring being stolen as well, but I just can't find a place where I can conduct the experiment. As Ainz thought about this, Sholtir's body suddenly twitched. That movement seemed like an adjustment so Ainz could sit more comfortably. A bizarre sense of unease drove Ainz to look at the back of Sholtir's head. She was panting. He was probably too heavy for her. Sholtir's back that he sat upon was about as slender as that of a 14-year-old girl's, and it was quite slender. To think an adult would be sitting on such a slender back. Ainz was deeply convinced that he was a shamelessly cruel pervert, and had gone too far. Sholtir was an NPC made by one of his friends from the past, Perorencino. In all likelihood, he had not expected Sholtir would have ended up being tormented like this. Since this was essentially an action which cast shame upon his former comrades, Ainz believed that this was a form of punishment for himself as well. However, he now realized that he was foolish for having thought so. To think I'm actually torturing Sholtir like this, I'm beyond saving. Sholtir, is it uncomfortable? If it is, then I'll stop it, just as Ainz was about to say that. Sholtir looked back, staring at Ainz. Her face was flushed, and her eyes burned brightly. "Not at all. In fact, I feel this is practically a reward." Every word she spoke carried the heat brewing within her body, and her glazed eyes reflected Ainz's face. Her bright red tongue licked at her lips, leaving a seductive sheen. The way her body writhed ever so slightly was reminiscent of a snake. There was no mistaking this for anything other than carnal desire. "You were." It made him want to run away. Ainz almost stood up. "I can't. How could I do that?" This was a punishment for Sholtir, and Sholtir's mistake had been because of Ainz's miscalculation. Therefore, resisting the urge to stand up was also a way of punishing himself. Ainz crushed the rising tide of complex emotions within him. He tried his best to bear with the squirming, panting chair beneath him. Even so, he could not help but wonder how perverted did Perorencino make her anyway. Then, let's talk business. Are the lizard men as frightened as expected? Indeed, Ain't Sama. That's right. Just look at the lizard men's faces. Ainz laughed as he heard the Guardian's responses. In truth, he could hardly tell how the lizard men's expressions had changed. While lizard men looked more like humans than reptiles, their facial expressions were completely different from those of humans. Really now, then, we can consider the first part of the impression which Carsidus is going to make a success. Ainz sighed in relief. He had expected at least that much from super-tier spells, which could only be used 4 times a day. Ainz had gone out of his way to use one of them, creation, and if that failed to impress, then all he could say was that it was sad. Then, Demia, when will you finish tallying the information on how far the lake was frozen? We are still gathering the relevant data, but the radius of freezing was larger than expected, which presents some difficulties. If possible, I hope we might be given a bit more time. Ainz reached out to stop Demiurge from kneeling, and then cupped his jaw with a skeletal hand, before settling into contemplation. It would seem the spell's effective radius had been larger than he imagined, but as a magical experiment, it was quite a success. Creation was a super-tier spell that could change terrain's special effects. In Yggdrasil, one would use it to ward off the heat in hot regions or to suppress the freezing chill of icy areas. In truth, he could have awed them into submission without using a super-tier spell. However, he had used it anyway because he wanted to conduct an experiment on how large a spell's radius could be. In Yggdrasil, creation could affect quite a large area, and when they tested it in Nazarick, it managed to cover the whole of the 8th floor. However, they did not know how it would fare outdoors. In Yggdrasil, it could cover one area, but he wanted to know how large that zone was in this world. It would be too much if he cast it on a plane and it covered the entire plane. Similarly, it would be too much if it covered the entire lake. It would seem he had to be very careful when using super-tier magic. Then, Aura, what about our security net? Yes, we've dispatched the undead we borrowed from you to patrol within a 2-kilometer radius, but we haven't picked up any exceptional intrusions. Also, I've sent out some of my magical beasts, who are adept at reconnaissance, to patrol a 4-kilometer radius around us, but there haven't been reports of anything suspicious so far. Is that so? Our foe might make their approach by some perfectly undetectable means. Have you prepared against that yet? It'll be fine. Sholtir was helping me out, so we've also deployed undead which are good at surveillance. Very good. Aura was all smiles after Ainz's praise. Her previous depression was nowhere to be seen. Still, has the person who used the world-class item on Sholtir still not made a move even after we've exposed ourselves like this? All eyes were on Ainz as he asked that question again, but he was not directing it at anyone in particular. Why isn't the opposition spying on this place and Nazarick? Could it be that the enemy is keeping an eye on us with a world-class item which renders him immune to regular surveillance? Ainz tilted his head in confusion after Demiurge answered with his question. I used Marmon because I thought they might use such means. If the enemy uses world-class items to spy on us, they won't be able to observe Marmon, since he also possesses a world-class item. Therefore, I've been operating on the assumption that they'll be using physical or direct observation. Well, it might be magical too, but in short, I've been assuming that they'll use more conventional methods to keep an eye on us. Ain't sensed that the guardians around him seemed puzzled, and he realized that his explanation was not sufficiently clear. Well, how shall I put this? In the past, we once owned a mine that produced a rare metal. The price went through the roof because we monopolized it, so a group of people schemed to steal it from us. Back then, our opposition used Omicron letter 1F50, Rho Omicron Beta Omicron, Rho Omicron Sigma. That was one of the world-class items known as the 20. Ainz narrowed his eyes. He had been furious when the mine had been stolen away, but thinking back on it now, it was a good memory. It held true even as he recalled how they had been hunted and lost quite a few rare pieces of gear. What? Someone actually dared seize territory which had been claimed by the supreme beings. Unforgivable. Please order us to retake it at once. Ainz hurriedly shifted his gaze as he heard Albedo vent her anger. He saw all the guardians seething with hostility and murderous intent. Even the ever-serene Demiurge had a savage expression on his face. That was not all. Ainz could glimpse the determination to take it back on Mare's shy and retiring face. Incidentally, Ainz could not see Sholtir's expression on account of her being a chair, but he could feel her body tense up, sending her iron will traveling up through his rump. Calm down. That's in the past. Ainz raised a hand to order the guardians to cool their heads. While it looked as though they had somewhat regained their composure, they still seemed unstable, as though magma were flowing beneath the surface. Ainz decided to pick up the previous topic to change the subject. Our enemy used Omicron letter 1F50, Rho Omicron Beta Omicron, Rho Omicron Sigma, and made it impossible for us to enter the world where the mine was. They probably used that time to search for and find the mine. Once the seal was broken and we could enter the world, we found that the mine had already been taken. They had fought recklessly to retake the mine, and a great deal of the guild members had died at least once, but Ainz resisted the urge to speak of that. Then, this is the point I wanted to make. While I said the world was sealed, people with world-class items could still enter that world during that time. Therefore, it should be impossible for them to spot us even if they use world-class items for surveillance. As Ainz listened to the gasps of enlightenment from his subordinates, he wondered if that was really the case. It was very likely, but there was no proof that they could not be found. When 5 elements overcoming, one of the 20, just like Omicron letter 1F50, rho Omicron beta Omicron rho Omicron sigma had been used. The game company sent a message to all world-class item holders. In addition to an apology, they also included an item as compensation. The apology went, "Dear holders of world-class items, you should not have been affected by changes in the world, but we have learned that keeping your data unaffected will be a very difficult task for the system. Therefore, we are making a special exception and changing your data as well." Therefore, he could not conclude that it was a perfect defense. Still, that incident had been a special case. In particular, one of the world-class items defending Nazarick had the effect of protecting against divination spells. If it could not block surveillance from world-class items, then it would be meaningless. Therefore, I feel the enemy will try to approach Marmon. But the ones who have come to him are all mothers clutching their newborn children or adventurers. The ones who came forward begged him to touch their children's heads in the hope that they would grow up strong, or they asked to shake hands with him in the hopes of becoming stronger themselves. None of them had asked to speak with him in private. Therefore, Ainz had created many openings like this on purpose, waiting for the enemy to make a move. Not giving Carcitus a world-class item was part of that plan. Ainz intended to use him as bait to draw out the opposition. Their foe was fearsome precisely because he did not know their identity. That being the case, learning about their opponent would probably help them find a way to deal with them. May I share my humble opinion on this matter? What is it, Albedo? Ain't Sama, as you have said just now. Your aim is to divine the enemy's identity and learn more about them. In that case, is it not possible that the enemy is unwilling to get close because they have not been exposed yet? Ah, it's fine. Albedo, I have considered that point as well. As if Ainz had already assumed that his enemy was like himself and would want to learn about their opposition. What a gaffe. What if I've been going about it all wrong from the start? Forgive me. Also, Albedo, could you please stop? Ainz could not bring himself to beg that of her. He felt like he had finished a multiple-choice exam, and then, when he went through his work one more time, he found that all his answers were incorrectly shifted one space down. There's the matter of announcing that Sholtir was defeated by a magic item. Yes, I reported as much to the guild. That was in order to avoid people fearing Marmon's strength. Spell-sealing crystals are extremely rare items, so breaking one for an experiment should be difficult. Therefore, saying that the spell-sealing crystal went out of control, that the monster was defeated through the use of a magic item, is more convincing, and it means fewer people will be on guard against Marmon. Indeed, it is as you say. It would work well against people who think spell-sealing crystals are rare items. Albedo's subtle qualification of her statement made Ainz feel very uneasy. However, what if our enemy had multiple such crystals like yourself, Ainz Sama? Huh? Ah, so that's what you mean. Ainz put on a show of sudden realization, but he had no idea what she meant. So what if the opposition had many spell-sealing crystals? The fact was that they were very valuable items in this world. Was Albedo worried that someone would break a crystal as an experiment? Still, it did not feel like that. A sense of foreboding filled Ainz's heart. He wanted Albedo to explain herself, but he resented having the pretense of knowledge he had put on just now. Come to think of it, is it really all right if I act as a ruler and decide the direction of Nazarick? What if I end up steering us into an iceberg? He wanted to run away from all of this and be done with it. Unable to bear the strain of leadership, which was only amplified when he messed up, he wept within his soul. However, he could not just run off. Since he had called himself Ainz Ooal Gown, he could not abandon the things, the NPCs, and the treasures of Nazarick that his friends had made. The most important thing was that he did not want to become a deadbeat father. I sometimes worry if you'll betray, abandon, or give up on me. However, that just means I have to be the Ainz Ooal Gown you expect and believe in. Therefore, Ainz put on a confident front, the pose of a ruler with utmost confidence in himself, which he had practiced in the mirror. It's fine, however I understand your unease. Then Ainz looked around. Albedo, share your worries with the other guardians. Ah, yes, if the opposition possesses multiple crystals like you do, Ainz Sama, anyone who knows their abilities will probably see through that news immediately. In other words, they will believe that Sholtir was not defeated by the crystal. Although the enemy might not know if Sholtir fought with all her strength, Anyone with a world-class item would probably think that Sholtir and Marmon were of equivalent strength. Therefore, they would probably consider Marmon, a mysterious warrior who suddenly appeared in Yggdrasil, a threat now. In addition, the opposition might also suspect something about the link between Sholtir and Marmon, Albedo, and the Guardians. What do you think the enemy will do next? Permit me to answer. Then, I feel that if our enemy intends to oppose you, Ain't Sama, they will respond by spreading rumors of Marmon and the vampire being in league with each other, even if there is no basis to them, and lash out at him. Our opposition will surely not want Marmon to become more and more famous. Ewa, Ainz groaned internally. His original aim of going to Yggdrasil was to gather information, but his main objective was to make the character Marmon famous. And he also wanted to get away from all this. The original plan was to turn Marmon into a great hero and then reveal his true identity, whereupon the fame and glory he had accumulated would be transferred to Ainz Ooal Gown and resound throughout the world. In addition, it would also serve to show that a former PK guild had changed its image, fighting injustice through the name of Marmon. But now, those plans were little more than soap bubbles vanishing in the wind. Oh, Demia, I've got a question. Wouldn't it be more damaging to spread the rumors of working with that vampire after he became famous? Ora, doing so at that time would be a poor move. Once Ain't Sama is sufficiently famous, people would discount those rumors as malicious gossip. That reputation must be eliminated before it grows and becomes widespread. A very astute observation, Demiurge. Aints nodded magnanimously in response to Demiurge's bow, as though he had been thinking the same thing as well. Then I have another question. If that is the case, why has the enemy not spread these rumors yet? Demiurge raised a finger after hearing Aintz's question. Firstly, the enemy has not completed their investigation into Marmon Sama. If it turned out that Marmon Sama defeated Sholtir in open combat, they would wish to avoid incurring his ire, or perhaps they would like to recruit him to their side. Secondly, he raised another finger. What if the opposition only ran into Sholtir by chance? Or what if they encountered her on the way to another objective, and they were a completely unrelated third party? That's not possible now, is it, Demiurge? How unlikely would that be? Ain't said that, but in his heart, he realized that it was not impossible. He was dead set on the idea that this was an attack targeted at Sholtir or the personnel of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. However, Sholtir had been attacked shortly after they had all been brought to this new world. Under those circumstances, it would require preternatural precision to target and attack Sholtir. Was he being overly paranoid of some hidden mastermind? Aints narrowed his eyes, the points of red light in his eye sockets. Ultimately, the lack of information remained a problem. He did not have enough manpower, and he needed more strength. In any case, the biggest problem right now is our lack of an intelligence-gathering network. Currently, he had ordered Sebas to handle this sort of work. However, there was a limit to how much intelligence that limited numbers of intelligence personnel could gather. At first, he had only wanted to learn the basic facts of this world, but they were now at a stage where such information was no longer sufficient. They could not learn what they wanted to know by going through adventurers and traders alone. It was similar to how an average citizen and a high-ranking government official had access to information of differing importance. In addition, he had no idea what sort of person could analyze the data they had gathered and determine whether or not any particular piece of information was important. Good grief. In any case, our main challenge now is a lack of information. Our hands are tied because we have to be wary of an unseen foe. Demiurge flashed Aints a conspiratorial smile as he heard Aints mumble. In that case, why not seek a nation to support you? After a brief silence, Albedo went "oh" to indicate that she understood. Soon, Aints made the same noise. I see, Demiurge, so that was what you meant. However, the other three guardians still looked quite confused. After that, Aura came out and asked, Ain't Sama, what's this all about? As Aura asked that question, Aints gave thanks that he did not have any facial expressions. Honestly, Mayor, Sholtir, do you not understand what Demiurge was trying to say? The two of them shook their heads in unison. I see, then it can't be helped. Tell them, Demiurge. Yes, I understand. Now then, everyone. Ain't Sama is worried about the existence of a hidden, powerful enemy. I feel that if we encounter said enemy and they are hostile to us, we need to have some kind of leverage that we can use during negotiations. Sensei, I don't get it. That look appeared on the faces of 3 students and 1 adult. Demiurge Sensei seemed to realize that his explanation was too complicated and decided to continue explaining after dumbing himself down to match the students. What would you do if Ainz Sama was dominated by some world-class item? I'd kill the bastard who did it. No, that's not what I mean, Aura. What I'm trying to say is, don't you think the very fact that being mind-controlled would count as an alibi? The fact is that there are people out there who really can dominate their opposition with world-class items. So we can convincingly say that Ain't Sama was controlled by a world-class item. Assistant teacher Albedo supplemented head teacher Demiurge's lecture. In other words, by pretending to support another country, we have an excuse for any action which Nazarick takes. By saying that we were ordered to do so by that country and we had no choice but to obey, we could use that to deflect blame from ourselves, assuming there was an enemy on our level. Also, if the other party does not want an open conflict, they will have no choice but to bear with it. I see. So even if someone wasn't happy with what we did, as long as we had a good reason, we could drag a third party into becoming an ally. So that's what it is. As expected of Ain't Sama, Aints reached out and stroked the head of Sholtir the chair. It was like a mob boss stroking a Siamese cat. Demiurge came up with that scheme, not me, so your thanks should go to him. No, it's not true. It would seem you already came to the same answer, Ain't Sama. Ah, it feels like I'm taking credit for your hard work. Sorry about that. Also, I believe it will be easier to obtain information if we support another country. A country would probably have the intelligence-gathering network that they were struggling to build. That being the case, infiltrating them with Nazarick's people ought to be much better for gathering usable information. Demiurge smiled at the thought that his suggestion had been useful on something which had bothered Ainz, and at Aintz's words, which seemed to validate his and Albedo's opinions. Indeed, Ainz was aware of the subtext. You picked up on it as well, Ainz Sama. Ah, indeed, as expected of Ainz Sama to think you had such clear insights in that case. Even inferior life forms like human beings could prove surprisingly useful. After Albedo spoke up, the other guardians, including Sholtir the chair, looked at Ainz with sparkly eyes filled with pure loyalty. Ainz felt very uncomfortable, but he consoled himself with the fact that the two of them had given him their approval. Then, let's find a country to infiltrate. Which country will it be? If we pick from the neighboring countries, we would have the kingdom, the empire, and the theocracy. How about a country that was further away, like, say, the Council Alliance or the Holy Kingdom? I would rather not select a distant country, and I would prefer not to make contact with the theocracy before we learn enough about them. That leaves the kingdom and the empire, judging by Sebas's report. The kingdom is not particularly interesting. However, this matter requires further study. Anyway, Ainz interrupted the conversation by extending his hand to the mirror. We've given the lizard men some time. Let's see if they've done anything unexpected. A bird's-eye view of the lizard men's village appeared on the mirror of remote viewing. Ainz reached out to the mirror, and with a subtle shift of his hand, he changed the scenery it showed. Naturally, he began by zooming in the image. In this way, they could see every detail of the lizard men's preparations for battle. Such futile effort, Demiurge muttered gently to the lizard men. Let's see. Where are they? It's hard to tell one lizardman from another. Ainz frowned as he searched for the 6 lizardmen he had seen earlier. Oh, there's the armor. Is this the rock-throwing fellow? And then, the one with the greatsword is here. The differences are really fine. Maybe color, gear, or obvious physical variations would be good ways to tell them apart. Ah, there's a distinctive one. After that, Ainz moved the mirror's image around in confusion. I don't see that white lizardman and the one with a magic weapon. Is his name Zaryusu? Ah, that's right, that's his name. After Aura reminded him, Ainz remembered the name of the lizardman who had stepped forward to negotiate with him. Could he be in his house? Perhaps. The mirror of remote viewing could not peer into structures. However, that was only under normal circumstances. Demiurge, fetch me the infinite backpack. Understood. With a bow, Demiurge picked up the infinite backpack, which lay on the table that had been shifted to the corner of the room, before courteously presenting it to Ainz. Ainz took a scroll out of it. After that, he cast the spell inscribed within it. The spell produced an invisible and incorporeal sensor. It could not penetrate magical barriers, but it could pass through conventional walls, regardless of their thickness. If it could not pass through said walls, that would imply there was a powerful foe present, and they had to be wary. He linked the sensor to the mirror of remote viewing, so the Guardians could see what Ainz could see. Then he moved the eye-like, floating sensor. Let's see what's inside this house. Ainz selected one of the nearest houses, a pretty rundown affair, and sent the sensor inside. Despite the darkness of the interior, it appeared as bright as day through the eyes of the sensor. The white lizardman was pressed against the floor of the house. Her tail was tucked up, and there was a black lizardman mounted on her. Ainz was utterly confused. For a moment, he had no idea what was going on. In the next moment, he had no idea why they would be doing something like that at a time like this. After that, Ainz silently steered the sensor outside. Ainz grabbed his head in a moment of infinite weakness. The guardians around him had no idea what to say, and looked at the ground with puzzled expressions on their faces. What a displeasing lot. Carcitus will be attacking any moment now, and they're still indulging themselves. Exactly. About that. Demiurge is right. We need to make those two suffer. I'm so jealous. Ainz waved his hand to silence the guardians. Forget it. They'll all be dead soon. I once saw a movie which said that situations like these stimulate the desire to propagate the species. Ainz nodded, certain of his opinion. Indeed, it is so. Well, if that's all, we should probably let them off the hook. Exactly. About that. I agree with Demiurge Sama. Quiet, all of you. After the guardians had fallen silent, Ainz sighed. Well, there goes my motivation. Never mind. There's probably nobody to worry about in the Lizardman village. Still, we can't be careless, because someone might be heading for us right now. Aura, Ainz froze, and looked at the twins. Crap, what should I do now? Those two haven't been given sex education yet, no. It's too early for that. Ainz suddenly understood what it was like for a father to see a lewd scene on the television during a family gathering. Damn it. How would a father or mother answer if they were asked where babies came from? This is bad. I can't believe I let Bukibuku Chigama's children see that, though it shouldn't be too bad. Let's not consider albedo. And Demia, he'd probably teach them from a clinical perspective. Sholtia, not too bad either. Let's handle this another day. After pushing the question to the back of his mind, Ainz coughed and asked, if the security net picks up anything, all the guardians, myself included, will move out together. If there were any other players around, he would not adhere to his agreement of sparing the lizardmen. If they would not become allies, then they would have to be terminated with extreme prejudice to avoid any information leaks. When they happened, they would destroy the village, even if they had to draw on all the forces of the 8th floor to do so. Ainz thrust aside the guilt he felt at violating his promise to Carcitus. A little white lie would be preferable if it was for a good reason. Now then, the show's about to begin. Let's enjoy watching Carcitus in action. 2. The 4 hours passed in a flash. The frozen marsh had long since melted, and the warriors were gathered there, at the main gate of the village. After the intense battle several days ago, there were precious few of them who had survived to fight in this battle. There were 316 of them in total. Nobody but the warriors would participate in this battle, because Shasaryu had said, the enemy is few in number, so too many people on our part will just get in the way. That seemed like a logical enough explanation, but that was not all. Zaryusu stood some distance ahead of the lizardmen and looked on the warriors. Everyone was painted with markings which showed that the ancestors had descended upon them. Their iron will was readily apparent on their faces, and they looked confident of victory. The lizardmen around them were cheering their warriors on. Still, he could see quite a few worried-looking people in the crowd. Zaryusu strove to keep a nonchalant expression in order to keep his uneasiness from showing on his face. He did not want the other lizardmen to know that this battle was essentially a live sacrifice to the King of Death. Indeed, this was a battle that was intended to demonstrate the undead king's power to the lizardmen. Its purpose was to thoroughly eradicate the very possibility of rebellion among the lizardmen. They had no chance of surviving, which meant that the subtext behind Shasaryu's words was so that we can reduce casualties to the minimum. Zaryusu looked away from the lizardmen, and he turned his keen gaze on the enemy formation. The skeletal army remained where it was. There was no sign of the monster called Carcitus among them. Zaryusu doubted that it was a skeleton. As a trusted subordinate of that king of death, How could he be a mook like that? He must be some being whose strength was apparent at a glance. A loud splashing came from behind the worried Zaryusu. Hey, Zaryusu, and Zenbaru greeted him as casually as always. He was the same person even when he was headed for certain death. Morale's at its peak. Well, it would be nice if it could stay that way when we face that Carsitus fellow. Yup. Oh, is it time? Shasryu was at the main gate, and all the lizard men's eyes were on the two swamp elementals by his side. Crush was not here because she had spent all her mana on summoning the elementals. The drain of that, on top of casting a plethora of long-duration defensive spells on Zaryusu, had left her almost immobile. In fact, when they had left their house, Crush had already told him that she would be passing out from using too much mana, and they would never see each other again. Alone now, Zaryusu looked towards the place where Crush was. The way she had looked when they had parted made Zaryusu feel like he had been stabbed in the heart. Warriors, let's go. With a rousing cry, Shasryu stoked the flames of the lizard men's fighting spirit, and the air was filled with eager tension. He had to think like a warrior again. Zaryusu reined in his rampaging thoughts. The lizard men advanced slowly, led by Shasryu and the two swamp elementals. They were leaving the village so it would not be caught up in the fighting. Zaryusu and Zenbaru followed behind them. Just then, Zaryusu suddenly looked back to the village. There were the broken-down dirt walls, the worried lizard men watching them go, and Zaryusu sighed quietly and cast all his worries away as he strode forward. He did not speak the name of the female which was on his lips. The lizard men marched into the marsh and formed up at the region between the skeletal army and the village. That said, they had no formation to speak of. They simply sprawled themselves out to wait for the fight. At their head were the various tribal chiefs and the two swamp elementals. The skeletal army had probably been waiting for their arrival. They banged on their shields and stomped. The many small delays between footfalls would normally make an army's march sound like a shower of bird droppings. However, the undead army marched with perfect coordination, producing a harmonious sound. If the circumstances were any different, it would be worthy of applause. Just as the lizard men were drawn in by the sound of their movements, several trees fell behind the skeletal army. There was only one reason why those gigantic trees would fall, because someone had cut them down. This sparked a commotion among the lizard men. Since nobody was visible yet, it was reasonable to assume that several people had worked together to fell those trees. However, if that were the case, then the trees were falling with far too much uniformity. Granted, after seeing the unity of the skeletal army, an observer might think that they could chop down trees with such precision, but none of the lizard men felt that way. A bizarre thought ran through their minds that all this had been done by one person. That was because there was no sound of blades striking wood before the trees fell. In other words, it might be possible, however surprising it was, that some incredibly strong person had chopped the trees down with one swing. How strong an arm and how mighty a weapon would be needed to cut a massive tree in half with a single stroke. The earth-shaking tremors of the falling trees blended with the sound of the skeletons pounding on their shields, and both crept closer to the lizard men. Anxiety began to brew. That was only to be expected. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Even Zenbaru, who was prepared to die, was shaken, though he tried to hide it. Soon, the creature which had cleaved a path through the forest finally appeared. At the same time, the pounding on the shields suddenly stopped. In the preternatural silence, the first thing they saw was a mass of glossy blue light. How much more brightly would it have shone had the sky not been overcast? It looked like a two-legged insect, its massive body standing around 250 centimeters high. It resembled an ant or a mantis, and it looked like some hybrid made by an utterly depraved fiend. Its hard exoskeleton was wreathed in freezing cold, and it glittered like diamond dust. It had a savage tail that was as long as its body and studded with countless spikes. Its mighty jaws looked like they could easily bite a man's hands clean off. It had 4 arms tipped in razor-sharp claws, each of which was sheathed in a shiny gauntlet. It wore a disc-like amulet on a golden necklace and platinum rings around its ankles. This was how the being of matchless might, follower of the King of Death, made its entrance. Was he Carsitus? Zaryusu's heart pounded. Unconsciously, his breathing had grown faster. None of the lizard men spoke. Everyone's attention was drawn to the monster that had shown itself, and they were so frightened that they could not tear their eyes away. They had begun backing away slowly without realizing it. Be they lizardmen warriors who had come in high spirits, or Zaryusu and the others who had come here prepared to die. All of them were shocked to the core by the appearance of this unimaginably powerful entity. I know the King of Death didn't use his full strength on us, but even so, I didn't expect the warrior he sent to fight in earnest to be so frightening. Even with a spell that removed his fear, the impulse to run away still surged within Zaryusu's heart. It was a miracle that the warriors, who were not protected by such magic, were not already trampling each other as they fled. Carsitus slowly drew closer. He strode proudly into the marsh, past the skeletal army, and then Carsitus stopped, roughly 30 meters away from the lizardmen. After that, his insectoid face swiveled atop his slender neck, as though looking for someone. Zaryusu had the feeling that Carsitus's eyes were on him. All right, since Ainz Sama is watching, I shall ensure you get a chance to shine. However, before that, ice pillar. As the spell activated, two pillars of ice erupted from the water between the lizard men and Carsitus, about 20 meters apart. This might be rude to warriors who are ready to give their lives, but I must inform you that my side of these pillars will be your grave. Any who cross it shall die. Carsitus folded his arms, as though to say, the choice is yours. Oi, 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 he doesn't look like it, but he's a pretty decent chap, isn't he? Zaryusu nodded deeply at Zenbaru's words. Then he stepped forward. Zenbaru and the other two chiefs followed him. Shasryu looked back at the warriors who were about to follow him. You should stay here now. Return to the village. Otherwise, you'll die with us. What? We want to fight too. It's scary, but even if it's scary, we still want to fight. Retreat is not cowardice. Living is true courage. Then, there's some of us who can't fall back either. Besides, as chiefs, we can't accept other people ruling us without a fight now. We still want to fight. Chief, hold on a second. Get out of here, young ones. This is a job for us old folks. The lizard men who shoved their way forward were all advanced in years, but none of them was old enough to be considered elderly. There were 57 of them, and none of the others could say anything after seeing their faces. Perhaps if they looked like they were resolved to die or had given up on themselves, they would have asked to come along. However, their expressions were a plea for the younger lizard men to live on and celebrate the miracle of life. With nothing left to say, the rest of the warriors turned back. Shasryu turned to face Carsitus once more. Sorry for the wait, Carsitus. Carsitus extended a hand to the lizard men and curled it towards him. Bring it, the gesture seemed to say. In response to this taunt, Shasryu shouted, Charge! Oh! Fully resolved to die, the lizard men gave voice to a cry from the depths of their souls, a roar which seemed to split the very sky, and rushed at Carsitus. Carsitus calmly regarded the warriors charging him. This might be a bit disrespectful to warriors like you, but I shall cull your numbers. Carsitus was sure that he would not be defeated even if all of the warriors reached him, but still he had to weed his opponents out. Personally speaking, Carsitus would have liked to allow his foes to reach a range where they could fight. However, he had received far more largesse than he deserved, and allowing this ragtag band of misfits to do battle with a guardian of the great underground tomb of Nazarick would be disrespectful to Ainz Sama. Thus, he unleashed his aura. It was a skill derived from the Knight of Niflheim class, Frost Aura. This special ability damaged and slowed the foe through the use of extreme cold temperatures. At full power, it could even engulf the lizard men spectating from the sides, so he had to suppress its power. He had to narrow its radius and reduce its damage. This ought to do it. A wave of freezing cold expanded from Carsitus, instantly filling a radius of 25 meters across. The temperature plummeted upon exposure to the intense cold, and the very air seemed to groan. That ought to do. He drew back his aura. The momentary exposure meant that the savage, blizzard-like snap frost had vanished like it had never been. However, it was no illusion or trick of the senses. The best proof of that was the 57 lizardman corpses that covered the marsh. Only 5 more still remained. However, they were the 5 strongest lizardmen. Unfazed by Carsitus's might or the deaths of their comrades, they moved out as one. A stone flew through the air. The armored lizardman led the charge, followed by 2 more behind it. In addition, the 2 swamp elementals had cracks all over them after the cold attack and lagged behind the lizardmen because they were slower. The one at the rear incanted spell after spell. The first strike was a stone, which was aimed at Carsitus's throat. However, it was completely meaningless, because we, Guardians, are equipped with items that resist ranged attacks. An invisible barrier which appeared to cover his body deflected the stone. It was followed by a charging lizardman. The armor he wore was an ancestral heirloom, one of the 4 treasures, the white dragon bone. It was strong enough to deflect frost pain, itself one of the 4 treasures, and it was hailed as the hardest armor among the lizardmen. Facing it was a sword which Carsitus drew out of nothing, as though it had been sheathed in the air. The sword Carsitus unsheathed was an odachi, its blade over 180 centimeters long, named God-slaying Emperor Blade. It was the sharpest of the 21 weapons which Carsitus possessed. Then he swung it at the incoming lizardman. The fluid cut whooshed quietly through the air. If not for the present situation, it would have been a sound which people would want to listen for. After that sound, the chief's body and his armor split into 2 halves from head to tail, which fell to the left and right, into the marsh. God-slaying Emperor Blade was unscathed despite cleaving through the strongest armor of the lizardmen. The other 2 lizardmen did not seem affected by the death of their comrade. They raised their weapons and executed a pincer attack. Yeeart! On the right, Zembaru sent a karate chop at Carsitus's face, having enhanced it with iron natural weapon and iron skin. Gyuwu on the left was frost pain, stabbing at the belly. This attack was calculated to exploit the fact that long weapons were unwieldy in melee combat. Of course, that only applied to regular people. Carsitus shifted slightly and intercepted Zenbaru's arm with the blade of God-slaying Emperor Blade. His preternatural movements made it seem as though the weapon in his hand was an extension of his limbs. Zembaru's skin could rival the hardness of steel under the effects of iron skin, but the armor from just now had already proven the sharpness of God-slaying Emperor Blade. The blade which entered Zenbaru's arm carved it off like it was going through water. Gyuarug! As Zenbaru's severed right arm sprayed fresh arterial blood, Carsitus's other hand casually gripped frost pain, which was headed at his belly. Oh, I see. This is a pretty good sword. Wah! Zaryusu gave up on pulling back the immovable frost pain and immediately lashed out at Carsitus's knee with a kick. Carsitus did not dodge it. He simply took the blow. In the end, when Zaryusu's foot connected with Carsitus's knee, it was Zaryusu who felt the pain. It felt just like kicking an iron wall with all his might. Over magic, mass light cure wounds. Through the use of prodigious amounts of mana, one could forcibly cast a spell that should not have been normally usable. Aided by this meta-magic enhancement, Shasryu cast a spell that healed everyone's wounds. Oh, Carsitus looked at Shasryu with interest, as the latter used a meta-magic technique he had never heard of before. However, the 2 swamp elementals blocked his line of sight. While Zenbaru's arm gradually resumed its original form, the 2 swamp elementals attacked Carsitus with their tentacles. However, Carsitus had already slashed at the swamp elementals' bodies. As the swamp elementals dissolved into clumps of mud, Zaryusu punched at Carsitus's compound eyes, his belly, and his chest. Naturally, it was Zaryusu who was hurt instead. The skin on his knuckles split and wept tears of fresh blood. How bothersome! Carsitus swatted at Zaryusu's chest with his spiked tail. Gwag! Zaryusu flew into the distance like he had been hit by a baseball bat, accompanied by the sound of cracking. In the end, he hit the marsh, rolling several times before coming to a halt. However, the agony in his chest and the bright red blood he was coughing up made it hard for Zaryusu to breathe. The broken ribs had probably pierced his lungs, because he could not take air in no matter how hard he tried to breathe. It felt as though he were in water. The hot fluid pouring into his throat made him want to vomit. He looked down at his chest, and the wound, which looked like someone had stabbed him with a sharp blade, was gushing with blood. Just one hit had reduced Zaryusu to this pitiful state. Zaryusu glared at Carsitus, the fighting spirit still burning in his eyes even as he struggled to keep breathing. So, you still wish to fight? Then I shall return this to you. After casually tossing frost pain back to the fallen Zaryusu, Carsitus ignored him and turned to the remaining lizard men. Shasryu cast a healing spell on Zenbaru, who had regrown his arm, but whose health had been greatly depleted, just as Carsitus was about to reach them. Another stone flew at him, attempting to divert his attention. However, the attack was useless and was easily deflected. How? Annoying, Carsitus grumbled, and then extended his hand at the small fang's chief. Piercing icicles. Several dozen razor-sharp icicles, each the size of an arm, showered down on a large area. One of the lizard men was within the attack radius, and the icicles pierced him instantly. He took one in the chest, two in the belly, and one in the right thigh. Each of them easily penetrated his body. The small fang chief, the best ranger among the lizard men, crumpled to the swamp like a puppet whose strings had been cut, where he expired. You! Over magic mass like cure wounds. Zenbaru charged ahead, while Shasru cast a healing spell again. Zenbaru was trying to buy time for Zaryusu's wounds to mend. He knew this was a reckless course of action, and that he was nothing before the might of Carsitus. Even so, Zenbaru sprinted ahead without a moment's hesitation. Carsitus swung lightly at Zenbaru, who had entered his attack range. The swing was faster than Zenbaru could see. Its speed was beyond Zenbaru's dexterity. The blade sheared easily through Zenbaru's flesh. The decapitated corpse of Zenbaru spurted blood like a geyser as it collapsed gently to the marshlands. Shortly after that, his head joined it on the sod. Now only the two of you are left, I heard, of your strength from Ainz Ooal, as expected. Only you two remain in the end. Carsitus, who had not moved so much as an inch since the battle had started, studied the two of them and flicked his sword. There was no trace of blood or fat on the gleaming white blade. That beautiful movement looked like it could sweep everything away in a single stroke. Facing it was Zaryusu, who had recovered to the point where he could barely stand, and Shasryu, who had drawn his greatsword. The two of them flanked Carsitus front and rear. Zaryusu dabbed his fingers in the blood flowing from his chest and smeared it on his face. The way he applied the blood to himself made it seem as though he was summoning the ancestral spirits down upon himself. Zaryusu, how are your wounds? Not good. It's still aching. Still, I can take a few more swings. Really now, that should be enough, right? Frankly speaking, I'm almost out of mana. If I'm not careful, I might keel over. Shasryu's teeth ground against each other. Perhaps he was laughing. As Zaryusu heard this, his expression changed as well. Oh, really? Anya, you're pushing yourself pretty hard too. Zaryusu smiled, and then he sighed, relaxing his shoulders. His sword arm sagged. A torrent of pain erupted from near his chest, but Zaryusu fought to ignore it. He would not give up until the last moment. Zaryusu intended to fight until the end. From the beginning, he had known full well that victory was impossible. Defeat was unavoidable, yet they could not accept it. That was because it would be like lying to countless people, telling them that they could win. Since others had actually believed them, they could not accept the fact that they would be defeated. They had to give everything they had until the final moment. Then swing that sword you're wielding, Zaryusu's cry echoed throughout the surrounding area. The sound of clacking came from Carsitus's mandibles. A fine cry. Carsitus was probably laughing. But this was not the laughter of the strong mocking the weak, but a warrior laughing with a fellow fighter. Very well, Zaryusu. That's it then. I'll fight with you to the bitter end as well. Shasryu smiled as well. Then, sorry to keep you waiting. Carsitus Dona. Carsitus shrugged as Shasryu said this. It is fine. I am not so thoughtless as to interrupt a farewell between brothers now prepare to meet your fate. No, pardon me, you were ready for it from the start. As Zaryusu and Shasryu began moving, Carsitus flourished God-slaying Emperor Blade and asked, State your names. Shasryu Shasha, Zaryusu Shasha. I will remember you warriors. Also, I apologize in advance for not bearing a weapon in each hand. It is not that I wish to scorn you, but you are simply not strong enough to warrant their use. What a shame. Indeed, here I come. The two of them lunged at Carsitus, splashing across the marsh. The uncoordinated timing of their attacks baffled Carsitus. The two of them did not enter his range at the same time. Shasryu was the first to do so. Sensing a scheme, Carsitus awaited their next move. Since Shasryu was the first to enter his strike zone, Carsitus carefully studied Shasryu's next move. Shasryu stopped just before Carsitus could reach him, an earth bind, and cast a spell. Countless chains formed of mud leapt at Carsitus, and Zaryusu broke into a wild sprint. He had even hidden frost pain behind his back, so his opponent would not be able to gauge his attack range. Shasryu's declaration that, I'm almost out of mana, was merely a ruse to deceive Carcetus. If he had taken the bait, perhaps he might have been bound by the mystic chains and been hit by Zaryusu's charge from behind. However tough their opponent's exoskeleton was, he should still be able to break through if he poured all his strength into the edge. With that in mind, Zaryusu had abandoned defense to focus on the attack, and the resulting strike should have been quite strong. He seems quite confident in his sword. Carcetus could understand how he felt, because much like him, Carcetus felt strongly about the weapons he owned. In particular, the sword he now wielded, which had once been used by his creator, was especially significant to him. Therefore, despite how lopsided it would make the battle, Carcetus insisted on doing battle with guard-slaying Emperor blade in hand as a sign of his supreme respect. However, they had made a miscalculation, which was that their opponent was Carcetus, guardian of the fifth floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. My defenses cannot be breached by someone whose level is below mine. The chains of mud rebounded off Carcetus an instant before they reached him, reverting to regular dirt and sinking back into the mire. Low-tier spells could not pierce Carcetus's magical defenses. Icy burst. As the shout rang out, a vortex of ivory fog swirled out and surrounded Carcetus. A futile effort. Carcetus was immune to cold damage, so as the gentle breeze of the supercooled mist blew around him, he patiently waited for Zaryusu and Shasaryu to enter his attack range. Soon enough, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. However, Carcetus hesitated briefly. He thought, can my foe be stopped just by cutting off his head? In the face of Zaryusu's full attack, Carcetus did not think that mere decapitation would stop his advance. The mental image of a headless body rushing him appeared in his mind. In that case, he ought to chop his hands off first, and then his head. No, that wouldn't be clean enough. Best to finish him off in one stroke. Zaryusu charged with all his strength, devoting every fiber of his being to the attack, but he was still too slow for Carcetus. A black shadow appeared amidst the white mist. Zaryusu thrust his sword, and Carcetus caught it lightly between his fingers. Like before, Carcetus did not feel any cold from his fingertips. Perhaps Zaryusu knew that Carcetus was immune to the cold and did not use the ability. The charge was fast, but he had blocked it so easily. That puzzled Carcetus. However, those doubts faded in an instant. His foe's life would end with a swing of guard-slaying Emperor blade, so there was nothing more to think about. And then there would only be one of them left. So it was just an unplanned charge. Then, just as a somewhat disappointed Carcetus was about to strike, he changed his mind. I see. Oh! With a mighty roar, the greatsword hacked down through the freezing mist which hung in the air. Shasryu's swing carried a gale in its wake, which dispersed the frozen fog. The earth bind Zaryusu's charge. Icy burst. All of them were decoys. While he had to be wary of Zaryusu stabbing him with frost pain, Shasryu's overhead chop with the greatsword was more damaging, so that must have been their true intention. However, surprise attacks ought to be conducted in silence. As long as they could not erase the sound they made as they ran across the marsh, it could not truly qualify as an unexpected attack. Carcetus was puzzled. Was this really worth taking cold damage, or was it just a meaningless struggle? Still, it was true that his foe had entered his strike zone. Now that Zaryusu's weapon was within his grasp, there was nothing to fear from him. Only the order in which they died would change. Having decided that, Carcetus swung guard-slaying Emperor blade. It struck. Shasaryu was cloven in half along with his greatsword. Before the body could hit the ground, Carcetus withdrew his blade, planning to attack Zaryusu black circle. And then, the fingers grasping frost pain slipped. Surprised, Carcetus looked at his fingers to see what had made it slide forward. He saw the bright red of blood amidst the white mist hanging in the air. In an instant, Carcetus realized why his fingers had slipped. Blood. He was confused. He wondered when it had gotten there, and then as he saw Zaryusu's face through the mist, it suddenly dawned on him. The blood smeared on his face was not to paint himself, but to coat his sword. Neither had Icy Burst been intended to hurt Carcetus or conceal Shasaryu's form. Its purpose had been to hide the blood coating the sword, so was keeping it behind his back. When he blocked Zaryusu's attack, Carcetus had done so with his fingers. Zaryusu remembered it, and had bet on the slim chance that he would do it again. Thus he had gone to these lengths to set up the battlefield to pull it off. Just then, a flash of lightning surged through Carcetus's brain. So that was why his thrust felt so weak. No wonder. There's no way the plan to lubricate the sword with blood so it could pierce through would work every time. In order to create this chance, he slowed his strike to make me think it was easy to catch. The blade slowly slid over, inching towards Carsitus's pale blue body. Now that Zaryusu had thrown his full strength and even body weight into the thrust, not even Carsitus could stop it, not with two blood-stained fingers. If he had grasped it further away from him, there might be something else he could do. But at this short range, he was out of options. Carsitus was so moved that he trembled. While it had relied on a bit of luck, this was an attack which had required multiple gambles, each of which had paid off. The most important thing was that without Shasaryu, none of this would have been possible. Shasaryu should not have understood Zaryusu's gambit, but as an elder brother, he had placed all his trust in his younger brother, to the point of sacrificing his own life. That pointless surprise attack and shouting were all to divert Carsitus's attention from his brother for just a moment. A single moment. And for just a single moment, as Zaryusu was forcing frost pain at him with all his might, Carsitus's mandibles trembled. Truly marvelous. And so the blade struck Carsitus's body, only to deflect lightly off. His body, which glowed a faint blue, did not have so much as a scratch on it. This was the result of the impassable gulf that separated the highest-level NPCs of Nazarick from mere lizardmen. Forgive me, but I possess a skill which briefly negates weakly enchanted weapon attacks. Once I activate it, your attack is useless. That blow had been well struck, and Carsitus felt that leaving a scar as a mark of respect for these warriors would be appropriate. However, he was under the eyes of a supreme being, and he could not do so in his position as a guardian. Carsitus deliberately took one step back, splashing up the mud and staining his beautiful blue body. It was just a single step. There was no meaning to it. Backing up would not have made any difference to him. Zaryusu would still die, and Carsitus would still win. However, that step back was a sign of praise from the strong Carsitus to the weak Zaryusu. Zaryusu smiled, in the way someone did when he knew full well what sort of fate was in store for him, yet ran towards it anyway. As he did, Carsitus swung his sword down 3. That was a spectacular battle, Ainz said in praise to Carsitus, who was kneeling before him. Thank you. However, I trust you understand that while we use the stick this time, you must employ the carrot in the future. You are not to rule them through fear. I understand. After Ainz nodded, he looked to the other guardians in the room. Very good. Now then, listen well. You guardians. Like I said earlier in the throne room, Carsitus will administer the Lizardman village. If he needs help, I hope you will give it to him. Carsitus, I hope you will foster a deeply rooted loyalty to Nazarick in the Lizardmen. I also hope that you will cultivate the growth of talented members of their species. I will leave these tasks to you. If you need wings of ascension or other special items, let me know. I will also lend you a powered suit for the time being. Players could change their character races in Yggdrasil, but that did not imply that one could freely change race. Some requirements had to be met for the change, and the changes were irreversible. Part of the requirements were items. Someone who wanted to become an Elder Lick would need a Book of the Dead. Someone who wanted to become an imp would need a fallen seed. The Wings of Ascension item which Ainz had mentioned was used for becoming an angel. Ainz had mentioned it because he thought that it might be possible to change races in that manner. I shall count on you when the time comes. Ain't Sama, may I know how you wish to deal with those lizardmen. Yes, the ones called Zaryusu and Shasaryu, the two who fought to the end. Their corpses should still be in the marsh. However, why did he bring them up? Recover their corpses and use them for raw materials when I'm not making undead with my skills. That would be a bit of a waste. Oh, why is that? Are they that valuable? Ainz had watched the battle through the mirror of remote viewing and saw an overwhelming victory. Nothing about them recommended themselves to his eye. They might be weak, however, I saw their fearless warrior spirit. Turning them into raw materials is a bit of a waste. I feel that they could become stronger, perhaps, even exceeding our expectations. Ain't Sama, I believe you have not yet conducted any practical experiments with resurrecting the dead. Could you not do so with them? Does he like those lizardmen? In all honesty, Ainz did not feel anything when he heard things like warrior spirit. He had heard of terms like killing intent in manga and light novels, but he thought nothing of them. It was kind of like how Narbarul responded with, "Ah, So that's what it is. Oh, and so on while he was lecturing her. Similarly, Ainz had no idea what this warrior's empathy business was about. That was because Ainz had originally been a normal salaryman, despite his current state. An average citizen who actually knew about a warrior's spirit or killing intent would probably be considered dangerous. Now, he could understand something like a bureaucrat's spirit instead. I see. So it would be a shame then. However, when Ainz heard about Carsitus's approval of the lizard men, his true thoughts were, well, you might call it a shame, but I have no idea what that means. Still, when he thought about it, Carsitus's words made a lot of sense. He had wanted to find a place to experiment with resurrection anyway, and Ainz felt that using them for those experiments would be very beneficial. In addition, unlike how Carsitus had been waffling around in the throne room, he had now proposed a useful solution for them. If that was a sign of improvement, then he had passed with flying colors. He paused briefly to think, and then Ainz thought of his other exceptional subordinates. He thought of them as they stood around him in a suitably subservient posture, silent and unmoving. Albedo, what is your opinion? It would be the same as yours, Ain't Sama. What do you think, Demiurge? I feel whatever you decide would be best, Ain't Sama. How about you, Sholtir? Like Demiurge, I shall abide by your ruling, Ain't Sama. Aura, yeah, I'm with everyone else. Mayor, yes, I think so too. They might as well not have answered at all. Aintz's head ached. Aints thought hard, and finally realized something. Perhaps the Guardians did not think it was a big deal. In other words, no matter how he decided, they did not feel there would be any major benefits or drawbacks. Of course, he had to consider their respective situations. Sometimes, problems might arise due to their varying circumstances. Simply put, when a rich person said, "Oh, that sum's not a problem," one would immediately doubt the truth of those words. In other words, it was the result of differing values and priorities. I wasted my time asking, still, that means resurrecting the lizard men should be fine. Right, I was planning to think carefully on this, because I've made too many mistakes recently. With no recourse, Ainz had to ponder the merits and demerits of the situation by himself. We have decided to subordinate the lizardman village to our rule, but is there a suitable candidate for leader? Do they have a group that manages the entire village? No, but there is a person who is suitable to be the village's representative. Oh, who is that? It is the white lizardman who did not take part in the fighting. She appears to have druidic powers. Her then, well, that is workable. She should be worth using, Ainz thought. We could also use her to keep an eye on the others. However, having her execute Aintz's plan might undermine Carsitus's plan to administer the village. That being the case, what should he do? At this point, a flash of inspiration struck Ainz. Wouldn't it be faster to ask her directly? Granted, I didn't get any usable answers just now. Ainz shared his plans with Carsitus, who replied in the affirmative. Given Carsitus's reaction, the fact that he might be caving in to his master's wishes could not be ruled out. However, after glancing at Demiurge and Albedo, he noted that neither of them seemed to be acting out of the ordinary, which reassured Ainz that he was doing the right thing. Very well, how soon before she can be brought here? Forgive me if I have overstepped myself, but I sensed that you might wish to see her, and so I ordered her to wait in a nearby room. Ainz glanced at Demiurge, who shook his head. Nicely done indeed. He settled the matter without anyone's instructions, and it doesn't look like someone else gave him the idea. Ainz wondered if this was how a superior felt when he saw his subordinate grow as a person. He was all smiles, although one could not tell his expression given that he was a skeleton. No, no, no. You've done well, Carsitus. Wasting time is foolish, and your judgment was correct. All right, bring her in, then. Ah, please wait. What's the matter, Aura? While they are not strangers, meeting them in an unremarkable place like this will damage your reputation, ain't Sama? I feel you should receive her in Nazarik's throne room. The other guardians nodded, with the exception of Mare. My apologies, I had not considered that. Please forgive me. I hadn't thought of that at all. With that in mind, Ainz wondered how he should resolve this problem. At that moment, he remembered the words from back then. In that case, Aura. Yes. Did you not once say that you built this place in imitation of Nazarik? You were right. Carsitus. Bring her over. I shall meet her here. AI ain't Sama. Aura, that's enough. Albedo. not knowing why she'd been told to stand down. Aura looked at Albedo, her face red with protest. However, Albedo merely glanced at her and then paid her no heed, looking at the main door instead. It was Demiurge who answered the angry Aura. Ainz Sama would not make a mistake. That being the case, if Ainz Sama says this place is as good as Nazarick, then it can't be wrong, Sholtia continued. Well, I don't think I'm totally correct, and I hope they don't think that way. Still, it ended up helping me out here. Aura, I shall say it again. I feel that this place built by you, one of my most trusted subordinates, is as good as Nazarick, even if it is still a work in progress. Do you understand? Thank you. Ain't Sama, Aura bowed in gratitude, and so did the other guardians. There's no need to be so moved, I guess. I feel so embarrassed now. In that case, bring her over. Carsitus. At once. Carsitus immediately brought the white lizardman to the room. She knelt with her head bowed before Ainz. What is your name? I am Crush Lulu, representative of the lizardmen, O Supreme Overlord of Death, Ainz Ooal Gown Sama. Well, that's pretty far-fetched. Ainz wondered who had come up with that title, but in the end he decided to adopt the calm, poised attitude of a king. Welcome. Thank you. Gown Sama, please accept the utmost loyalty of we, the lizard men. Ain't studied Crush carefully. These scales are beautiful. They glittered under the light of the magical lighting. I wonder how they'd feel. Aints wondered out of curiosity. Just as Aints lost himself in his thoughts, he realized that Crush's shoulders were trembling. Carsitus should have disabled his cold emanating skills, so it was probably due to some other reason. As he thought on the matter, Aints realized that her shuddering made perfect sense. If Aints said that he was displeased with the lizard men, every single one of them would be deprived of their heads. Therefore, Crush was hanging on to every word Aints said. Given that she was jumpy and nervous as it was, Aints's unnatural silence would have filled her with terror. Aints was not the sort of person who amused himself by tormenting the weak. He could commit atrocities for the great underground tomb of Nazarick, but his mental state had not degraded to the point where he would perform such acts as part of daily life. The lizard men shall live under my banner from this day forth. However, Carsitus will be ruling you in my place. I trust there are no problems with that. No, that's it. Then you may return. May I? Crush exclaimed in surprise from where she was bowing. She had thought Aints would demand the moon from her, so this utter betrayal of her expectations brought that reaction forth from her. You may go back for the time being. Crush Lulu. The lizard men will soon enter a period of prosperity. Your future generations will give thanks with all their hearts that they were allowed to swear themselves to me. You are too kind. We are already deeply grateful for the mercy you have shown us despite our opposition to a supreme being like yourself. Ain't slowly rose from his throne, and then approached Crush. He knelt down and put a hand on her shoulder. Surprised, Crush shuddered, and the vibration traveled up Aintz's hand. Also, I have a special request for you. May I know what it is? If it is within my power, then I shall strive to fulfill your desires as your faithful servant, Gown Donor. The idea was not originally mine, but if you agree, I shall restore Zaryusu to life in exchange. As he spoke the name he had heard from Carsitus, Crush suddenly raised her head, the very picture of shock. Ain't smugly studied Crush's face. She seemed to be trying to hide her feelings, but her expression changed by the moment. Lizard men and humans had very different facial expressions, so Aints could not be certain what was there. But at the very least, he could pick out joy, anger, and sorrow. Is that even possible? I possess power over life and death. Death is nothing more than a state of being to me. After hearing Crush's almost imperceptible words, Aints continued. It is like being sick or poisoned, but I cannot extend one's lifespan. Perhaps it would be impossible to do so through conventional means, but it might be possible with wish upon a star. But now was not the time for such things. Then, what do you wish of your loyal slave? My body, perhaps. Aints was dumbfounded. No, that's a bit too, as if, even if I did desire that sort of thing, it's not as though I'd go so far as to breed with a reptile. Having nearly said that, Aints struggled to maintain his image. He decided to ignore the sound of grinding teeth that came from nearby. Ahem, of course not. It is simple. I want you to observe the lizard men and see if any of them are going to betray me. No lizardman will betray you. After hearing Crush's firm reply, Ain't smiled coldly to her. I'm not nearly stupid enough to believe that. Indeed, I am not mighty enough to know what every lizardman thinks, but if they are sufficiently human-like, treachery will be common enough. Therefore, I would like someone to quietly keep an eye on them. Crush resumed her blank expression, which made Ainz worry that he had phrased it poorly. While he had wanted to resurrect Zaryusu from the beginning, Ainz wanted her to ask for it, and thus bind her to him with chains of obligation. What should he do if she refused? If I'd known, I shouldn't have been so greedy. Well, I guess there's no point crying over spilled milk. A miracle hangs before you right now, but it will not last forever. If you do not seize the moment, it will be gone forever. Crush's face seemed to be twitching. It is not as though I am going to conduct some horrific ceremony. Does resurrection magic not exist in this world? I am simply going to use a spell like that. That's legendary, as Crush hesitated over whether or not to speak. Ain't spoke to her in tender tones, but with an arrogant attitude. Crush, I would like you to think about what is most important to you. Ain't watched Crush's eyes as his words slowly got to her. It felt like he was about to clinch a sale. After this, Ain't would need to impress upon Crush that the miracle he provided did not come free of charge. After all, people would suspect free things, but their suspicions would be eased if there was a reasonable fee attached to them. I want you to secretly observe your fellow lizardmen. Depending on how things turn out, you may be faced with a dangerous choice. In addition, to guard against your treachery, I will cast a certain spell on Zaryusu when I resurrect him. It is a spell that will instantly kill Zaryusu if I judge that you have betrayed me. It might be hard on you, but it ought to be worth it if you can get Zaryusu back. Am I wrong? That said, there's no such spell. Ain't stood up as though to say that he had said his piece, and then he spread his arms. Crush looked at Ain't with a tormented expression in her eyes. Ah, yes, when Zaryusu is resurrected, I will tell him that he was recalled to life because he was useful to me. I can guarantee that your name will not come up. Well then, Crush Lulu, make your choice. This is the last chance you have to return your beloved Zaryusu to your side. What will you do? Will you seize this opportunity, or abandon it? Decide. Ain't slowly extended a hand to Crush as he looked to the Guardians and said, if she refuses, none of you are to do anything. Well then, Crush Lulu, what is your answer? 8. Chinese letter tatami, a type of floor mat, also used as a common unit of area in Japanese real estate. Standard tatami mats are approximately 6 feet long by 3 feet wide. Epilogue, a gentle sensation filled his body. It was as though a hand were trying to drag him up through deep water, but Zaryusu shrugged it off. That was because he felt something disgusting from that frightening hand. After what seemed like an instant and an eternity had passed, he felt the hand reaching for him again. Zaryusu wanted to brush it off once more, but he stopped. That was because he heard a voice coming from beside him, that of the female he loved. He hesitated, and still hesitated. In this world where time might not have existed at all, Zaryusu waffled, and then, however reluctantly, he reached out to take that hand. After that, someone pulled him up forcefully, dragging him into a brilliantly white world. He felt powerless. He felt like his innards were a sack of mud. He felt incredibly tired. Even intense physical activity had never left him this exhausted before. Zaryusu struggled to open his heavy-lidded eyes. Light stabbed into his field of vision. Lizardmen's eyes could automatically adjust to ambient lighting, but they could not resist momentary flashes of light. Zaryusu blinked. Zaryusu! Someone was hugging him tightly. CR Crush, logically speaking, he should never have heard that voice again. But that was because he believed that he would never hear that female's voice again. As his eyes finally adjusted to the light, he looked on the female who embraced him. She was the female he loved, Crush Lulu. Why? What was going on? Zaryusu's heart filled with doubt and unease. His final memory was his head falling to the marsh. He should have been killed by Carcitus. Yet, why was he alive? Unless, Crush, could it be you were killed too? Zaryusu worked his mouth, which felt numb and thus hard to control, and then asked a question. Yet the answer he received was a baffled look on Crush's face. As he saw it, Zaryusu breathed a sigh of relief because he knew that Crush was not dead. In that case, why was he still alive? The voice from beside him supplied a hint. He seems to have come back to life, but his thoughts still seem muddled, and he seems to have lost levels. That being the case, it ought to be roughly the same as it was in Yggdrasil. After realizing who had said those words, Zaryusu looked to their source in surprise. Before him stood the King of Death, a magic caster of extraordinary power. In his hand was a 30-centimeter-long wand, which radiated a holy air that was at odds with the undead monarch who held it. It was a beautiful wand, which seemed to have been made of ivory and capped in gold, while its handle was inscribed with runes. Zaryusu did not know this, but that wand was a wand of resurrection, a magic item which had recalled Zaryusu to life. Under normal circumstances, those who could not use clerical magic would not be able to use magic items imbued with cleric-type spells, but magic items of this type were an exception to that rule. Zaryusu's gaze wandered, and he realized that he was in the lizardman village. They were in the central square, and many lizardmen were kneeling in a circle around them. Their unmoving stance displayed their tremendous respect. What on earth? It was only natural to kneel when faced with such awesome power. However, it was not just respect he felt from the lizardmen, but something more intense than that. The lizardmen did not worship any gods, and strictly speaking, their faith lay in their ancestors. Now, he sensed something like the reverence for a god from the surrounding lizardmen. You may leave, lizardmen. Someone will tell you when you can come into the village again. Nobody spoke out against that order. More than that, they obeyed without a single sound of protest. The lizardmen left the village in silence, the only sound being that of their bodies and their splashing across the marsh. Perhaps their very wills had been shattered after seeing such tremendous power. Granted, that may have also been due to the lizardman practice of obeying the strong. In other words, everything was proceeding as Ainz had planned it. Aura, are they all gone? Yes, they've all left. The person who answered was a dark elf girl. She had been standing behind Ainz all this time, which was partly why Zaryusu had not noticed her, but the main reason was because of how incredibly quiet she was. Really now? Then, Zaryusu Shasha, allow me to congratulate you on your resurrection. Resurrection. It took a while for Zaryusu to parse the meaning of that word. As he realized it, an impulse flowed out from his heart that set his whole body trembling. Resurrection, does that mean he brought me back to life? He could not speak. All he could do was make gasping noises. What's wrong? I doubt the lizard men despise resurrection. Do they, or have you forgotten how to speak? Resurrection, you can bring the dead back to life. Exactly. What? Thought I could not raise the dead. Was there a great ceremony of revival? Great ceremony? What is that? I am more than sufficient for the task by myself. Zaryusu had nothing else to say after hearing that. Resurrection magic was a miracle which could only be performed by those legendary lizard men who bore the bloodline of the dragon lords, and he could do it by himself. Was he a monster? No, that was wrong. Was he a magic caster of incredible power? No, that was wrong too. Zaryusu fully understood now. He led a legendary army and was accompanied by demons. In other words, the being before him was nothing less than a god. Zaryusu shakily rose to his feet and prostrated himself before Ainz. Crush hurriedly rushed to follow suit. Oh, Supreme One! Zaryusu felt something like confusion in the gaze which looked down upon him, but he assumed that he had been mistaken. Please accept my eternal loyalty. Very well, I promise you that in the name of Ainz Ooal Gown, please grant the lizard men prosperity. Is that all? Of course I will guarantee the prosperity of all who serve under my flag. You have my deepest thanks. Come to think of it, you seem to have trouble speaking. After some rest, you ought to get used to it. For now, take time to recover. There are many things which need to be decided, and the most important thing is how to take care of this village. You may contact Cocytus about matters regarding that. After saying so, Ainz prepared to leave. However, Zaryusu still had something to ask, a question which needed to be answered right now. I pray you will wait, but what of Zenbaru and my brother? Their corpses should be nearby. Ainz indicated the outside of the village with a jerk of his chin, just as he was about to depart with Aura. May I ask you to resurrect them? There does not seem to be any benefit in doing so. Then, why did you resurrect me? Zenbaru and my brother are strong. They will surely be able to help you. Ainz studied Zaryusu and then shrugged. I shall think about it. First, I shall preserve their bodies, and then I shall consider it. Ainz's robe swished as he walked, indicating that the conversation was over. Aura's voice trailed off as she said, that Hydra is really cute. Zaryusu finally recovered from his prostration and let his body go slack. I escaped with my life, or perhaps I should say that I came back to life. He had no idea how they would be ruled in future. However, if they could show how useful the lizard men could be, It should not be too bad. Crush, Anya. It's fine. We'll worry about that later, all right. For now, you need to rest and recover from your fatigue. It'll be fine. I can still carry you. Please do. Zarusu lay down and closed his eyes. The desire to sleep assaulted him, as though he was ready for bed after a long day's hard labor. As he savored the gentle sensation stroking him, Zarusu's mind sank into the darkness once more. Intermission, they were probably discussing something else in the meeting room behind him. However, his duties in that room were over. That was why he had left. That said, he still had work to do. Back then, he was merely giving a report, but now he had to fulfill his responsibilities as the first seat of the Black Scripture, in other words, as its leader. This included resurrecting his dead comrades, picking temporary replacements for their positions, as well as training, conducting experiments, and so on. After all, the Six Scriptures were a secret organization, so they led double lives, going undercover within the theocracy. Speaking of his personal life, he had to get married, and to multiple partners. Currently, there were only 3 awakened godkin within the slain theocracy, and so the higher-ups had hinted that he had to do his patriotic duty and reproduce. All these demands on him piled up and left him with hardly any free time. Still, I was hoping I could relax for today. After being liberated from the meeting of the cardinals, a gathering of the highest appointment holders in the slain theocracy, he worked his shoulders, and then his attention was drawn by a clack-clack-clack sound. He knew who had made that sound before he saw it. There were very few in the slain theocracy who were permitted to enter this place, and when he thought about the people who were not present within the meeting room, the answer leapt out at him. As he had expected, there was a girl leaning against a wall. She had a unique hairstyle, with the left side being a different color from the right. One was a scintillating silver, while the other was an all-consuming black. The color of her eyes was similarly mismatched. Beside her was a war scythe that resembled a cross-shaped spear, leaning against the wall. Although she looked youthful, barely 15, her age did not correspond to her appearance at all. Ever since he had become the captain of the Black Scripture, its first seat, the girl's looks had not changed at all. He turned his eyes to the ears under her hair and then checked himself. This was because he knew that the girl hated people looking at her ears. The girl's seductive lips formed into a curve, as though she were reading his mind. She was a cross-blooded child born of nigh impossible odds, the Black Scripture's extra seat, known as certain death. She was a guardian, responsible for defending the sanctum sanctorum of the slain theocracy, the place where the relics of 5 gods were kept. The sound he had heard came from the toy in her hands. In the slain theocracy, it was called a Rubik's Cube, and it had apparently been handed down from the 6 great gods. The girl's voice blended with the clack-clack-clack of its motions. One face is simple enough, but getting 2 faces right is hard. It was not difficult for him, but he had no idea if he should tell her that. In the end, he chose to smile bitterly by way of response. The girl did not seem to care about his answer and nonchalantly continued. What happened? Even the cardinals showed up. You were given a copy of the report, right? Didn't read it. The girl replied without any hesitation. Besides, asking someone who knows is faster. Did Thousand Leagues astrologer make a mistake? You were sent out to deal with the catastrophe, Dragon Lord. Did something happen? Throughout all of this, the 2 of them had never met the other's gaze. The girl's attention was focused on the toy in her hand. We engaged a mysterious undead creature that resembled a vampire. There were 2 dead and 1 severely wounded, so we fell back. Who died? There was no trace of sorrow for her fallen comrades in her voice. She seemed to be asking about something completely unrelated to her. Still, he did not mind. It was simply her way. Cedron, who was protecting Kersama, and Beaumarchais, who tried to capture the unmoving vampire. Great Wall and Divine Chains, huh? The Miko Princess of Earth died in a strange explosion recently, and now the Black Scripture has lost 2 of its finest. When it rains, it pours, I guess. Who was wounded? Kersama. There seemed to be some sort of curse, in effect preventing curative spells from healing her, so we fell back. And what of the vampire? We left it there. The vampire entered an attack posture every time we tried to capture it or come close. We decided that it would be wiser to leave it alone. But that doesn't solve anything, does it? They decided to leave things as they were during the meeting just now. That was the decision they had reached in the meeting room earlier. It was judged better to leave it alone and gather their forces than to charge in rashly and take severe casualties. Besides, no other country ought to be able to defeat that undead creature. In fact, if someone like that did show up, that would make them a powerful being that bore watching, which meant that they ought to shore up their national defenses first. In the end, everyone had agreed on that course of action. They had decided to leave behind only those essential intelligence personnel and have everyone else retreat. He agreed with their judgment. After all, the only people who could defeat that vampire were probably guard kin or dragon lords. Therefore, they would leave sentries in place, and if they found anyone who could defeat that vampire, they would be on their guard against them. Really now, so that monster wasn't a vampire. Then, he concurred, that was why he had called it a mysterious undead being. Could it be a dragon lord, the vampiric dragon lord or the elder coffin dragon lord? The curve of her lips widened, a clear smile. That is, if the look on her face, like a splash of blood, counted as a smile. Aren't those two dragons already dead? He felt a little awkward as he asked that, but she immediately replied, they're both undead dragon lords, so we don't know if they were really destroyed. The girl finally raised her head to look straight at him. Her mismatched eyes seemed to sparkle with what seemed like curiosity, delight, and battle lust. Who do you think is stronger? Between myself and that vampire? He had expected that question and met it with a prepared answer. You, of course. Really? The girl looked back at her toy as though she had lost interest in the topic. Within his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a shame. I was thinking I might be able to taste defeat. As he heard her mutter to herself, he wondered who would win if they fought. He had exchanged blows with both the girl and the vampire, and he felt that the vampire was superior. However, that vampire would not be able to defeat certain death. That was because of the difference in their panoplies. The vampire looked to be completely unequipped, which was a weakness in powerful monsters. They placed great pride in their strength, which meant that they did not make use of potent magic items. In contrast, she was kitted out in the relics of the six gods, so he could conclude that she was more powerful. However, what if both sides were outfitted in items of similar power? Impossible. He immediately rejected the question which arose in his mind. After all, it was impossible to find gear which rivaled her panoply, which had been handed down from the gods. But what if it was possible? If that happened, the mightiest, never defeated extra seat of the slain theocracy might be vanquished. In other words, that moment would be the end of all hope when the defenders of mankind were finally laid low. No, why was he assuming that she would be fighting by herself? While he could not compare to her, he was still an awakened godkin who also possessed many magic items. That vampire might be powerful, but it was alone, and if he could make use of his panoply, they should be able to deal with it. There was no way there could be more than one such powerful undead being. As he sank into thought, he heard the sound of giggling. Then, he frowned and looked towards its source. Let's talk about something else. When are you getting married? That was one of the topics that had come up during the meeting just now. In short, it was asking when he would find a suitable girlfriend. To put it nicely, they were talking about a marriage partner, but more crudely, she would be a baby-making machine. I haven't found anyone yet. Because you're still young. Huh. When the Black Scripture moved out, their members wore magic masks to hide their identities. According to the laws laid down by the gods, the age of majority in the slain theocracy was 20, but after removing his mask, his true age was much lower than that figure. Granted, after you're married, your partner will be sequestered in a secret location within the theocracy, but she'll still be able to raise your child. I know that. I'm a member of the scriptures, you know. Oh, yeah. Still. You should probably tell your wife-to-be that you're going to take other wives. The law says it's fine, but they've all been brought up to dislike having multiple spouses. The slain theocracy permitted the practice of polygamy as long as the nation sanctioned it. This was a practice which had been grandfathered from a time when bloodlines had to be kept pure due to a lack of powerful entities. However, under normal circumstances, the standard practice was one man to one woman, and there were only a few cases where national sanction had been granted. Even when it was granted, one man could only have two wives. Thank you for your kind reminder, but as for you, don't you want to get married? He asked that question because she might have looked young, but her appearance did not match her actual age. Well, I could marry a man who could defeat me. I don't mind if he looks ugly or has a bad personality, or even if he wasn't human at all. After all, he's the man who beat me. How strong would our children be? The girl was all smiles as she placed her hand on her lower belly. He was quite confident that answer meant that she would never marry. However, would things change if someone appeared who could defeat that vampire? A wave of unease swept through his heart.